before the top of the hour will be underway. A 9 o'clock start for the program here at the USA Cycling National Championship. Good morning, welcome again as we get inside of 20 minutes to the start here today. For the Pro Women's USA Cycling National Championships, and it takes unwavering support, not only from the community, but also from our sponsors, and we are so pleased to have with us here today the President and CEO of Volkswagen Chattanooga, Christian Cole, who will join us now, and we'll talk a little bit. Coming up here on the race, I'd like to welcome, if you would all help me please welcome, the President and CEO of Volkswagen Chattanooga, Christian Cole. We have to be very excited here to be in downtown Chattanooga, another great day for bike racing as we get ready to roll here in just a few moments. Hopefully no rain today. Good morning, everybody. We are proud to sponsor the Volkswagen USA Cycling Professional Road and Time Trial National Championships and bring the event back to the hometown of our US manufacturing plant for the third consecutive year. Our partnership with USA Cycling demonstrates that our Think Blue holistic sustainability mission extends beyond our fuel-efficient vehicles and that Volkswagen purposes
I'm not really understanding many words.
This is especially
It looks like you practice the speech.
Mr. Cole, the President and CEO of Volkswagen Chattanooga, the people who speak of running the team on the line to win both the program and pro-win race. The Volkswagen, this sport wagon here, the TBI, and the more I look at this, the more I'm thinking I've got to talk with you once I put this mic down. I'll say Thank you very much, Kirsten. Appreciate you being here today. I'd like to welcome also the Vice President of National Events with USA Cycling, Michael Rice.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the third year here in downtown Chattanooga. We at USA Cycling, we're very proud to really bring one of the largest national championships here to Chattanooga for the third year in a row. Very excited about our partnership with Volkswagen, and it continues to go on, and we're very excited to be here in the plant that builds these Volkswagens here in the United States, and be part of the community here in Chattanooga, which is a fantastic cycling community. Everything from great roads to ride outside of Lookout Mountain and beyond, as well as the trails by the river, as well as the bike share program that we have here. So it's really a great cycling community and a great tie-in with our partners at Volkswagen. We have some pretty amazing racing set for today. I think these are the best fields we've ever hosted in a national championship as far as the pros go for a number of years. I expect some pretty serious fireworks starting this morning with the women's race. So thank you everyone and enjoy the racing today.
All right, again, just to echo Mike's thoughts, I want to thank you all for being here, a part of the road race start. We will begin coming up in exactly 15 minutes to the start for our pro women here at the USA Cycling National Championships. Back in a few minutes for the start.
Have you ever gone up to the feed truck, the feed station?
Well, as you're cruising around, make sure to check out the expo. Lots of great sponsors,
And they get handed a bag called a feed
all
bag.
displaying fantastic cycling items and non-cycling items, especially a massive Volkswagen Motorsport stage they have over there, that Golf Sport Wagon. You can go over there and take a look at that red Golf Sport Wagon, which will be available to the winners of the men and women's race. And of course, I'm excited for the GRC Beetle, 500 horsepower, 0 to 60 in 2.1 seconds. This will be our pace car later on as we get ready for the race. This is our third year here in Chattanooga, Tennessee. The first year that we came, it was a fantastic race in 2013. Just went up Lookout Mountain and rolled around. Same start-finish area in this downtown area. After that, in 2014, they decided to add a little spike to it and added the Kent Street climb with a tough, short, steep climb, about a 20% grade. And that has mixed things up, and that continues for 2015. This year, actually, in the start lap, so we're doing the Kent Street climb every single lap. For the women, the 3 start laps will include the Kent Street climb, then they do the 2 long laps, of course, include Lookout Mountain. And then the 3 finishing loops going over the Kent Street steep climb before one individual will cross the start-finish line to be crowned the national champion, to be able to wear the Stars and Stripes jersey for the rest of the 2015 cycling year.
Thank you once again to the President and CEO of Volkswagen Chattanooga, Christian Cole, for making his way over here this morning and joining us for a few words. Reminder that today, visitors and spectators will have free use of Bike Chattanooga Bike Share bicycles sponsored by Volkswagen throughout downtown Chattanooga. You can find a ton of those spots. As you can see here right now, 13 minutes to the start, and we already have nearly the entire field that has joined us here at the start line. Still some pre-race festivities to get to. That Rockstar Energy Drink Beetle, the GRC show car that Christian Cole was talking about, will be making laps around the course. For this afternoon's race, you can check out this
Well, good morning, everybody, from beautiful Chattanooga, Tennessee. Brad Soner here with our Volkswagen USA Cycling Professional Road National Championships. Our women getting their call-ups now as we're about 10 minutes away from start. Kristen Armstrong getting the call-up there, Megan Garnier as well, and that's Meredith Miller for the Pepper Palace Women's Pro Cycling Team making their way up to the line. Just calling up some former winners here at the Women's Pro Road National Championships, as well as any riders that made it onto the podium last year. Women today doing a total of 111.6 kilometers, just under 70 miles of total racing, and an awesome course here in Chattanooga. They're going to be doing 3 short laps at the beginning, 2 longer laps. That's going to be the route up Lookout Mountain, and then they'll come back down into town for 3 more of those short finishing circuits. Good look there at Evie Stevens as well for the Bowles-Dolman team. Now, the riders here are racing on their trade teams, but the winner obviously will take the Stars and Stripes National Champions jersey. Kind of an interesting dynamic with riders trying to decide which of those teammates is going to be the rider to watch for that squad. 2016 presented by Show Air coming in force today. You can see their army of riders here in Chattanooga. And obviously a lot of good options on that squad. So we are just about 8 minutes away from our start today. We're going to be joined by some guests throughout the day as we'll be having some hopefully former winners in here as well. When we get our men's race underway at 1:30 this afternoon, we'll also be joined by our women's winner as she's going to join me in the booth. 76 riders taking to the start today, 31 teams represented. And this really is anyone's race. It is such a wide open course. The big story are going to be the 2 climbs. You have the Kent Street climb, which is going to be on those short circuits. It's a short climb, but very, very steep, very punchy, in excess of 25% grade. And then Lookout Mountain is the big mountain outside of Chattanooga that the women's field will be conquering twice today. If you're watching at home on Twitter, our official hashtag today is US Pro, and we'll be monitoring that throughout the day as well.
In our military on this Memorial Day, a special day of racing, special day of remembrance, as we are now inside 6 minutes to the start of our race. John Leffler here at the award stage. Frank Andrea across the way. We will bring you the call.
Should be underway here in just a bit with our national anthem. We will have a national anthem singer before the start this morning, and then we'll be underway promptly at 9 a.m.
Caroline Johnson, she'll be singing our national anthem, and at this time on this Memorial Day, we would ask everyone if you would please.
There is a little chance of rain here in Chattanooga today. It should hold off for the women. It's expected to roll around somewhere around 2, 3 o'clock this afternoon, but should be mostly clear for the women out there today. It is a little overcast, but a little bit of humidity. Certainly not a chilly day. You see no one with arm warmers or leg warmers on. Again, I'm Brad Soner. You can tweet us in and let us know where you're watching from. And there's our national anthem singer.
Broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight, o'er the ramparts we watched, was so gallantly streamed, and the rockets red, the bolts bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and home of the brave?
Monday morning, and And of course, a big thank you to all of our veterans joining us here at the USA Professional Road National Championships. We are inside of 4 minutes to start now. You see the time of day clock just up on the upper right-hand side of your picture there. Nice relaxed atmosphere in the women's peloton, but that's going to change very quickly. It is going to be chaos on the opening laps. That Kent Street climb is a very narrow climb and, of course, punchy as well. We're going to see separation early on in the race. We talked to a few riders yesterday and, of course, this morning before the start. Pretty much everybody agreed that we're going to see a separation probably before they even make it to Lookout Mountain. Now, the big question is, can a group stay away up Lookout Mountain the 2 times that they have to do that big loop? That remains to be seen. Then once they come off Lookout Mountain for the final time, again, it's 3 short circuits here in downtown, but that does include the Kent Street climb. Now, the Kent Street climb is also on the long lap, so they're going to be doing that a total of 8 times today. That'll put some sting in the legs, no question about that. So we get a wide open race today. Our defending champion, Allison Powers, not returning here to the USA Professional Road National Championships as she announced her retirement last year. Megan Garnier, second place last year, however, is here. That's going to be her right in the center of the picture in the Bowles-Dolman jersey. Evelyn Stevens was third last year. That's Megan's teammate in the Bowles-Dolman kit. Just over to the left-hand side there. Meredith Miller was our 2009 champion. That's in the red kit just in the center there for the Pepper Palace Women's Pro Cycling Team. And, of course, Kristen Armstrong, the 2006 U.S. Professional Road National Champion. Big congratulations to Kristen Armstrong coming out of retirement the second time and winning our time trial national championships on Saturday out at the Chattanooga Volkswagen plant just outside of town here. So Kristen's already got 1 Stars and Stripes jersey. We'll see if she can get another one today. You can see the riders getting amped for what will be a long day in the saddle. Again, 111.6 kilometers of total racing. That's 69.3 miles. And we'll see them doing those 3 opening circuits here. First time they hit the line, it'll be just a little under 9 kilometers total ridden. Those short circuits are about 5.5 miles. And now they start the countdown. We're underway in Chattanooga, Tennessee for the Volkswagen USA Cycling Professional Road National Championships. Our women are out on course, and it's going to be a beautiful day of racing. Well, no neutral start today. We are racing from the gun. So anybody able to attack early on here, although that would certainly be a risky move with 111 kilometers lying ahead of them. Want to be patient, but you also want to be aggressive on a day like today. You want to be at the front, but not near the front. This United Healthcare, who we haven't talked about yet this morning, in the blue and white jersey, they brought a full squad. They're going to be a team to watch without a doubt. Multiple riders on that team looking like favorites coming into today. United Healthcare starting 5 riders: Catherine Hall, Abigail Mickey, Corinne Rivera, Alexis Ryan, and Ruth Winder. making up that squad. Largest team here is the 2016 presented by Show Air team. Lauren Hall, Caitlin Antono, Kristen Armstrong, Jess Sarah, Ali Dragoo, Andrea Dvorak, Amber Gaffney, Lauren Kamansky, and Carmen Small. Certainly strength in numbers for the 2016 presented by Show Air ladies. Again, the real action probably going to start that first time they hit the Kent Street climb. We've seen that every year. This is our third year here in Chattanooga for the U.S. Professional Road National Championships. They have been an amazing host, really welcoming the riders and staff with open arms. And even closing the roads a little early so some of the spectators could go out and have what they called a chalk party up on Kent Street, writing some messages for their favorite riders up there, a little bit of encouragement for the riders. In the pink and blue jersey that you see in the middle of your screen, that is going to be the Fearless Femme Hot Wheels Racing Team. That Celeste green jersey will be the Colavita Bianchi squad, starting to move up now. And that's going to be Payne Pathways there with the green helmet, just trying to point out some teams so you can identify those riders and teams at home. Let us know who you're cheering for. Again, hashtag US Pro. I am at Brad Soner. And we'd love to know who you're rooting for today, who you'd like to see wearing the Stars and Stripes jersey at the end of the day. Well, the riders getting to it early. You can see certainly not an easy day. Fast speeds early on, and that's going to continue, I think, throughout the first few laps of racing. Looks like Evie Stevens trying to move up. One of the worst things that can happen to you is getting caught at the back of this group. You really want to avoid getting stuck in the middle, especially when it comes to that Kent Street climb, because things are really going to string out there. There's only room for maybe 4 or 5 riders wide as they head across the bridge right now. Well, right now being joined by Frankie Andreu, who just got the riders started down on course. Frankie, welcome. Little overcast weather out there. It was a little chilly at the start, but it looks to be okay now.
No, a little bit overcast, but actually I think that's maybe a better thing. You know, the heat's not going to play so much a factor, and on a 70-mile course, you know, humidity, 80 degrees, that can really play a large part in which women are going to be able to finish. This is a critical part coming through here, as you just mentioned. Getting to the bottom of this Kent Street climb for the very first time. This is where I believe, you know, somebody's going to launch. They're going to try to launch and try to send a teammate up the road, try to keep them away. And the rest of the women, they have to be careful because the crash happened at the bottom. The last thing you want to do is end up having to walk up this climb.
Yeah, that was Taylor Wiles moving to the front, the only rider for the Velocio SRAM team racing here at our national championships. It's all about positioning, Frankie. And when we talked to the riders this morning, this is the Kent Street climb that we're on right now. You can see it's already starting to string out. If you're not in the first 10, 15 positions, you're already in trouble.
And they look like they're going hard. I mean,
Yeah.
it's definitely not soft pedaling. And on a steep climb like this, actually there's kind of only one pace you can go, which is difficult. You can see how it kicks up. This camera angle really gives a good view of how steep this climb is as these women as they're coming over the top. But you see United Healthcare, Pepper Palace, Optum with the orange helmet. They're all controlling the front, making sure nothing kind of gets too carried away. 2016 presented by Show Air. So these main stronger teams that are looking to dominate this race right now controlling the first part of the course.
You know, that's pretty much it for the climb. It's not a long climb, but it's punchy for sure. A lot of these riders are saying that that's going to be a bigger factor than the longer Lookout Mountain climb. Your thoughts on that?
Well, I think Lookout Mountain will definitely be able to dwindle down the group as we go along. But when you come into the final 3 laps and you have to do this Kent Street climb repeatedly, if you punch on that climb and you have the legs, that's going to be the difference. You can really break people because what will happen is Lookout will wear you out. The early Kent Street climb will wear you out, and pretty soon you're just not going to have the power that you normally would have. And so the one that are more fit will be able to power over the Kent Street climb and be out possible. We saw that with Allison Powers last year. That's exactly how she got away. She was so strong, nobody could match her speed going over that 20% grade.
Frankie, former pro yourself, talk about that feeling when you put in that first big effort of the race. Look at the carnage at the back of this one. If you're one of those riders caught at the back, that's got to be a tough feeling, knowing that you still have 100K of racing ahead of you.
Well, when you're sitting in the back and you're coming off, you know that descent is super fast, and you get strung out on that uphill. And your saving grace is thinking that, you know what, we're only in the first 5 miles. Fingers crossed they're not still racing in the front so that I can be able to easily catch up. But, yeah, unbelievable how much it got strung out right now as all the women are trying to regroup, trying to catch back up. But not a good start. To put out this kind of energy at the beginning of the race instead of saving it for the end of the race, not ideal.
Yeah, just working through some of the back markers right now, making our way up to the back of the peloton, the large group out on the road. There's a good look at them on the bridge. And, yeah, Frankie, you really don't want to get caught in this position. You want to make contact here as soon as possible to try and get into that slipstream.
No, you have, and you can see the wind. The wind is going to be the biggest part where the wind will play a factor will be going across the two bridges, going out and coming back. And you can see it's crosswind. They're getting pushed to the right-hand side, kind of in the gutter. Once they get into town, they're protected a little bit more from the buildings. It's not so bad. Lookout Mountain is totally protected by the trees. Obviously, the descent, you're just flying on the downhill. So this little area here, this Kent Street final circuits, really could become a very critical part of the race. And right now, you can see them pushed against the right-hand side. Everybody trying to really kind of take cover.
What a gorgeous view of Chattanooga. That's going to be Lookout Mountain just off in the distance there. You can see the pretty much hills all the way around outside of Chattanooga. And once you leave town, it starts going uphill pretty quickly. There's really no way to get out of town without having to climb.
Kind of one long line, kind of strung out. Now we have some attacks from the front. So they're starting to attack. Maybe that crosswind, just, maybe opened up some gaps and allowed some of the stronger ones to be able to try to take advantage. But Optum with the orange helmet, not letting a group get away. This is hard to tell right now. A rider from 2016 presented by Show Air.
Yeah, the other rider is going to be Visit Dallas, presented by Noise for Good. That is going to be the team of Amber Neiman, who could have a good ride today. We're going to be watching for those pink and blue jerseys, but you see as soon as some riders get away, those are covered. Another attack coming up the left side here. This is aggressive early on, Frankie. This looks like Pepper Palace in the red jersey trying to get something started.
Well, ideally, some of these riders, they don't have the snap, the power, or the climbing ability to go up Lookout Mountain with the best climbers that are in this group. Evelyn Stevens, Megan Garnier, maybe even Kristen Armstrong. So they want to get it. They want to get in a break. They want to try to get a little bit of a head start. They can pace themselves a little bit over the climb, and then once the real racing comes from behind and they get caught, they'll make the front group. So this could be part of the strategy, but right now, 2016 presented by Show Air, they're all over the front.
Yeah,
they're very controlling right now.
I wasn't in the team meeting, but I have a pretty good guess of what Mari Holden told those riders. Get to the front and try and control it. Here goes Visit Dallas again, launching another attack, and there's 2016 presented by Show Air there to cover it. That's really the advantage of being at the front, Frankie, being able to cover any move that goes, and I think that's why they're amassing their riders on the front.
Well, I'm sure team directives was, if someone goes, we have someone in there. Make sure you have someone in the break, because this is exactly what
really
they're doing.
Don't want to miss the move, that's for
sure.
Don't
want to miss the move, exactly. So as you mentioned, Visit Dallas in 2016 presented by Show Air, and just looking comfortable. And we don't see a reaction from the main group right now.
No, I believe that's Ali Dragoo on the wheel. It looks like that's going to be Anna Christensen, the Visit Dallas rider, as I believe that's 153 there on the front. So Christensen and Dragoo off the front right now of the field. Looks like Ali Dragoo just sitting on, doesn't seem super interested in doing any work in this breakaway. I think she's just a passenger here.
She, for now, I think she's going to maybe look over her shoulder, see what's going on from the main field to see who might be coming up. But there's no reason for her to drive it. I mean, right now it's a good situation for 2016 presented by Show Air, and you can see the chase. It's not really a chase. They're not so concerned right now, kind of spread out across the road. But Christensen driving it. You know, she's not giving up. She knows if she can kind of get through these last turns, get through the start-finish line, there's actually a long ways out before they have to turn around and head back towards the Kent Street climb. So This is her opportunity. And, you know, if you go hard for 3 or 4 miles, you're going to establish a gap, and then things can slow down. Then you don't have to continue to ride that hard.
Yeah, no real panic in the field here. A lot of that is because 2016 presented by Show Air has so many riders on the front, but you're not seeing a real concerted chase effort. I don't think there's a lot of worry back there right now about these 2 riders up the road, especially knowing that only 1 rider is really working. That's Anna Christensen and the Visit Dallas team, as, again, Ali Dragoo not taking any pulls on the front.
Well, we don't see Ali Dragoo pulling yet, but I would suggest that she does. I would pull like mad, because this is a perfect situation for 2016 presented by Show Air, meaning all those riders can just sit on in the back no matter what happens, and Ali Dragoo, they have a rider up in the front. So I think Ali Dragoo should be pulling along with Christensen to try to open up this gap, and then they can worry about sitting on a little bit later, because this is going to put United have to chase. This is going to put Optum's going to have to chase, possibly. Well, you know, Bulls Dolmans, they only have two riders, 2 very good riders with Evelyn Stevens and Megan Garnier. They're going to have to wait and play off some of the other ones. But some of the other teams, this is going to put them a little bit into a predicament to have to figure out what to do later on.
Yeah, the real key to getting a breakaway that works is making sure that you have enough riders in the breakaway with all the teams represented. Now looks like some action on the front of the field. More riders going forward, putting the field on notice. It got a little quiet there at the front as we saw the riders kind of spread out across the road. But now first 10 positions, single file.
This is a downhill leading in towards the 1K to go mark, I believe, before it comes into the across the start-finish line. Christensen, nice position, good big gear, rolling it. Ali Dragoo, as you mentioned, is sitting comfortable, but that speed from that main peloton, when you have a pack like that, it just rolls. You know, you're getting swarmed around the outsides, and it's just moving faster and faster and faster. And a lot of times, without really putting in a whole ton of energy, that main field can end up coming back on to these 2 riders. And you can see the main group still kind of holding steady, maybe 6-7 seconds. It doesn't seem like a whole big gap right now.
How much of this do you think is the field putting these 2 riders on a leash, letting them have just a little bit of time, enough that they're not worried about them getting away, and they can bring it back when they want?
For a leash like this, you could let it go up to 30 or 40 seconds, and you still have. I mean, we still have a long ways. We still have 2 more laps of the Kent Street circuit to do, and then we still have to go all the way out to Lookout. So I think it's a matter of, you can see I believe Tipco, or that's a different team coming through here, but I think it's a matter of Team Tipco, Optum, United Healthcare, just not wanting to be put into position where 2016 has somebody up there to give them that slight advantage. They don't want one of their bigger, powerful, powerhouse rivalry teams to have a slight advantage. So they're going to try to bring this back and then try to kind of check the box and start over again. Reshuffling of the cards, as you may say.
All right, well, that is the end of the first short lap. Again, they're doing 3 of those laps for the opening circuits. Then they'll head up to Lookout Mountain for 2 of those laps, and then 3 more at the finish of the circuit that they just did. Really changed the game, ending with the technical circuit as opposed to a straight run into the finish. That's going to, I think, favor a breakaway. Your thoughts on that?
I would agree. I think it's going to favor a breakaway and be able to split it up, at least split it up into a group of maybe 5 or 6, or even, you know, last year, as I mentioned, we saw Allison Powers go alone and go solo. So even in these beginning circuits, that climb, it's so steep that it takes a lot out of you, because it's not only just going over the climb, it's the stress of going across the bridge, it's the stress of moving up, it's fighting for position to get around that corner to head up the climb. All of that is part of the energy that's taken away from you.
Like that was Arden Stelly on the back here. Here comes Colavita Bianchi sending a rider away here. This is going to be, looks like Whitney Schultz. And yeah, that is Schultz getting confirmation now. So Whitney Schultz goes away, trying to launch another one for Colavita Bianchi here.
And it's a nice move by Schultz. I'm assuming the break is still away. So this is a doable, like being able to bridge this gap within 7, 8, 10 seconds. You do it super quick. You try to get across right away, get on the wheel and sit. But you can see she's bringing up a few other women. So there's definitely a reaction from the main peloton. And with this kind of speed, they should be bringing back the Christensen-Dragoo combo.
Yeah, seem to be interested in this breakaway for sure, trying to get up to Christensen and Dragoo. It's going to be a Visit Dallas rider, joined by, I believe that's Katie Antono of the 2016 presented by Show Air team, and then there's United Healthcare on the front to bring it back. United Healthcare not sending any riders into the breakaway. Obviously, each team is going to have their own game plan coming into today. I'm starting to think that United Healthcare might want to try and keep this one together. They've got a lot of great sprinters on that team.
They do have a lot of great sprinters, but I'm also looking here when they come around the thing. I don't think Christensen and Dragoo, I think they've been caught. So this is a new group that was going away, which is the group here that we had spoke about. So 2016 presented by Show Air. Looks like, was that 111?
Yeah, trying to get confirmation on those riders, but I think that is Caitlin Antonos, one of the smallest riders in this field, a rider out of Racine, Wisconsin. You can see her compact frame.
So we've seen Visit Dallas be in the first two moves. We've seen 2016 presented by Show Air in the first two moves, and I believe this is Allison Tetrick right now.
Yeah.
Deciding to go across, sensing that this move is 3 riders instead of 2.
Oh!
She hit that bump and just lost her hands.
Ouch.
Oh, the rest of the field is going to go around her. That is just a fluke of luck, and these are, the streets are rough. There's manholes that are sunk and there's bumps, but she just was kind of focused on going forward and just totally lost her hands off the handlebars.
Yeah, what she was doing, trying to get a little more aerodynamic, resting the forearms on top of the bars, hit that bump and just lost control. Looked like she got up there, but she's going to have some road rash, that's for sure.
Definitely going to have some road rash, and if she gets back going, a very tough chase, because right now this group is start going faster and faster as they go over the bridge to head towards the steep climb. Because again, it's going to be this fight for position, and this is going to happen every single lap as they go across. And if it starts raining, this metal grate bridge, and that's why they have the other side covered.
Yeah.
Right now it's dry. They're sending them on the right side of our screen. If it starts raining, they're going to send them on the left side of the screen, which will be go over that covering, because you can't go over a metal grate bridge when it's wet. That's I'm cringing. I can't
we talked
handle
with
it.
Tim Johnson earlier. He described it as one of the scariest things that you can do on a bike, and that guy's done some scary stuff on a bike.
It's scary going across even dry.
Well, front of the field looking to calm down just a little bit as we're going to send Frankie back out to the stage. Thanks again for being with us, Frankie, and getting a good look at 2016 presented by Show Air on the front. Well, we're going to be looking for Ali Tetrick to see if she got back into this one, see if she was able to get up and continue chasing. Meanwhile, back with the breakaway on Kent Street, on the Kent Street climb. You can see not a big gap for them. You can see the field just at the bottom as they hit the crest. This is pretty much it. After you hit that real steep part, it kind of flattens out just a little bit, and then they'll take that right-hander. It goes downhill from there. Let's take a look at that crash. You can see her forearms resting on the tops. That's where she's going to lose control, and then bam, right there into the manhole cover. Tries to save it, but the bike just goes down. She slides, and man, that is a tough place to be. Just bad luck for Allison Tetrick of the Optum Pro cycling team. She did get up there. You can see trying to get out of the way of the peloton, hoping that she doesn't get run over by the riders behind her. Well, back with the breakaway, these 3 still away as Christensen and Dragoo have been caught. These are your 3 new leaders. Caitlin Antono taking a look back there. She's got to like what she sees. This is probably the biggest gap of the day. But again, we're only on the 2nd lap of these short circuits. Back over the bridge, you can see the riders kind of offset from one another. They're trying to compensate for that crosswind. The wind is going to be coming from the rider's left-hand side, and so you want to go behind the rider and a little bit to the right just to try and block a little bit of that wind. Now, the rider on the front is going to be doing probably a little over 30% of that work, a little over 30% more work than the other 2 riders in that breakaway. So Whitney Schultz comes to the front now for the Colavita Bianchi team. And that's going to be Beth Ann Orton wearing number 157. Good luck at Caitlin Antoneau right now for the 2016 presented by Show Air Team. Well, let's bring in Tim Johnson right now joining us in the booth. Tim, we were talking earlier about that medal grade. We just saw Ali Tetrick with a tough crash. She went off the front, rested her forearms on the top of the bars, and then just hit a manhole cover and went down.
Really such a tough way to start the day. I mean, today's race is all about being there at the finish, and she's obviously, started off being aggressive, getting off the front in this breakaway move, but heading out towards that bridge, like you said, Brad, that pothole just absolutely came at the wrong time, was not ready for it, and it happens to everybody. You just wish that it wouldn't happen at the front of the National Championship road race.
And not a whole lot of control when you try and go into that aerodynamic position. You get a little bit of an advantage, but obviously that's all wiped away if you go down.
Well, city circuits like this are always full of these other types of dangers. It's not like a quiet country road in the middle of nowhere with just a couple hills and corners to deal with. This is downtown streets. There's oil on the side. I mean, all of these streets have parking alongside. The potholes are just these, normal things you wouldn't even really notice in a car, but on a bike they're treacherous and they can really do some damage.
Well, let's talk about this breakaway at 3 right now, Tim. Biggest gap that we've seen all day. They seem to be working well together. Is it too early for a breakaway to go with right around 100K of racing remaining?
We've seen races in this type of weather conditions play out all sorts of ways, and sometimes being in a breakaway is actually a good place to be because you can really take advantage of having the cars up there. If the gap does grow large enough, you can have a chance to drink, you can have a chance to eat, you can really pace yourself on the climb. And I think some of the women that are in the pack probably wish they were off in the front in the breakaway, but traditionally being aggressive early in such a long race doesn't always pay off, but you never know how it'll play out. There could be some kind of an incident in the back, and maybe they'll be joined by a larger group of 5 or 6 to make it some kind of a working group that'll last a long time. But, I think for someone like Katie Antoneau here being in the breakaway, it's a good start. She's on a strong team, so she's doing what her team needs her to do, and really, maybe it'll work out for her in the end.
2016 presented by Show Air has marked every single breakaway that's gone. They've had a rider up there. You see Caitlin Antoneau constantly looking back. I'm thinking that she's trying to bring this one back. I'm thinking she's an anchor in this situation, not trying to work in this group of 3.
An anchor is only as valuable as their ability to finish a race off. She's got a great sprint. She has, excellent fitness. She's had a really good spring so far this year. So I think for her, she's in a great spot. She's sitting on this group and able to kind of watch it play out. Beth Ann Orton is also a very strong rider who's probably able to work this breakaway pretty well. And if it lasts an hour or 2 hours, you never know what will happen with the group coming up on the climb up Lookout Mountain.
So this is Ali Tetrick working her way back up through the cars, trying to make her way back into the field. Trying to get up after that crash is so tough. Your legs are burning. Obviously, you have that adrenaline pumping, though. As things start to settle down, she's going to start to feel that pain today.
And that's only the pain that you feel physically. I think something like that for someone, a rider like Allison Tetrick, who is one of the more experienced riders in the peloton, who's been successful and has won a lot of races, to look back tonight and see what happens and realize that she had this gap and was starting to play out this breakaway move, to have it go wrong like that, she's going to be paying for that and thinking about that emotionally for a while.
Well, impressive to see her back up and riding. It would certainly take me, I think, a little longer to get up and rolling after sliding like she did on the pavement.
Yeah, we're not exactly wearing any kind of protective gear. Everyone's ready for an 85-degree day in the sun, in the heat. Definitely not planning on anything like falling onto the pavement.
So this is Tibco sending what looks like 2 riders away off the front. One teammate just behind her, I believe, is another Tibco rider. They must like what they see up the road. I'm not sure that they know that Caitlin Antoneau isn't doing any work. It's really only 2 riders polling, but they're going to try and add to that breakaway with another rider.
having a couple more riders will really do wonders for this group and really make it last a lot longer. We're still on the short loops here before heading out towards the climb that first time. So I think any help will be welcomed. And if they get a chance or a glimpse to look behind them and see that there are a couple of riders trying to bridge, I think they will see them get ready for it. But, you know, Brad, this is inside 2K to go. I just drove a lap of the course and saw all these corners again, saw all of these short descents. As we see going into the final corner at just about 500 meters to go, it's very, very fast, very tricky. Being in the breakaway like these girls are is going to be a great spot to be in.
Now, we've seen breakaways work before here in Chattanooga in past years, certainly a possibility. So don't count out a breakaway today, even though it's gone early. We always say the breakaway has a 1 in a million chance, but that might come through today. All right, so these are the Tibco riders trying to make their way up right now. As that's Kendall Ryan, I believe, on the front there. We're number 132, actually now on the back. And let's try and identify this rider on the front.
Looks like it's Krista Doble-Hickok.
Sounds right.
Those two Tibco riders, now that they are together, it looks like they should be able to get their forces combined enough to try and bridge. When we do see what the peloton is doing, we'll really understand whether or not they're being let go, or if somebody really sees that having both Tibco and 2016 presented by ShoWare represented in the breakaway could be a dangerous thing, and they want to try and get that back.
Yeah, interesting move bringing two riders up in the bridge. Typically you see a solo bridge rider. It's kind of rare that we see two teammates trying to make it up together into the breakaway, but that's going to be a huge advantage for them if they're able to get another rider up there, or a pair of riders up there, I should say.
Yeah, Brad, it looks like the peloton is being led by a single solo rider here, trying to keep the thing spiced up a little bit. 2016 in second position, holding it tighter to mark that move. You know, it is single file coming out of this corner, so that leads me to believe that they are trying to bring this breakaway back, and it looks like the Tibco riders have started to lose a little bit of the cohesion that they had earlier.
Yeah, you see Kendall Ryan there taking a look back, trying to see if anyone's coming up, and it looked like one rider trying to jump out just on that downhill. That's a tough corner coming into the finish, Tim. A downhill left-hander, that's about as fast as you can go coming into this one. You really got to make sure that you're going to be right on the edge.
Well, we've seen that corner play out in the finish of the race. You know, into the final sprint, we saw Freddy Rodriguez take that final corner 2 years ago and hold it to the line with a sprint victory. Last year we saw in the men's race, Travis McCabe leading out Eric Marcotte. Eric Marcotte leading out Travis McCabe, and actually being able to hold it. That corner can give you so much, but it can take it all away. We've seen some action in there also with crashes and slide outs, and I just drove it, and it is very, very sharp, big downhill approach to it, so you get up to very high speeds.
Tim, let's talk a little bit about our sponsor here at Chattanooga. You've been working with Volkswagen for a few years now. You had a chance to take a test lap of this course with our friend Tanner Faust, and a little souped-up Volkswagen.
Well, test lap, I think, is selling it a little bit short. I had the chance to drive a Volkswagen Beetle that's got a bunch of aftermarket work done to it. It's over 500 horsepower, all-wheel drive, 6-speed transmission, and I was in the driver's seat and Tanner Faust is in the passenger seat. And when you put a race car driver like that, who's been able to do all kinds of things on four wheels, he's actually the one who did a loop on in a car. So just like the Hot Wheels tracks that we played with, it was a promotion with them. And he also jumped a 1,000 horsepower truck over 500 feet, also as a Hot Wheels thing. But you know, he's a Volkswagen teammate of mine. He drives in the Global Rally Car circuit, also in the Formula Drift. We did the video about the time trial course also. But I got to say, 8 hours in a 500 horsepower Beetle filming throughout downtown Chattanooga, you learn that these corners are really fun and really fast, just like you feel on a bike. I think, you know, being in a bike race like this where the city shuts down and you have the whole peloton just ripping around, and look at this wide open market, Broad Street here in downtown Chattanooga, you realize just how lucky we are to have a city like Chattanooga host our races, you know, the national championships for road and paracycling here for the weekend. Such great events. I mean, really excellent host by the city of Chattanooga, and Volkswagen's just happy to be a part of it.
Yeah, as we said, celebrating our third year here in Chattanooga. I was wondering what all the tire marks were around downtown Chattanooga. Now I know. It makes a lot more sense now.
Well, we left quite a bit of rubber out there. I think we went through 5 sets of tires
Wow.
to film the drift video. So that's quite a bit of black marks out by the Volkswagen factory. But downtown, we took it easier, although I think the exhaust note was definitely intriguing for a lot of people when they heard this little Beetle rip by.
Yeah, and you can hear the thing coming from like a couple miles away. It's certainly not a quiet car, but it's about doing one thing and one thing only, and that's going fast.
Well, someone being quiet right there is Kaylin Antonow, 2016 presented by Shower, sitting on this breakaway. I'm impressed at the breakaway staying off the front like this. You know, Beth Ann Orton up front and Whitney Schultz are really setting a great pace, and you see the peloton behind really switching back and forth from chase to sit up to chase to sit up, and these two are just setting out a tempo that's keeping them off the front, heading up the road still, and maybe a chance for a breakaway to bridge up to these 3 riders.
Tim, these riders obviously know that every team has a team plan and every rider has a role. Do you ever get frustrated with passengers in a situation like this? You ever look back at Kaylin Antonow, it's like, hey, look, I know you have a job, but can you just give us a little bit of help here?
100%. Every time you take a pull and that person doesn't, you just know that they have more to give later on, and it's such a frustrating thing. But you really have to understand why they're doing it and why it's up to you not to be frustrated by it. You know, sometimes a team will place a rider like Antonow in a breakaway like this just to do that. You know, it's adding a 50-pound lead weight to the back of this thing and just making them carry it up Kent Street. I mean, this is such a tough climb anyways, and now Antonow is fresh enough to ride right by Whitney Schultz here, who just took a massive pull on the way in.
Yeah, Schultz looking like maybe in a little bit of trouble here. She's pushing a big gear coming up this climb. Tim, one of the important things is getting the shifting right coming to the bottom of Kent Street, because you're pushing a big gear, and then you have to basically go all the way to the other side of the cassette if you're not going into the small chainring on the front. The
approach is so fast. We have that hard right-hand turn, a quick left. It's basically a chicane, and then before you get to the bottom of Kent, you really have to be in that right gear, because otherwise, if you try and go down to the small ring while under pressure on the climb, then you just put yourself in all kinds of risk. We saw that happen the first year that Kent Street was included. Now that we're doing it even more, I mean, these are the small circuits, including Kent, which is really just adding to how tough this course really is.
Yeah, a lot of riders out there in the past couple days just doing some test runs up Kent, trying to take it at speed and then make that right-hander, and just trying to get the shifting right, get a feel for the climb to make sure that you don't drop a chain.
Well, it's pretty inspiring for the locals, too. We saw some bike share riders
right.
up there heading up Kent Street. Bike share bikes here in Chattanooga are free today, but they also only have 3 gears, and they're definitely not meant for going up something as steep as Kent Street.
Yeah, our thanks to our friends at Volkswagen offering free bike share access to anyone here in Chattanooga today in celebration of our Volkswagen USA Cycling Professional Road National Championships. Well, the breakaway of 3 still away. You can see Lookout Mountain in the distance. That is awaiting the riders. They got one more short lap before they head out of town. You can see the Shimano neutral support car has now joined the breakaway, which typically means that that gap has gone somewhere right around a minute.
Yeah, Brad, off in the distance is the weather, and that's something that a lot of riders were talking about earlier is how to plan for an afternoon where things just might go absolutely pear-shaped. It's going to be pouring down rain. I hear there are thunderstorms in the forecast. May not affect the women's race as much, although waking up, I definitely felt like we were waking up in either a jungle or a place where, you know, it had just rained, even though the road is actually dry. But you know, variable conditions here in the south where anything can really happen. It can be an inch of rain or it could be a spit of rain.
Yeah, we do expect it to hold off at least. Well, I'll say the weathermen expect for it to hold off for our women's race. First rain, they're thinking it's going to fall right around 2, 3 o'clock, and these riders should be wrapped up by around noon today.
Yeah, flags are looking like they're getting a little bit of air. You know, it really just does feel like something's going to happen at some point. But, you know, the breakaway now established with that follow car, like you said, Brad. Good news for these riders is they're coming back over the bridge heading into downtown again. You know, I was reminded of what this next section of course is like being in that car. We rode it yesterday. All of these small pitches are so tough and they're so difficult to get up and over, and especially after being off the front for as long as they have.
Well, you can see riders coming off the back already, as must be speeding up in this field. If you're stuck at the back and you're on the rivet, any little increase in speed, it makes it really easy to get popped off the back. There's Allie Tetrick, who has made her way back up into the group. So good to see Allie back up and riding, and she's regained contact. Wow, the 2016 Show Air Army rolling through there.
Very well represented, staying together. Looks like the UHC riders mixing it up in the front with Tibco. Tibco having that failed bridge attempt, they still want to be a part and they still want to be aggressive. Looks like they have attacked going up and over the bridge. Ali Dragoo from 2016 marking that move, and looks like Evelyn Stevens slotted in right behind her.
Yeah, that was Sarah Headley on the front. Last shot we saw for the Tibco squad.
Being grouped like that together definitely shows that they are aware of what the team plan is. They set it together. They've got Caitlin Antonow in the breakaway, and they just have to stay together, stay out of trouble, keep numbers high at the front of the group, let other people accelerate, let other people try and pick up the pace, but they're doing a great job just being together as a team.
Tim, how much conversation goes on in a breakaway like this? I know you spent a lot of time in breakaways in your professional career. Is it kind of you just work out a plan at the beginning, or is there kind of constant communication in a group like this?
I think it's constantly in flux, and everyone has a single motivation to get up there in the first place, but then once you're there, that job might change. The idea of why you're still in the breakaway. Why are you still pulling? Are you pulling really hard? Or are you trying to take soft pulls and save your energy? Everyone has these kind of changing ideas about why they're in the breakaway. Obviously, these two riders, Schultz and Orton up here on the front, they have their passenger in Antonow, so they're just trying to keep the pace high. I think that they probably are going a little too quick to last the entire day. You can see the gaps coming out of the corner. Beth Ann Orton, a great bike handler coming from cyclocross.
Yeah, Beth Ann Orton is dropping Whitney Schultz there coming out of that feed zone, as just trying to put as much power as she can in here. Orton is clearly committed to this move. She believes in this group of three and not looking back anytime soon. This is an all-or-nothing move for Beth Ann Orton today.
And if you are talking to each other, you're trying to make sure you can keep something going. If you realize that someone else is hurting, and especially having only two people pulling in this group of three, you need to keep an eye on who that person is. You know, look over to Schultz right now and see how she's looking. You know, is she feeling the pressure? Can you not pull quite as hard and maybe give her a break for a little bit? When you only have two riders, your options are so limited that it's in your best interest to make sure that you still have 20 minutes from now.
What a story it would be if Beth Ann Orton could stay away today with this breakaway of three. It would be against all odds, that's for sure. An incredibly impressive ride for these three.
And Brad, I remember last year watching Taylor Wiles be in the breakaway, solo in a group of 2 or 3 riders, and then solo again. I mean, there was so much action off the front of the race last year for her. And watching that unfold, I think a lot of the other riders that saw that footage and saw what it really took to be a part of a team and be aggressive at the same time, and almost be rewarded for that. A good ride like that is something that a lot of the riders talk about and think about when they get to that race the next year.
Well, Colavito on the front here, trying to slow down the pace of this field. They've got, obviously, Schultz up the road in the breakaway, and so we're seeing a good example of teamwork in the sport of cycling. A lot of people think this is just an individual sport. You come out here and race your bike as fast as you can, but there's a lot of tactics that go in. Let's talk about what's happening here, Tim. Rider with their hand in the air. What's going on?
Well, she's looking for some kind of support from the back. All of these teams have cars in the caravan with their spare bikes, spare wheels, food and water, although I don't believe that they're actually allowed to take a feed just yet. So probably if she has her arm raised, she's looking for some kind of mechanical help. And it's a tough time to do it. You're in these city circuits, there's corners coming. If you need to try and ride next to a car, this is probably the hardest and worst place to do that. It's not a big, long, straight road. So, it kind of depends what she's looking for.
Now, behind the breakaway, you see that blue car. That is Shimano Neutral Support. It's a neutral service car that will support any riders that need it. We can't get cars up from the back of the field to support the breakaway, so each individual team doesn't get to send a car up until it's safe to do so. Until then, we keep a Shimano Neutral Support car at the front of the race, and that'll go with the breakaway. That's the car that you see right there. So they have bikes and wheels that any rider has access to.
It's something that everyone has access to, but whether or not they actually want to take it is the tough part. You actually, a lot of times you'll have a problem and you'll try and ignore it. I think my brakes are rubbing, but I need to follow this move. I feel like my shifting might be going off, and I don't really know, but I can't do anything about it right now. I have to keep going, and that's something you have to struggle with and figure out how are you going to find a solution to that. And something like that, playing in your mind this early in the race is tough. There's still so much racing to go still.
Yeah, you certainly want to stay on your own bike. There are spare bikes on top of the Shimano neutral support car, but it's never going to fit the way that you want it to. They're not going to do a whole lot of adjustments for you before they put you on there.
Yeah, just watching the Giro the other day, there was a bike change with Richie Porte after a crash, and he jumps on his teammate Vasily Karenka's bike, and I think his seat was probably 6 inches too high, and he couldn't even sit on it. He had to stand the whole time. So that's probably worst case scenario. I think the Shimano neutral support will take much better care of all of these riders here in the race today.
Well, Beth Ann Orton taking on some fluids today, trying to stay hydrated. Not too hot out there, Tim, but it is humid out there, and that's going to cause a lot of sweating.
You don't even notice how much you're sweating. I mean, I think anyone, if they're standing in line for a coffee this morning, they're probably sweating. If they're walking from one part of the course to another, they're sweating. But these riders who are pushing so hard out there, definitely draining that tank without realizing how much. It's a struggle to stay hydrated enough. It's a struggle to have the correct nutrition, and that's really what matters when you have a team. If you have riders dedicated solely to making sure that one of their team leaders is fed and hydrated, then that rider is just going to have so much more gas later on in the race.
Daylight today, how much do you think you're going to eat and drink? How many bottles will the average rider go through on, let's say, 120 kilometers of racing?
Well, I think the question is, how much would you like to drink? Because no one, I think, could ever have enough. And, a 100K race, or that would be just about 3 hours for these women. That's a long time, and you could really get a lot of bottles down. We just saw a glimpse of Ali Tetrick there in the back of the peloton. Looks like she does have quite a bit of road rash. Her skin suit there being ripped open, hitting the pavement. It's
trying to chase on there, and we've seen her out of the saddle a couple times on the back. We'll see her as she rolls through. That's her in the orange helmet just at the back of the field. Tetrick obviously feeling that crash from earlier today, and hard to blame her.
You have got to just try and contribute. Your whole team is here. The Optum Kelly Benefits team is here with a great group of racers who have a chance of winning at any point, really. And, she's going to want to try and help out. She's collecting herself and realizing what went on. Maybe my bike needs to be fixed a little bit. Maybe my handlebars are still off. But as soon as that's together, then, if she's a real teammate, which I know she is, then she'll be back up there trying to help out her teammates.
Well, just getting a look there off to the right-hand side in the pink jersey. That's Christy Keeley, the rider that was requesting service earlier that we were talking about. So got whatever she needed, and now going back up to the front for the Fearless Femme Hot Wheels Racing team. Surprised to see Colavita Bianchi spending so much time on the front of the field. I'm surprised that the other teams are letting them control this one, because obviously they're trying to slow this one down with their teammate up the road. That's Jessica Cutler on the front that you see right now. And you can see Jessica soft pedaling. This looks like a group ride out there right now, but that's exactly what she needs to do. This is perfect strategy by Colavita Bianchi.
It fits very well for what they need to do right now. They're leaving town now. They're heading out towards Lookout Mountain. This is a long, straight stretch of road where they can really settle down and get eyeballs on the breakaway. We don't know the exact gap, but we're guessing it's just over a minute right now. It naturally lulls people down. It kind of settles down the group. They've gone through all of these ups and downs and corners with that earlier part of the city circuit, including Kent Street. And now it's just kind of relaxing, figuring out what's happened. These riders don't have radios. They can't tell exactly what's going on. Maybe they don't know if Allison Tetrick is back in the race for Optum Kelly Benefits, and by her going to the front, they can kind of see that. And
this moto right here is going to be the time board. That'll give the riders a time gap up to the three riders up the road. We'll see if that changes the dynamic here. Maybe the riders thought it was a little lower, but doesn't look like anyone's really interested in chasing. You see a couple 2016 presented by Show Air teammates there having a little chat at the front.
I think they're talking about how happy they are that Antono is in the break. It looks like Allison Tetrick
No
now going
way.
on the attack from the back to the front.
Unbelievable. Allison Tetrick goes down in a crash, gets back up, and now continues to roll. This is an unbelievable ride for Tetrick right now, coming back from the crash and then attacking to try to bridge. Now, it looks like one of the Visit Dallas riders is going to try to join her to go up. That'll be great for Visit Dallas, as that's Anna Christensen, who was in the breakaway earlier, trying to have another go of it.
Looks like Megan Garnet there marking that move. Ali Dragoo from 2016, UAC rider as well. So everyone's ready for what's happening here. The road is wide enough where you can see these types of moves start to happen and really start to shape. The road will get even wider now. Maybe there's going to be a counterattack, but trying to keep things active. Looks like Optum Kelly Benefits going again, Brad.
The old 1-2, a classic move coming from the Optum Pro Cycling team right now as Ali Tetrick starts the move, and then they launch another one up the right-hand side, going solo. No one going to be able to get on this wheel, and Tim, this is really what you want to do. You got to get a quick, clean jump away from the field. You can't just roll away.
And you have to keep on that gas. A lot of times you'll see a rider attack and immediately start looking behind. Do I have a gap? Is my gap growing? Is anyone coming? And oftentimes that is such a waste of time and energy, because if you just keep going even for 2 or 3 seconds more than people expect, then you can break that elastic. And these early breakaways are so tough to form. It can take hours to get a breakaway that is the right mix of people, but if you just keep going, Optum Kelly Benefits obviously aggressive, trying to keep things going. It's really, she does need some help here, but at least she's gotten off the front.
A little smile there from Mark Kinsella, the rider on your screen right now, the Optum rider launching. She took a look back, saw that no one was coming, and then I think that was a smile on her face saying, I knew this was going to happen. I knew I was going to get caught out by myself.
Yeah, a smile followed by the, uh-oh. Oh, no, I'm out in the middle of nowhere. And what is she going to do? Is she going to keep going all the way up to this breakaway, or is she going to try and reset and shuffle the cards a little bit more? But you want the field to be aggressive. You want people to try and make a move and bridge up to a rider like that.
Tim, so much of winning a bike race is decision-making. You can be the strongest rider in the world. You can have the best legs in the field, but if you don't know how to use that strength, it's not going to do you any good. And this is a great example for Mark Kinsella. She's at a crossroads right now. She has to decide if she's going to keep going and try to drive up to the breakaway, or if she's going to pull the plug and go back into the field.
Brad, we saw that last year with the way the final few laps worked out in the women's race. Allison Powers was a part of a team that had a couple different cards at play going into the finale, and she was able to be both the strongest but also really one of the smartest because of the way that she won. Someone like Evelyn Stevens or some of the other riders that are up there at the finish, they were throwing bombs and trying to make things happen, but having the ability of being strong and making the right moves really is what brought her those multiple national titles all at once. I mean, it's great for her to have done so well last year. We all were proud and happy to watch her take home that jersey and win the way that she did. She is retired now. We definitely miss her out on the circuit, but a lot of these riders try and emulate those moves, and especially those moves of a rider like Allison Powers.
Well, Beth Ann Orton doing quite a bit of work out here today. This is a super impressive ride for Beth Ann Orton. Again, the other riders in this breakaway, Whitney Schultz is going to be your Cola Vita Bianchi, presented by Fine Cooking Rider, and then Caitlin Antono, the passenger in this group of three, doing her job for 2016, presented by Show Air.
Brad, I spoke to Beth Ann Orton before the time trial the other day. She was looking forward to it. She wanted to try and get a test run under her legs to see how she felt and how she was going to handle the heat and everything here. So I know that she was happy with her form. She was happy with the time trial she had. I think that now that she's in the breakaway, she's just using that knowledge of doing the time trial. And, we saw great numbers in the time trial. I think there were more than 40 women racing the TT compared to just 20 for the men. And I think that says a lot for what the riders expect out of a national championships weekend. They want to be a part of everything. They want to practice their time trials. They want to be up there to try and learn from the best. They want to be on the same course and, go back and look at the splits and figure out how I did on the first lap versus the second lap. I think Beth was very happy with her time trial, and now she's being able to show what she learned the other day here on Monday morning at the U.S. National Championship Road Race.
Mark Kinsella taking a little opportunity here to get some food and water into her as we go back with the breakaway. Here's the feeding that we were talking about earlier, Tim. That's going to be a team car coming up and just dropping off a bottle, maybe some bars, but they probably start the day with bars and gels in their back pockets.
Typically, you'd have someone start a race with as much as they need. You know, they have as much food as they can carry in their pockets. About a 3-hour race like this, you probably won't be eating a couple sandwiches, but you'll definitely have a few gels and a few other pieces of nutrition in there. But really getting the fluids is what needs to happen. There's so much humidity, like we talked about, the heat. I think it's going to be 86 or 87 degrees today. And there's not a ton of wind right now, so really these riders are just baking. I think when they start this climb of Lookout, which they've just gone on to the early slopes, some of the steepest stuff, you just start to melt. You know, you feel like the trees are kind of coming in on you. It might be the shade, but it does feel like the jungle.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see this gap start to come down here as they are now on the Lookout Mountain climb. As you said, you make that turn, it's flat coming out of the city, but as soon as you hit that climb, it's up, up, up.
This is really tough right here. It does go straight up. There's a couple of the earlier pitches are some of the worst, but they do save the best for last because that final KOM pitch is the toughest. Does look like Beth Ann Orton is having a little bit of a hard time here on these early slopes. She was so strong in the flats. If she's able to keep that pace up and steady, she might be able to stay on this, but looks like Schultz has found her best part of the course, and she's really setting the pace here.
Yeah, I just wonder if Beth Ann Orton was anticipating having a little bit of trouble here and trying to get away, trying to open up a little bit of time. So we are on the Lookout Mountain climb. Tim, we're going to send you back out onto course. I know you got some stuff to do with our friends from Volkswagen. Thanks again for being with us. I hope you'll join us later in the day.
You got it. Love to be here, Brad. Thanks.
All right, so Beth Ann Orton has been dropped. It's now down to Whitney Schultz, the Colavita Bianchi rider, along with Caitlin Antonow from the 2016 presented by Show Air team, down to just 2 riders away off the front. Beth Ann Orton going backwards. Meanwhile, behind this group, Maura Kinsella should be making her way up for the Optum Pro Cycling team. You'll see her in the orange and black. So there's a good look at Kinsella trying to make her way up. We'll try and get a better idea of what the gap is, both from her back to the field and from her up to the breakaway. Right now being joined by someone who knows a rider in the breakaway well, Nicola Cranmer, the team principal at the 2016 presented by Show Air team. Nicola, welcome.
Hello and happy Memorial Day to everybody out there. It's an honor to be here in Chattanooga, Tennessee. I absolutely love this town, and so far, it's a pretty exciting race.
You got to be pretty happy with the situation here. Caitlin Antonow not doing any pulling on the flat section. Obviously, her job to just kind of sit on this breakaway. You guys have the largest team here. Talk about how that played into your strategy today.
Well, obviously, yes, we have 9 athletes here, and, you know, it's going to be a numbers game for us. And we were, you know, one of our goals was to just cover moves in the beginning. Katie Antonow, she's been with our program since she was a junior athlete, and she's, you know, former U23 national champion, and she's a rider to not be underestimated. She's like 5'0", and they call her the honey badger for a reason. She's tough.
Yeah, she's a great climber as well, and looking comfortable right now. What do you think the situation is back in the field? We didn't see a whole lot of chasing early on, but I imagine that's going to change on Lookout Mountain.
Yeah, I imagine already. I'm not sure where they are at the moment. I think they're probably at the base of the climb, and I'm sure the attacks have started already. Or at least if they're not attacking, they've definitely put the pressure on. The climbers will be at the front and, you know, obviously wanting to get to the top of this climb first. This is going to, you know, change the race situation after this first climb.
Well, this is Maura Kinsella, who went off the front on the flat section before they hit the bottom of the climb. Looks like she's going to pull the plug here as certainly that gap coming down, so she'll probably be reabsorbed here. Chances of a counterattack coming out of this field. You think we'll see anyone jump out once Kinsella is caught?
Yeah, most likely. They might wait a little bit, but chances are no. It's going to happen pretty quickly. I think there'll be some fireworks.
Well, Whitney Schultz still riding on the front. Caitlin Antono, you see, just popping out to the side there without giving away too much. I know the riders can't hear us now, but Caitlin Antono, is she going to try and stay away all day today?
She'll try. I mean, she's out there to do a job, and, you know, she's feeling really good, and she's really coming into form right now. She took a break after a cyclocross season, and, you know, she's a smart rider, but you know, we have a couple of plans, so we'll see what happens.
Gap right now, 1 minute and 10 seconds up to the two riders in the breakaway as Kinsella just about to get caught here. Again, not a whole lot of action on the front of the field. You see them spread out all over the road. No one really taking charge early on, but we still have a lot of racing to go. This is only the first time up Lookout Mountain, as they will be doing this twice today, and Kent Street in this loop as well.
Yeah, it's about a 15-minute climb, and so I think they're just kind of checking each other out right now and seeing who's going to make that first move. But when that move goes, it's going to be game on.
Did your team recon this climb? How much time did you guys spend on Lookout Mountain in the days leading up to our national championships?
The team is actually staying up on Lookout Mountain at the Garden Inn, which is a fantastic place. It's super quiet, and so they've been living on the mountain for the last week. So yes, they've been up and down that road many times.
And they know it well.
They know
Nicola,
it well.
We were talking about the cars earlier. You have Mari Holden in your car today. What's it been like working with her over the last couple years?
Oh, it's been amazing. Mari, you know, she's former Olympic silver medalist and world champion, multi-time national champion for the time trial. And I was knocking on her door years ago trying to get her back in the car, getting her involved in women's cycling. She had so much to offer, and finally she said yes, and it's been great working with her. This is her second year as the director for 2016 presented by ShoAir, and she's doing a great job. She gets a lot out of the athletes. They're highly motivated by her. They love working for her.
Well, another look here at Schultz and Antono, your two leaders on the road right now. Probably about halfway up Lookout Mountain by now, and you can see it is an unrelenting climb. There's really no flat section until you get to the top and make the way on the descent down. Nikki, if it does rain, it's going to be a tough descent. Was there any discussion about that this morning with the 2016 team?
Yeah, we been looking at the Doppler closely. Last time I looked, it looked like it would rain a little bit later for the men's race, unfortunately. We're hoping that the roads stay dry, but all of our girls, you know, they race on zip tires and they handle the wet really well. So, and they're very confident descenders and can handle the rain, so it won't be a problem.
Which climb do you think is more important today, Lookout Mountain or Kent Street? Where do you think we see the winning move made today?
Well, you know, before right now, I was definitely thinking Lookout Mountain, and I actually thought that the pressure would have been on a lot earlier, but I think it's going to happen pretty soon. I still think it will be Lookout Mountain, though, on the second lap, if not coming up here pretty soon. I can see a lot of the climbers definitely moving to the front and looking at each other.
Yeah, this is the catch being made right now. That's Maura Kinsella going back into the group for the Optum Pro Cycling team. Tried to make the bridge attempt, didn't get any help from the other riders in the field, and she decided to go back in. She'll take a little time to recover and then try again. As you pointed out, Nicola, all the big climbers on the front. That looks like Evie Stevens there, Taylor Wiles on the far left-hand side of your screen. Tough situation for Taylor Wiles. No teammates, riding solo here for the Velocio SRAM team. She's going to have to change her tactics up a little bit to deal with that situation.
Yeah, you know, that's a tough position to be in, and there's a lot of girls that she'll be looking at. It's hard to pick one to follow. Yeah, she obviously can't pick, you know, several. So, yeah, she's in a tough spot, but she's a smart girl, great climber. You know, she's just a really tenacious rider, so she'll be on the lookout.
Yeah, on the flip side of that, there certainly are going to be some advantages to being a solo rider. I would imagine a lot of riders in this field are going to be looking to your team to do some pulling if a breakaway does get away. Obviously not now with Caitlin Antono in the breakaway, but with 9 riders in this race, you guys kind of have the unofficial responsibility of bringing back breakaways.
Yeah, certainly that would be true, but I think we've done a really good job of covering all the moves so far to make sure we are in every breakaway, and we'll continue to do that through the race.
Well, Caitlin Antono taking a look back there, just trying to see if the field is coming into sight. Riders just tapping away at the tempo. Schultz looks like she's putting in a big effort on the front right now. You can see the shoulders starting to rock back and forth. She is pushing hard. And Caitlin looking back quite a bit here.
Yeah, she's, I don't know if they're getting time splits right now, but yeah, she's wondering how much pressure she should put on right now, how close are the climbers. I'd just like to give a shout out to Colavita. They've been a sponsor of women's cycling for many years, and it's really appreciated. Sponsors are, you know, really hard to come by, and they've stuck in the sport for quite a few years.
One of the longest running teams in the American peloton, that Celeste green jersey with their Bianchi bikes as well.
Yep, absolutely.
And trying to get a new time check on our two riders up the road, trying to see if this gap is growing or shrinking. I would guess that we're going to see these riders losing time to the field. Typically, the peloton can climb a little bit faster than a pair of breakaway riders. Good look at some of our Chattanooga fans there.
Yeah, they're awesome. The fans in Chattanooga are always just great, and especially out on Lookout Mountain. I was up there last night, and they were already setting up camp on the hill. So, yeah, it should be just great for the athletes to come through the crowds and feel the great vibes of the spectators.
Well, already seeing some riders going off the back of the field. Just the first time up Lookout Mountain. They'll be making their way back down into downtown Chattanooga to hit that Kent Street climb and then come back up to Lookout Mountain for the second of two ascents up this climb. Gap right now, 50 seconds for our two riders up the road right now, so it is coming down just a little bit. I'm impressed with these two, though. Whitney Schultz is having an incredible ride on the front here. Obviously, Caitlin not contributing to this one, but staying with it. She's going to be very, very fresh here.
Yeah, Katie's, you know, she was doing what she was asked to do, and doing a good job at that. I am surprised that the gap hasn't come down a little bit more, but the climbers are all looking at each other.
I was talking with Tim Johnson earlier about how tough it is to just stick to your role when you're in a situation like this. Whitney Schultz has got to be begging Katie Antono to do a little bit of work, but you just have to say, look, I got a job and I got to stick to it.
Yep, Katie has a responsibility today, and you know there's a team plan, and it's a challenge when you have 9 riders. Any one of them could win the race, and you know we set out a team plan and a goal. It is a race for opportunity, though. National Championships is a little bit different than your typical race. We do give a little more latitude, but it's built within the plan, so everybody sticks to the plan.
Again, we are on Twitter. I'm Brad Soner, being joined by Nicola Cranmer, the owner of the 2016 presented by Show Air team, the team of Caitlin Antono in the breakaway right now. 1K to the top of this climb, 1K to the KOM. There are KOM points available. We have a KOM competition here at the U.S. Professional Road National Championship, so that might factor into the KOM competition for these two because they're going to pick up our top 2 points.
Yeah, certainly will. That wasn't in our plan to focus on the KOM. We like to have one goal when we go into a race. It keeps it simple. Eating a Tootin' Bird actually taught Kristen Armstrong that many years ago and transferred it over to our program.
We were talking earlier about the team racing together. How do these riders balance who's going to be the team leader today? Because obviously everybody wants the Stars and Stripes jersey. It's got to be tough for these riders to put their personal ambition aside and race for the team.
It is. It's one of the biggest challenges. I think, you know, cycling is called a team sport, but the winner is the only one rewarded. It kind of baffles people from other sports, like Barry Bonds from baseball, when he became a sponsor of the team and we explained to him, you know, how this works. They go to the Olympics or they go to World Championships, but only one person gets a medal. He was pretty baffled by that. So it's a unique situation to have a team race for one individual, and only the individual is rewarded.
Well, obviously everybody wants to be the national champion, wants to be the big star of the race, but I would imagine for you as a team director, seeing a rider who can stick to their role, that's just as valuable as having a rider who can win a race.
Absolutely. You know, if you have a team that's just full of people that want to win all the time, you're not going to be successful. So, you know, there's younger riders on the team that are looking to work hard for their team leader, and they respect that role, and, you know, we respect that role too. And I know, you know, USA Cycling's watching this race as well, and the world selection, there's still a few spots open, and it's not just about the winner of the race. It's about an individual that can sacrifice everything they have to help work for the common goal of the win.
Already seeing some carnage at the back of this field. We're down to can't be more than 20 riders at the front. Both of the Bulls Dolmans riders are there. That's going to be Evie Stevens along with Megan Garnier, her teammate. I believe that's Amber Neben, the Visit Dallas rider there on the left-hand side. Taylor Wiles in the mix as well. And then you have a pair of 2016 presented by, make that 3 2016 presented by Show Air riders up there. Looks like Ali Dragoo, one of those riders off to the right-hand side.
Yeah, and of course, Kristen Armstrong just checking out the situation, moving out to the left of the road. You know, another rider, Corinne Rivera, she's known to be a sprinter, but she started climbing really well in the last year. So she's still there, which is really impressive.
So should be just about to the top of the KOM now. You saw that 1K to go marker, and that pretty much is the summit of the climb. That gap probably a little below 50 seconds right now. That was our last check over race radio, as it looks like that car may be coming out of the gap. That's typically a bad sign. So here it is. Great look at the field after just one time up Lookout Mountain. Already the first selection has been made. Now these riders, Nicola, that are still in the image, I imagine they'll be able to chase back on the descent.
Yeah, it's a good descent for chasing. It can be dangerous. You have to know the road really well, but you can definitely chase back on. And then also when you get to the bottom, we've seen chase groups get back to the lead group along the bottom. So yeah, all is not lost for those riders that are in the second group right now. Might be a different story the second time up the hill, but right now, yes, they can get back into the group.
Who do you think the biggest threat on this climb is in terms of pure climbers today? Who do you think has the best chance of attacking out of this group of what we'll say is 20 riders? Obviously, I would imagine everybody in here has got to be a threat. There's a lot of favorites in this race.
Yeah, you know, it's a different kind of race without someone like Mara Abbott, who is an exceptional climber. She can usually put quite a lot of time into most of these girls on a longer climb like this. But yeah, you've got Evie Stevens, you've got Taylor Wiles, Kristen Armstrong, Andrea Dvorak. I mean, there's quite a few good climbers that are in the same range ability.
75K to go now. Back with our two leaders, Whitney Schultz on the front in the Gillette jersey for the Colavita Bianchi squad. And, of course, Caitlin Antoneau sitting second wheel for the 2016 presented by Show Air team. This is the descent, so they've made their way up and over the climb right now. How's Caitlin as a descender?
She's great. Her bike skills are very good. She's, races cyclocross as well, and she's very comfortable on the bike. She won't have a problem going down this hill. Caitlin Antoneau is also a Marian University graduate. We have a few of them on the team. That college has a great cycling program. We've looked at a lot of athletes that have come through their program, and actually a lot of our junior athletes have been recruited into the Marian program. So, if you're a cyclist looking for a great education, it's a great pathway to education through Marian University. And a lot of the other colleges in the U.S. now, too, are offering scholarships for cycling.
Yeah, we've seen collegiate cycling just blow up over the last few years. Marian University, really that powerhouse program that I think kind of drove a lot of that growth, putting other schools on notice, and they're kind of starting to improve their programs as well. I believe Ali Dragoo, another Marian University rider.
And Corinne Rivera from United Healthcare. Yeah, it's important. It's, after a junior athlete graduates from the junior ranks, there's only one place to go, and that's the professional ranks, and that's a huge jump. So if they are in a collegiate program, it's really helpful. We have many girls over the 10 years of our team's existence that have been in college and raced as a part of our professional program as well.
Nicola, you have a very strong junior program on the 2016 presented by Show Air team. How early do you start looking at riders? Obviously, you're at all the junior national championships. Do you see riders at 12, 13, 14 years old do you think might be good additions to the team?
Yeah, we look at a lot of different things when we look at junior riders. Our youngest recruit was 8 years old. And she actually met Kristen Armstrong when she was 3 years old at the Nature Valley Grand Prix in Minnesota. And she became a Kristen Armstrong fan and decided she wanted to be a bike racer. So when she turned 8, we brought her into the program. And that's Veronica Church. That's one athlete that, she's a good athlete, but more than that, she really contributes to her community. She's raised over $35,000 for kids with cancer in Minnesota. And, she started doing that when she was 8 years old. So it's not just about winning bike races, it's about being a great ambassador in your community.
Well, Veronica, on the low end of the age spectrum, let's take a minute to talk about Kristen Armstrong. Coming out of retirement, winning the time trial on Saturday with an amazing ride. She didn't do as well at Tour of California as I think she hoped that she would. What was her mindset coming into this one? Was she nervous at all that she had maybe lost the top end?
She was more nervous going into California after retiring. And she's a mother, and she works at St. Luke's Hospital in Boise, Idaho, in community health. She had nothing to compare herself to except her power meter. And there's nothing like actually doing a race. And that was her first time trial, literally since the London Olympics, where she won a gold medal. So she was very nervous going into it, and with the course change. But, when you look at it, she had an incredible race, just being 7 seconds off the top spot at the podium. And having not raced since 2012, her coach Jim Miller really got her going to a perfect spot for nationals. She coming into it was pretty nervous, but I was in the car following her, and she looked great. She was attacking the turns. She's very detail oriented, and she'd done her homework on that course, and it was a great course for her. So she's ecstatic with the win, and that was the pathway that we wanted to get to World Championships in Richmond this year in Virginia.
Got to imagine having a two-time Olympic gold medalist on the team is a pretty good addition for some of the younger riders. Certainly a lot to learn from Kristen.
Yeah, it's, mentoring is a big part of our program, and we try and create pods of athletes where our juniors are located. So there's usually typically a professional athlete and 1 or 2 juniors in the same area, so we can really work on mentoring. But yeah, she brings a lot to the program.
All right, so this is just off the descent now. That's pretty much the end of the descending. It'll flatten out here just a little bit as they make their way along this parkway and back down into town. You see Whitney Schultz there taking on some food and water. Eating and drinking is going to be incredibly important today, especially the water. What were you advising your riders before the start? I imagine there was a lot of reminders about making sure that they kept hydrated.
Yeah, it's one of the things that it's really challenging to get the athletes to hydrate and to eat during a race, especially, a race with a lot of climbs and so much on the line like the national championships here. When we had race radios back in the day, it was easy to remind the girls and, used to say, don't forget to eat and drink. And they're like, okay, oh yeah. But yeah, this is a long race. 70 miles or 69 miles is not typical. So, yeah, this is a real true test today, and, we'll get a great national champion out of this race if they fuel themselves properly.
Incredible speeds out here on the descent. They'll easily hit 50 miles an hour on the way down off of Lookout Mountain today. The average on the flats will be probably right around 30 miles an hour. Good guess there?
Yep, sounds about right.
Well, this is making their way into downtown Chattanooga. Again, they're going to hit that Kent Street climb once again, and that'll put a sting in the legs, especially after that first time up Lookout Mountain. This is where you really kind of take inventory of yourself, and you start to think, boy, I wonder if I have it. I wonder if I can make it for the rest of the day. We are seeing the gap coming down. That is the group behind them, so it looks like this one's going to come back before they make their way up Lookout Mountain one more time. But this won't be the last breakaway of the day that we see. There's got to be a counterattack once these riders get caught.
Yeah, the next time up Lookout, it's definitely going to have to explode. There'll be a selection made. I'm really surprised there's as many riders together as they are now. I don't know if anyone's feeling confident enough to just attack and put themselves out there on that climb.
This is the moment that Caitlin Antoneau has been waiting for since she moved into the breakaway. Finally has those riders in sight. Meanwhile, back in our peloton, riders regrouping back in the field, having a little conversation with the teammates, and looks like trying to kind of come together with the teammates as well. You look for your teammates and just try and work out the strategy, the next move here.
Yeah, when you go over a climb that's about 15 minutes long and then you're descending on a really fast descent, it's really challenging to know where your teammates are. And as you can see, the riders were just kind of looking around, seeing who's left and what the next move is.
Well, we've already lost some riders out of the group. This is the first selection of the day. And right around 20 riders remaining. If you miss this move, it's only going to get harder from here as they make their way to Kent Street and then again up Lookout Mountain one more time. So back with our two leaders, Whitney Schultz, Caitlin Antoneau. Made the break just before they went up Lookout Mountain, but now it looks like the gap's starting to come down. They did go over 1 minute at one point today, but the field's slowly reeling that one back in. Caitlin Antoneau cannot wait to get caught.
Yeah, she'll, you know, she's paying attention. She's seeing how close they are. She'll continue to sit on and then just tuck into the pack when the catch is made.
How about Whitney Schultz, though, putting in a great effort on the front here. She's basically, this is basically a solo ride for Whitney Schultz, obviously with Antoneau not contributing to this one. This is, I believe that's Kristen Armstrong on the front right now.
Yep, followed by Lauren Kamansky and Andrea Dvorak. Looks like we have a good group that made it over the climb the first time.
Yeah, Nicola, are you happy with the situation? I think you guys have, maybe UHC might give you a run for your money, but the most riders in this group.
Yeah, we do. Yeah, this is a good situation for us for sure. I think, you know, there might be, it's still a pretty big group, but we definitely have, can't tell, maybe 6 in that group.
Well, it looks like these are going to be the final moments for the breakaway. There goes Antoneau back off into the group. She's going to leave Whitney Schultz all alone. Schultz looks like maybe trying to drive here, but now she realizes that this one's going to come back. And we are all back together here in Chattanooga for the Volkswagen USA Cycling Professional Road National Championships as the 2016 presented by Show Air Army takes over on the front here.
Well, that's good to see from my perspective for sure. And they're going to drive and make sure that some of those stragglers that couldn't make it up the climb with the first group can't get back on.
How much input does someone like Kristen Armstrong have to the other riders right now? Do you have a leader on the road? Is there a director among the riders?
We do. Actually, our leader is Carmen Small today. And depending what the situation was, our second leader would be Kristen Armstrong.
Well, I'm glad you're here to see that because this is a pretty impressive ride from the 2016 presented by Show Air team. Again, I'm being joined by Nicola Cranmer, the team principal of the 2016 presented by Show Air squad, the team that you just saw all over the front. Right now, looking at the United Healthcare team in the blue and white, I got to imagine that was one of the favorites coming into today. That'll be one of the teams that you guys are marking.
Oh, yeah, for sure. I mean, you know, they have, it looks like they have 4 riders actually in this group still, and we do have the numbers, but you can't underestimate United Healthcare. They've got some great riders like Katie Hall, and you know Katie has learned how to finish off a race too. So it's not just about the climb.
But looking like a World Tour lead out right now with the team on the front, driving the pace. Nicola, is the goal here to try to drop riders out of this group? Are they trying to keep it tough to see if they can get any riders on the rivet to lose contact?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, they're driving it. They want to make sure nobody connects from behind, and you know they're trying to lose as many people as possible this next go around.
Well, there is Taylor Wiles in the group, the solo Velocio SRAM rider. Believe that's Amanda Miller for Pepper Palace. And that's going to be Megan Garnier on the front. And already seeing gaps forming, though. This is probably exactly what you want to see with 2016 presented by Show Air driving on the front. Those small gaps that form behind, forcing the other riders to burn a match, use an effort, and try to bridge up to close that gap.
Yeah, you know, when you're controlling the pace, it's a lot easier than reacting to a pace. And Kristen Armstrong right now is in time trial mode on the front. And, you know, that's a hard pace to match if you're not ready for it. But all of our girls are on the same page and they know what their job is right now. And it's just a lot easier to execute that and having to react to something like this.
Got to imagine a lot of riders in the field right now saying, you got to be kidding me. A two-time Olympian, the current national time trial champion, driving on the front. She's been pulling here since the team came together on the front. This is a huge pull for Kristen Armstrong.
Yeah, you know, she's used to these kind of efforts, and as you can see right now, she's just rolling off, and one of the other girls will take over. But yeah, these girls have been training together a lot and also doing some team time trial practice, and it looks like what they're doing right now. You know, there are winds out there that you can't really see, but this is another tactic as well, is just, you know, driving it into the winds, hoping to drop some riders. And as you can see, there's riders losing contact.
Yeah, this is exactly what the goal is for these riders on the front. Not going to be many riders left here. If you were in trouble on the climb, you're certainly in a little more trouble now. This is pretty much the worst thing that could happen for riders that aren't feeling so great trying to hang on at the back.
Yeah. And, you know, if you are right at the back, I mean, you do get draft, but you also have that yo-yo effect when you're going around the technical sections of this course.
That was Abigail Mickey, the United Healthcare rider that we just saw there, getting out of the saddle, trying to hold on, trying to maintain contact. Nicola, it's very important to be in the draft of the rider in front of you. You talked about you get a little bit of a draft if you're off the back, but you really want to close that gap down as soon as possible.
Definitely. I mean, it could be much as a 30% savings if you're on the wheel close to the front. So yeah, I mean, if you're in that position, you're saving energy heading into the climbs. You're in a good spot.
Well, on their way into downtown Chattanooga now. You guys have been spending some time here in downtown Chattanooga. What a great city. What a great place to enjoy time both on the bike and off the bike. It's a great outdoor recreation city, but they've got great culture downtown as well.
They do. And, you know, I took a look around the old train depot, and it's a really neat place to go. And if you haven't gone already, check it out. Great restaurants, and I love the Southern hospitality. Everyone is super friendly, and yeah, I'm really impressed with the city of Chattanooga.
So the riders just making their way pretty close to the start-finish right now in downtown Chattanooga. I think it looks like 7 2016 presented by Show Air riders on the front here. So only 2 of your riders not making it up to the front. Is this something you anticipated? Did you think that you'd have 7 riders remaining after that first ascent up Lookout Mountain?
To be honest, no. But a couple of our riders that are coming back from injury, like Jessica Serra, you know, we didn't know where she would be coming into this race. And typically she's a great climber. And, yeah, she's doing well.
Well, Kristen Armstrong back on the front here. You can see the world champion stripes on her sleeves leading the way as they make their way. Now heading out, they're going to head over this bridge. Talk about that metal grate. Was there any discussion about that on one of the bridges? If it does get wet, they have an alternate side that the riders are going to be using. It's very slippery there, and this is exactly what you guys wanted. See those 4 riders off the back. Perfect situation for 2016 presented by Show Air. -4 out of the group right now.
Yeah, we're kind of everybody's worst nightmare right now, but this is looking great, and you know, as you can see, they're on their felt bicycles, which is equipped by SRAM and Zip wheels, and they're using their Quark power meters, which will also be fun to look at after this race and see what kind of watts that these girls are doing together.
Riders trying to stay cool as well. We'll see a lot of riders dumping water bottles on their head, just trying to get a little bit of evaporative cooling today. Not going to be too hot out there. Shouldn't go over 90 degrees today, but the humidity is certainly going to be a factor.
Yeah, it is. A lot of these girls are used to the heat, but, you know, some aren't, and there's different ways of preparing for a race like this where there's going to be humidity, you know, and they're well equipped and well prepared.
All right, well, as we hit the reset button, Nicola, we're going to send you back out to the course. I know you got some work to do for the 2016 presented by Show Air team. You're going to want to cheer your girls on here on the front. Thanks for being with us. Things looking good for you guys right now.
Yes, thank you. And thank you, USA Cycling, for hosting this incredible race in Chattanooga, Tennessee.
All right, that is Nicola Cranmer, the team owner of the 2016 presented by Show Air squad, the dominant team so far here at our Volkswagen USA Cycling Professional Road National Championships. This is the bridge that we were talking about earlier. You see that metal grate. That is going to get very, very slippery if it does get wet. But again, we are thinking that it's going to be dry for most of the day today, at least for the women's race. You can see those gray clouds off in the distance, ominous, waiting for the riders, as I'm sure our pro men are watching this one as well.
Through the start finish line, they'll still have one more time to go up Lookout Mountain.
Yeah, an hour and 25 minutes into this race now, controlled by the 2016 presented by Show Air Squad on the front. As they continue to make their way around here, looking at these live pictures, setting up single file, as we talked about before, the shape of the peloton indicating how hard they're going as they begin that 10th Street Hill climb. And it is a 2016 presented by Show Air affair as they power their way up. Over that Volkswagen logo there, you can see making their way across. Remember, all weekend long on Twitter, you're posting up pictures, any of your memories from this great weekend of racing. Make sure to use the hashtag VW4Cycling up and over the 10th Street Hill climb. And for the most part, the teams are pretty much together. They'll make the hard right-hander here right now.
Well, as long as the entire team of 2016.
Well, our riders making it up and over Kent Street one more time as they are making their way back out to Lookout Mountain. We were talking with Tim Johnson earlier today. He's going to be joining us a little bit later, coming back into the booth. We talked about Tim and his friend Tanner Faust having a chance to take a Volkswagen out on the course today. They got a great course preview. Let's take a look at that.
Hey, I'm Tim Johnson here in downtown Chattanooga, and I'm here to show my friend Tanner Faust the course for the 2015 Volkswagen US National Championships in the road race.
I saw the hills out there. You guys are crazy. That's why I brought this.
Actually, I'm gonna take that. I'm driving. It's gonna be a really tough course. It's 111 miles for the men and 69 miles for the women.
Do you ride over this?
Yeah, a metal grate bridge on a bicycle is one of the scariest things that we do. As we get closer to Kent Street, this is one of the hardest parts of the course.
Yeah.
And so I really thought it'd be a good idea for you to experience that yourself.
Do you mean I get to drive?
Yeah, you totally get to drive.
Hey, can I get a bike for Tanner over here? You suck.
Sorry, buddy.
Let's do this.
Come on, buddy, go, go, go! Come on! Nice.
You suck.
Good work.
You suck.
So as you go through, you see start-finish line. You've just left a few minutes before. The rest of the loop is actually where all the action happens. You see Lookout Mountain in front of you, and now we're starting to get up to the base of it. And you know that the next 8 to 10 minutes is gonna be painful. It really kicks you right in the teeth right at the start of the climb. So in the race, they're gonna do 4 small laps downtown, 4 big laps, and then 3 final laps. So what that really means is that they will do this climb 4 times, and they're gonna see Kent Street 7 times. So this descent that we're starting here is
we are up there.
very, very fast and very dangerous. So
But how fast are you going on the bike down here?
at least 50 miles an hour.
What?
As a max.
50 around these
And
corners?
I'd say 35 to 40 in these corners because you'll definitely slow down.
I'm a factor 7 motion sick right now. So we've just done our first lap, let's say, over Lookout Mountain. We're coming back down through here. how much of the race is left?
You have to do that 3 more times and the finish circuits. And that's all in the battle for the U.S. National Championships here in Chattanooga.
Insane. There's a bigger place up here if you can drop me off. That'd be great.
Well, not a bad way to see the course, making it up Lookout Mountain in that Volkswagen. Again, that was Tim Johnson along with Tanner Faust taking a course preview. Back with Frankie Andreu in the booth, who had a chance to preview the course on 2 wheels yesterday with our friends. Frankie, how'd that ride go?
No, that was a tough one. Haven't done Lookout Mountain is not easy, that's for sure. And so when you're coming from the Detroit area and surviving a Detroit winter that's dead flat and not used to ride, no, it was tough. But for these riders, you know, the climb is as tough as depending on the speed that they go. And you saw last lap, it looked like the main field, they were actually going at a pretty good clip with Megan Garnier and Evelyn Stevens and other riders kind of pushing the pace. I mean, they chopped down the lead almost completely going up the climb and on the descent they came. But this is the story here, which is 2016 presented by Shore. The entire team riding on the front, almost doing like a massive 1-lap lead out. And for a while I was trying to think, and I have up on stage, we didn't get the numbers yet or confirmation of who's maybe missing from this group. Maybe they're trying to prevent somebody from chasing back up, but I can't figure out who it is right now.
Yeah, we were chatting with Nicola Cranmer earlier, the owner of that team, basically just saying that they're trying to prevent riders from catching back on. Once they drop riders on the climb, they want to make sure that no one has the opportunity to catch back on, and that they're really just trying to whittle this down slowly but surely and make sure that it doesn't come back together. But you're a little surprised to see this much pressure on the front this early. Again, still a lot of racing remaining out there.
A lot of racing remaining, and this is a lot of riders that are putting out a huge amount of effort already coming off Lookout Mountain. So you could say they've almost done a lap. How much longer are they going to continue to do this? Because once they reach the climb, there's only going to be a couple riders left, and so they're not going to have as many numbers to respond to whatever attacks that might be happening. So they're really putting it out on the line right now. And you know, I'm sure Carmen Small is probably waiting. Kristen Armstrong could be waiting. They're just consistently pushing a hard pace.
2016 presented by ShoAir, kind of taking a page out of the playbook of United Healthcare, who is typically the team that we see putting the train on the front. But 2016 going all hands on deck here. We even saw Ali Dragoo solo off the front there, just riding so hard. I think she kind of got a gap. Now they're starting to slow down a little bit. I think that was a reminder there. Everyone make sure you're eating and drinking. You see everyone taking on a gel and a bar here.
No, it's a 70-mile race, so you have to eat and drink. And it's humid. It's very humid outside. The sun's not out. I mean, it kind of goes on and off. So, but it's very humid, and you make sure to need to eat and drink. But small group, 25 women. They're going to come across the finish line. They're going to head out. When they go up Lookout Mountain, the climbers are going to attack. They're not going to sit around waiting for a sprint. They know there's still some very fast riders in this group. Carmen Small, Corin Rivera, they're going to have to attack when they get to Lookout Mountain. And right now, 2016, they've ridden hard for almost a lap. Right now, they're going to sit back maybe and try to reassess the situation, because that long lead out was a huge effort by many of the riders.
Well, this is going to be the run into the finish. These are the final few turns before they make their way back to the line. Good look at our Volkswagen VIP car. That wouldn't be a bad ride to be in today. Nice view of the race, and they'll have a chance to drop back and see some of the riders during the day.
Well, I'd like to go in that GWC Beetle, 500 horsepower, and whip up Lookout Mountain. I think I'd be more comfortable going up it than going down it. I think I'd be scared going down it with that much horsepower.
Yeah, that descent is certainly not an easy descent on a bike, especially on a car, and you got to be real careful on the way down.
Well, 2016, they're riding on the front.
Yeah,
it's a safe position, right? And they're just comfortable now, just kind of talking about like, hey, you know, what's our game plan? What are we going to do? And trying to figure it all out. As you can see, the riders on the front right now deciding, and Kristen Armstrong.
Look how small this group is, Frankie. Really down to
25.
Yeah, 25 riders remaining in this field. We started the day with a group of 76 starters on the line, and now down to just 25. That is thanks in part to the efforts of these riders on the front right here, as Kristen Armstrong kind of Having a little chat with the team now. I was talking with Nicola earlier. She said Kristen is not going to be the leader on the road. It's Carmen Small that is really kind of directing the team out there on the front.
Well, and Carmen Small, second in the time trial. Fantastic ride by her. So she's strong. She's fast. She can make it over the climb. It's just going to depend on how hard, Megan Garner, Evelyn Stevens, Taylor Wiles, some of these other riders make it on Lookout Mountain. And that's really what this race is going to come down to. Even despite they have the finishing laps at the end, the 3 finishing laps, which is a long way, they're going to attack on that Lookout Mountain. And so right now you can see, like you said, small group. And I mentioned this earlier. As long as 2016 is riding on the front, everybody else, they're going to sit.
Yeah.
They will be comfortable sitting. They're not going to attack. The speed is high. They're like, keep working. Everybody here is going to sit, and they'll be comfortable, and they're going to wait until they get to the climb and then decide what they're going to do. And a lot of it, what they're going to do on the climb will depend on what pace is set at the bottom of the climb.
Frankie, is there the possibility that 2016 has gone too hard too early here, maybe using up too many of their riders early in the race? They're not going to be able to support their other riders a little later.
I think it's a strong possibility that they've done a lot of effort, a lot of work early on. And so if that pace, we're going to find out. When we get to Lookout Mountain and we go up it, when they attack, there's a good point because of the work that they did. There could be 5 or 6 2016 riders that don't make that split. And then you have 3 finishing laps, and when everybody starts attacking, you're not going to have those numbers, which you just mentioned. Very possible.
56 kilometers of racing to go now as they just made their way back through the start-finish line. You can see the cars that have now moved in behind these riders. Those are going to be the team support cars that we were talking about earlier, providing mechanical support for the riders if they have any problems, but also the directors in the car. Frankie, you've been a team director as well, back in these cars, kind of talking to your riders. How much strategy can you give the riders in a race like this, or at this point, is it pretty much just encouragement?
No, you definitely, at the start of the race, there's definitely tactics and strategy, and there's definitely tactics and strategy going on right now. I mean, 2016 is just not riding on the front because they need a hard training day. I mean, somebody told them, and they gave them a reason why. And that's part of the reason to get the team to believe in it. You really have to give them a reason why. You can't just say ride on the front. So they have a reason why. They might, keeping it like this to prevent anybody from attacking, prevent anybody from getting up the road, because they want to keep this group together, perhaps to be able to keep it together for Carmen Small when they come to the finish. But it's a long ways out to be able to do that. The rest of the riders, when they go back and get their water bottles, they'll be getting directions from their team car saying, look, as long as these riders are going to ride in the front and keep going, you sit in and do nothing. And then they might tell, somebody else, when you get to the climb, then you're going to launch and tack and see how many of these girls you can spit out the back because they've been doing work all day long. So there's definitely a lot of different strategy that's occurring, even on the flat section leading towards the climb.
Yeah, no race radios allowed in the race today, so the only communication that these riders will have with the team is when they go back into the field. Might be able to get some information from staff members on the side of the road. You might be able to yell maybe a time split or something like that as they roll through a static position, maybe at the start-finish line. But I would imagine most of that instruction is going to come from the car back in the caravan. Well, making their way back up to Lookout Mountain now for the second and final circuit up the big climb just outside of Chattanooga, Tennessee. The first time up brought it from 76 down to 25. How many will survive the second time? We're going to find out in just a couple kilometers.
And each time, well, there's only 2 times up Lookout Mountain. There's the Queen of the Mountain competition they have going on. So Schultz just drove it the entire climb the last time. And so Antoneau was just sitting on. I don't think she ever took a pull the entire time she was up in that group. She might be pulling right now since the whole entire team of 2016 is on the front. But Schultz took the Queen of the Mountain with first points. Antoneau was second. And then there was Evelyn Stevens, who was third, Taylor Wiles in fourth, and Amber Neben in fifth, taking that 10, 7, 5, 3, and 1 point and the Queen of the Mountain. So that will be on the line again as they get to the top of Lookout Mountain, which this will be their final time going up the climb.
Yeah, Nicola said earlier they weren't targeting the QOM competition, I should say. It was just kind of a consequence of riding on the front and picking up those points. So we'll see if they put those riders back on the front now that they know that they have some points. Maybe we'll see Antoneau go to the front just as they make it up and over the top of the summit for the second time.
Did Nicola comment about, really 2016? They were definitely marking the brakes, but
sure.
but completely not working in any of the brakes. So obviously that would be an indication they really didn't want a move to go away, and perhaps that's why they're riding a little bit now. They're actually just trying to control it, which is a huge objective, a huge job that they're taking on right now, which is try to control this field for such a long distance.
Yeah, great point. She did mention that they wanted to see if there was a breakaway, the right breakaway. You want to make sure that you have the right riders in there. Obviously, Caitlin Antoneau was not that rider for 2016, presented by Show Air today. But, Frankie, you bring up a good point as to what they're doing right now, driving the pace on the front, basically forcing the field to redline just to stay in the group. That's going to prevent any riders from attacking because they don't have any headroom to work with. They're going pretty close to 100% right now just to maintain the pace that 2016 is setting on the front.
No, that's exactly right. And as long as this pace keeps up, then everybody's just going to sit in because they can attack. Because they know if they go over the top to attack, you might be able to get 20 meters, but it's not really worth that amount of effort when the main field is going this fast. And right now it looks like nothing is going to slow these women down. They're in no mood for sitting up as they're kind of still in a single file line driving towards the bottom of Lookout. And this is where it's going to be exciting, is when they get to the bottom of Lookout. Who is going to attack, if they're going to attack immediately, wait till halfway up, and then go. But the climbers, the earlier they go, the better, because they need to get as big a gap as possible so they're not caught on the 3 finishing circuits. And the more they can destroy this group, so it's groups of 2 or 3, then you don't have so much horsepower working together, and you have a better chance. But I think I have a feeling this is exactly what Team 2016, presented by Show Air, is trying to prevent. They're going to try to keep their numbers together to have strength in that final.
Yeah, almost sure that we'll see a rider attack from this team once they make it to Lookout Mountain. Nicola did say that that would be the most important part. She wasn't too concerned about Kent Street, but she thinks the race is going to be won and lost on Lookout Mountain.
And look at that echelon. You can see with the wind, it's beautiful. Kind of overlapping to the right-hand side. Some of their teammates even being in the gutter, they should probably move over a little bit more to the left to be able to let their other riders get some protection on that right-hand side. But that was a nice move. And you can tell if it's going to the right side in the gutter for 2016, imagine what's going on behind it. It's going to be a single line, all of them in the gutter, and that's where it gets dangerous too. You're riding in the gravel, you're trying to avoid the curb, the rocks. That's where a lot of bad things can happen, and so it's a safer position being up in the front, but also the pace that they're setting is actually going to, as you mentioned, 80%, 90% effort. It's not easy sitting on in the back. They're having a hard time being able to keep up with this fast pace.
The wind may explain 2016 driving on the front, trying to cause another split on the flat section here in downtown. When you get a crosswind like that and you have these echelons starting to form, it's very easy to have a split happen. Even in a small group of 25 like this, we could very easily see that go down to maybe a group of 10 riders in an echelon, and then you get pushed out into the gutter, and then you're fighting the wind by yourself. No,
completely. And so everybody has to pay attention and try to ride near the front and try to prevent having any kind of split. So, again, a group of about 23, 25, many of the big teams all still represented here. Obviously, some teams with multiple and numerous numbers of riders, which, of course, will play into an advantage once they come off Lookout Mountain, because the moment they come off Lookout Mountain, they're on that flash section. I got a feeling it depends if the team is still riding on the front, but normally it's kind of an attack fest. You really you pick and choose your moment and your groups to go with, and sometimes a little bit of a gamble, a little bit of rolling of the dice.
How about United Healthcare's Corinne Rivera? Just got a good look at her moving up through the field. Rivera, I think in the last few years, was considered a sprinter. She's one of the best sprinters in the country. But to be in this group, to make the selection of 25, very impressive for Corinne Rivera as a sprinter. If she's able to stay in the front group, it's going to be hard to bet against her if it comes down to a small group of maybe 5 or 6 sprinting to the line at the end of this one.
I mean, Pat, 2014 U.S. Criterium champion, definitely. She has to get over Lookout Mountain, and then if she can kind of at that point, if she can make it over Lookout Mountain, then we could see kind of a role reversal where United Healthcare then would control the front on those final laps to be able to set up Corinne Rivera for the sprint. But you're right, if she's there, she's deadly. She'll definitely be the fastest one. The other one, Brianna Wall, definitely going to be extremely dangerous from Team Optum. And so 2016, just driving it. They're just continuing to continue to push that pace. And I wonder if, like as you said, how much energy, how many ladies are going to be left once they get to the top of Lookout?
Well, they're certainly going to start losing some of these riders. I would imagine we won't see the entire 7 riders that were in this group remaining in the group after they make it up and over Lookout Mountain for the second and final ascent Frankie, these riders at the back right now, if you're hurting right now and you know that this climb is coming, that's such a tough mental position to be in, thinking, I'm just barely holding on to the group right now, and you almost know that you're going to get popped once they start going uphill.
Yeah, if you're already dangling and hanging on here at the back, like you just said, right, the moment it kind of kicks up, you're not going to have much of a chance. But it's a testament that you made the first split.
Yeah.
So you made the first split at 25, and you're here right now, and you're going to take a few deep breaths. You're going to make sure you drink. You're going to make sure you eat. Take a deep breath before you get onto the upper slopes, which is we're hitting right here. Now we're at the bottom of Lookout Mountain that is starting, and you're going to do your best to try to stay there. See, everybody's kind of swarming. They're swinging wide because of what they're doing is they're moving up.
Yep.
They're moving up, and right now we're waiting. We see Bowles Dolmans on the right-hand side, Megan Garnier or Evelyn Stevens. Perhaps they're going to try to come right over the top and set the pace, but we'll see. If they slow down, somebody else will take over.
And I believe that is Garnier, the Bulls Dolman rider in the red jersey, just now moving up the right-hand side of the field. Now 2016 has lost control of the front. You really can't control on a climb, Frankie. It is every woman for themselves right now.
It definitely is a matter of keep up. And to be able to control on a climb, the way you control is you just go flat out and put everybody else into trouble. And so they've already been riding for an extremely long time. And to put out that, that big of an effort, continue, because it's a long climb on a 4-mile climb, that would take a lot. But they're still controlling the front. They're still riding on the front because nobody else is willing to come by them and attack. Right now, that big surge we saw more so was the women getting into position in case an attack comes, that they'll be there and ready to be able to attack.
So now the waiting game begins. Not a question of if, but when somebody will attack out of this group. We will not see 25 riders together coming over the top of Lookout Mountain. Someone is going to jump here. Megan Garnier is in good position. Off to the left-hand side, that's Taylor Wiles. Frankie, interesting position for her. Now, we've seen 2016 dominating at the front with 7 riders here. Taylor Wiles with no teammates on her Velocio SRAM team racing here at the USA Cycling Professional Road National Championship. So she's in a little different position. She doesn't have a whole lot of weight on her shoulders. No one expects her to do any pulling. No one expects her to chase anything down. But she can kind of be, I don't want to say a dark horse because she's a great climber and she's a rider that the other teams are going to be watching. But she can maybe follow the wheels of some other teams launching their attacks.
Well, it's an advantage and a disadvantage. It's an advantage because you're by yourself. There's no pressure. You can just sit on. You can follow all the moves. Even if you get into a break and there's, let's say, 2 United, 2 Optims or whatever, you can say, hey, you have multiple teammates. I'm here at this race all by myself. I don't have to do anything. It's a disadvantage because if a big group like this comes over the top and then there's multiple attacks, there's only one of you to try to cover all of those moves. You don't have multiple teammates where you can sit back, let some of your teammates cover the moves. So a lot more of that, those tactics and strategies just fall on Taylor. And so Taylor Wiles is going to be in that position just depending on how many riders come over the top of Lookout Mountain. But still one group, still 25. You see a couple riders struggling that coming off the back. And so the pace, I would say it's a medium pace here right now.
I'm actually surprised to see that nobody has attacked out of this group yet. I would have thought we saw an attack at the bottom of the climb. It's not a long climb. It's only about 15 minutes, comparatively speaking, to some of the other races around the world, but certainly a tough one, that's for sure. Well, Wiles going off to the side there in the gutter, just trying to stay in position right now for an attack, I think, hoping that she's going to be able to make the jump if anybody does go. You want to make sure that you stay near the front and you have a clear path away from the field. One of the worst things that can happen here would be to get boxed in on the climb, and then you see an attack go up the road and you can't get out. You got riders in front of you, behind you, and beside you, so you kind of have to maneuver your way through the field. And by the time you get a clear shot away, the other riders are gone.
And that's why they're spread out across the road instead of following behind. So now they're all in the front. So if somebody does do something, they can react immediately or be able to get out of maybe a close, boxed-in position. And so looks like Kristen Armstrong now on the front, deciding to amp it up a little bit, trying to keep it up. And from Visit Dallas, Amber Neben and Taylor Wiles on the far left in the black jersey. You had mentioned Evelyn Stevens, Megan Garnier, the two in the pink jerseys. But right now, Kristen Armstrong out of the saddle, really ramping it up now, trying to string this out a little bit more and trying to put pressure on the rest of the riders. But some of them sitting in very comfortable right now as these riders are hanging on this tough 4-mile climb.
Well, that is Armstrong there on the front, kind of controlling things. Here comes Garnier, I believe. That's going to be the Bulls Dolman rider in the red jersey, just moving off to the left-hand side of the peloton on the right hand of your screen. And then I think that's Amber Neben there, the Visit Dallas rider in the pink and blue jersey. There's Katie Hall, the United Healthcare rider in the blue and white on the front.
Looks like Armstrong is attacking again. Keeps pushing the pace out of the saddle.
Taylor Wiles.
She's looking around. Nobody else is doing anything. They seem content to be able to sit and, like 2016, you want to put this kind of pace down, then we're going to sit behind you and let you put that pace down.
I think a lot of these riders probably trying to be conservative with the addition of the Kent Street climbs at the end of this one. They know that they still have 3 remaining circuits. Those are the short circuits that we did to kick off the race. They did 3 of those laps around downtown. They're going to be doing 3 more at the finish. I noticed a lot of riders moved over off of Kristen Armstrong's wheel and went on to Taylor Wiles' wheel, maybe expecting her to attack and make a move.
Well, it's a steady pace. It's not one that's really stringing it out, because we don't see it kind of in single file. Once it starts going really fast and going really hard, normally you'll see wheel to wheel and riders really kind of biting their stem, trying to stay with the others. But it's still compact. It's still packed together.
Well, you can see down to about 20 riders now. We have lost some riders off the back and more riders in trouble there. Wouldn't expect to see them coming back in, at least on the climb. You can see that small group that is now formed off the back. They're going to work together just to try and stay in contact. How much time do you think you can have, Frankie, off the back that you'll still be able to catch back on the descent?
Maybe 15 seconds. Because, that group there, because the thing is with this, we still have a little bit more of this part of the climb, and then we turn, and you actually hit the hard part of Lookout, which is the steeper top section. So that group that's already suffering, already redlined, they're actually going to lose more time there. So maybe 10 or 15 seconds, you might be able to make that back up on the descent. And if it's more than that, you're really going to have to put out a huge effort on the flats to be able to catch back up. And a lot depends on how they race in the front. Right now they're going at a hard pace because they've been able to drop other riders. But for them at this level, it's steady, and it seems, I don't want to say it's comfortable for them,
sure,
but they can handle this. They can handle this right now because nobody's attacking. There's no surging. It's actually more comfortable to be able to get over a climb when it's very steady and consistent instead of surgy and attacky.
You see Amber Neben there popping off to the side, trying to get a little bit of space, as that's going to be Evelyn Stevens just behind her covering the move. Evelyn Stevens is the Bulls Dolman rider with the dark glasses. Megan Garnier is going to be the rider behind her with the lighter glasses. Good for them to have 2 riders, and they're riding very well together.
So right now, we saw 2016 has been riding the whole time. It looks like now they're down to 2 riders. So 2016 presented by Show Air, 2 riders. Kristen Armstrong is one of them, and the other one is a little bit further in the back. You mentioned Amber Neben. We saw the 2 Bulls Dolmans, which is Evelyn Stevens, Megan Garnier. United Healthcare has, I think, 1 or 2 riders.
Yeah, that's going to be Katie Hall, the United Healthcare rider at the front. Not sure if she has any teammates. Only 1 Optum rider remaining in this group. You see that orange helmet just peeking through there. We're trying to identify that rider. And Colavita Bianchi with 1 rider who, although looks to be in trouble here, getting out of the saddle, pushing that bike side to side. There are 2 United Healthcare riders. I'm seeing 2 of those blue and white jerseys, so don't count them out just yet. Boy, I really wonder if Corinne Rivera is one of these riders. If she's able to stay with this one, that would be huge for Rivera and the United Healthcare team. And Tibco with 2 as well. Well, no one attacking out of this group, Frankie. They seem to be content, just kind of trying to slowly grind their way up Lookout Mountain here. This, I think, is what they were trying to do, the kind of slow separation as riders start to fall off the back. You see the field starting to string out now. There's really no reason to attack when you can drop 5 or 6 riders every couple kilometers, which is exactly what's happening now as more and more riders feel the pain of Lookout Mountain.
Yeah, now the distance and the time that they're going, not only the time in the race, but the time that they're on this climb is starting to kind of sink in. And I think that is Corinne Rivera in the back there behind. I think it's Jessica Cutler from Colavita. That looks like her. What an incredible ride for her to be able to get over that, to be able to stay with that Cat Hall, as you mentioned. But now it's starting to string out, starting to split up. Taylor Wiles setting the pace along with Amber Neben. Of course, both of them good climbers. 4 best climbers in the race, I would say, are right there in the front with Evelyn Stevens and Megan Garnier.
These are all the heavy hitters at the front right now. Amber Neben looks so solid right now. We haven't seen her falter once. You're seeing Taylor Wiles kind of getting out of the saddle, trying to close down that gap, but Amber Neben is like a diesel engine up there right now, looking very, very good for the Visit Dallas team.
And Amber Neben has never won a national championship. She's been second, and she's been third 2 times. So she's been on the podium. She's been awfully close, but she's never been able to finalize a Stars and Stripes jersey. And right now, as you said, she's looking incredibly comfortable, incredibly strong, putting in a great ride.
Well, this is another separation. You can see the clear gap now at the back of these riders. It was 25. We've now lost several of those riders. Can't be more than 15 at this point as they make their way up and over Lookout Mountain.
So the Queen of the Mountain will be at the top once they get around. They still have to do the steep part, which is coming up right now. And then, of course, we mentioned 10, 7, 5, 3, and 1. So Schultz and Antonow, who had won the first 2 spots last time, they're not even there. Evelyn Stevens, Taylor Wiles, I wonder if they're going to be thinking about that Queen of the Mountain, or are they just going to be able to sit and really focus on trying to save as much energy as possible for those final 3 laps?
Amber Neben still hammering on the front right now, not looking back anytime soon as she is really, really driving this one. We're going to send Frankie back out onto the course. Thanks again for being with us, Frankie. Some great insight as Frankie's kind of splitting roles with us here at our Volkswagen USA Cycling Professional Road National Championships. Looks like maybe a little more than 10, might be 11 riders remaining in this group. But really, Amber Neben has established herself as the strongest climber here, leading the way so far. But now comes Wiles over to the side. We haven't seen any other riders taking over on the front. It has been all about Neben, Wiles, Garnier, and Stevens so far. Katie Hall sitting pretty back there in 5th position right now as they're 1K to the climb. Well, this is the real steep part of the course. You can see even more riders coming unglued from this select group as it really starts to string out here inside the final kilometer to the summit of Lookout Mountain. So tough for these riders at the back who have been able to stay in this group, made the selection, but now just before the summit having a little bit of trouble. Again, they should be able to catch back on the descent. And then, of course, the 3 circuits once they make their way into downtown Chattanooga. So again, your top 5 right now, and here goes. This is going to be Evelyn Stevens launching an attack, going up the side. This is the moment that we were waiting for. Stevens launches, coming up to the summit. Amber Neben able to respond. Stevens' teammate Megan Garnier is there as well, and that is going to be Taylor Wiles in the black jersey tacking onto the back. Katie Hall in a little bit of trouble for United Healthcare as Hall loses contact with the wheel. It is now down to 4 riders on the front coming to the summit of Lookout Mountain as Evelyn Stevens lights the match, and there goes the break. 4 riders now away. It's down to Amber Neben, Evelyn Stevens, Megan Garnier, and Taylor Wiles, your 4 leaders on course right now. And I'll tell you, those riders behind Katie Hall right now desperately hoping that she'll be able to close down the gap. Still trying to identify the Optum KBS rider just behind them in the orange helmet. Might be Mara Kinsella, the rider who was in the breakaway earlier and then went back into the group. We'll try and get confirmation on that for you. But right now the story is about these 4. As the gap continues to grow, it is down to this. And Amber Neben back at the front after covering that attack, goes back to this just kind of steady pace up the climb. Not riding explosively today, but riding very, very consistently. This is the first time that we've seen Amber Neben out of the saddle 200 meters from the top of the climb. That's Evie Stevens again sitting second wheel with the dark glasses for the Bowles-Dolman team. The lighter glass is going to be Megan Garnier. And then there's Taylor Wiles from the Velocios SRAM team just behind them. Gap is growing for these riders as that's going to be Bowles-Dolman taking a little feed there on the way up, getting some water just at the summit. See a United Healthcare staff member holding out a bottle there as well. You don't want to take the bottles too early on the climb because then you have to carry that weight up. Well, just about everybody out of the saddle here. This is a good opportunity for these riders. I imagine they're going to want to keep hammering away at this one to try and stay away. This is a great situation for these 4 riders. Advantage Bowles-Dolman. With 2 riders here with Stevens and Garnier, it's going to be tough for the other teams to beat them.
You know, Brad, the top of this climb is so very steep. That final section, just a couple hundred meters long, is the toughest part. And as soon as you make that right-hand turn, it really changes the dynamic. This group with those 2 riders from Bowles-Dolman have a lot to gain from being with each other. Just like the chase group behind having the 2 UHC riders in there, they're going to be going as fast as they can on this descent. Taylor Wiles not being afraid to jump in there and adding some horsepower to this move. But Amber Neben, who just pushed the pace so hard on that final ascent of Lookout Mountain, is now in 4th position, and just watching the other breakaway companions really trying to figure out what they're going to do, and they have to keep the gas on.
Yeah, Neben gets a well-deserved break here, sitting on the back. She'll be allowed to sit there for a little while and try and catch her breath after leading most of the climb on the way up Lookout Mountain. She certainly earned a little ride at the back. Now it looks like the riders are starting to cycle through. This is more like your typical breakaway where every rider is spending a little bit of time on the front. That's not going to be as important here on the descent. It's just about making it down as safely and quickly as possible.
Such a fast ascent. This is really, you know, the Lookout Mountain climb is so tough, and it's really hard enough to split up the group as you saw and just break it up into little pieces. But this descent is also really tough, and if that chase group isn't being led by a very confident descender, then there's a good chance that the 10 seconds or 15 seconds that they had at the top could stay the same or even grow. This descent is so difficult, so fast. All these corners are these big high-speed sweepers. There aren't very many sharp corners until they get past the Ruby Falls spot and make that very, very hard left-hand turn there. But otherwise, it is freewheeling, full speed, get in that aero position and just hammer.
Just under 45 kilometers of racing remaining as these riders now on the descent off of Lookout Mountain. This will be the final time that they do it. You can see the speeds there right around 50 miles an hour. Tim, a big problem that we have with our caravan is that the bikes can descend faster than a car on the way down Lookout Mountain. So the cars that are in front of the peloton have to go up and over the climb and give themselves a gap so that they're not caught by the riders on the way down.
It's pretty scary to be coming up upon something that's going a little bit slower than you, and you have to choose your line. We saw that last year with Taylor Finney on the descent in the men's race. But these riders here, wide open road in front of them, they're able to take these corners as fast as they need to. It looks like it might be Megan Garnier in first position, Evelyn Stevens in second, switching side to side. When you look down and you see the yellow line just curve underneath your wheels like this, you're crossing over it every single turn. You definitely get that feeling of speed on the bike, and 50 miles an hour on a bike is scary. It's something that you never really get used to, although I think, in my case, I definitely miss the ability to have a closed road and you just zip from side to side. Whatever you need to do to go fast, they can do it. They've got this entire road to do that.
Well, looks like Amber Neben there on the back, giving herself just a little bit of room to work with. She isn't getting dropped from this group. I think she's just trying to give herself a little bit of space in case anything does happen on this descent.
Here's this tough left-hand corner up here, back onto the right. Yeah, you give yourself just another second by hanging off the back of that group, and it really just calms you down. Your heart rate drops. You maybe take a drink. It's less of all hands on deck on the descent when you're in that position. This next section, after this very tough right-hand turn, it does open up quite a bit. So if you want to just cruise right back up to the front, you can do that. So this corner, however, man, you just lean over all the way, tires just holding traction, you counterweight on the outside, make sure you keep pressing down on that pedal. But this is one of my favorite descents you do on a bike, and I think that these riders, if they weren't racing so hard up the climb, they might actually start to enjoy it too. But final time down the Lookout before they get into these finish circuits, this is definitely game on.
Well, the big question now is, will these 4 riders be able to stay away for the final 3 short circuits? They're going to hammer here. As they come off the descent, they're going to push very hard. They don't want anybody else to catch on. This is a great situation for these riders right now as Taylor Wiles goes to the front to do some work for this group of 4. such an interesting situation here. 4 riders right now basically with the same goal of staying away, and that's why they're working together right now. You see the Bolles-Dolman riders taking a turn on the front. Amber Neben, again, getting a little bit of rest right now because she did so much work on the way up the climb. But this is basically going to be a 4-rider time trial until they believe that they're safely away, until they believe, and this is what they were trying to prevent. 2 United Healthcare riders coming up now. That is going to be Katie Hall, and I believe that is Corinne Rivera. So Rivera has made it up and over. Add 2 onto the breakaway as Hall and Rivera join the break. We're now up to 6 riders at the front of this race.
The 2 riders they did not want to see
absolutely
includes the number 1 rider they don't want to have up there, and that's Corinne Rivera. You know, the goal is to drop Corinne. The goal is to drop the fastest sprinter in the race, and they were able to do it on the climb, but they weren't able to solidify that. So now, as they finish off the descent, they do a quick chicane down here under the bridge and continue back into downtown. They have now been joined by the most fearsome sprinter in this group, the person who anyone would assume would be the most marked rider. So now this group of 6 includes Corinne Rivera from United Healthcare back up into the front and definitely changing the dynamic. I wonder if the Bolles-Dolman riders, Garnier and Stevens, really understand that they've got Corinne there. They definitely see that they've been joined, but they're going to have to change their tune a little bit. The tactics are going to have to switch to getting rid of her in another way, trying to split this group up from the 6 into something smaller.
Yeah, certainly not what Bolles-Dolman wanted to see. They had the breakaway pretty much under control with 2 riders. We talk about strength in numbers in a breakaway. With 4 riders, when you have half the riders in the breakaway, that's a huge advantage for them. But now United Healthcare, Corinne Rivera has a lead-out rider. This is, again, pretty much the worst thing that could happen for these riders in the breakaway. But the best thing that could happen for United Healthcare, I am incredibly impressed with Corinne Rivera right now. The evolution that we've seen of this young rider going from what was a pure sprinter, a criterium racer, to now being able to climb with the best riders in the country. This is a huge, huge ride for Corinne Rivera today.
Brad, you said it right. I mean, the first time up the climb, watching the front of the group, you know, the breakaway was away. The field was kind of spread across the road, but you could look in the middle of the pack and you saw Corinne Rivera there. She was in the first row. She had teammates on either side, but she looked good on the bike. She looked like she wasn't under too much pressure. That's a great way to start the day, and obviously now that we're finished with the big climbs, she's going to be very happy she was able to do that, but this puts a lot of pressure on her teammate Katie Hall. Katie Hall has every job now. It's all up to her to keep this group in some kind of fashion that benefits Corinne Rivera, while everyone else in the group wants to get rid of her. So it's a huge amount of pressure on a rider like Hall to be that best kind of teammate she can be for Corinne Rivera.
Well, let's see if Rivera is going to take a poll here. It looks like she is, so she's going to be doing work in this group, and I think everybody has to contribute here. They're not safely away yet. Not sure what the gap is from these, what is now 6 riders back to the field, but it can't be much. If these 2 riders were able to catch on, we saw them go even out of the picture on the climb on the way up. But now the real goal is just make sure that no one else joins in. There's a good look back, so it's a pretty good gap for these 6 riders, Tim. They got to be feeling good about this situation.
Really good to see Taylor Wiles just continuing to take turns on the front. She hasn't skipped a pull yet. She's definitely been taking the big pulls. The Bolles-Dolman riders, Garnier and Stevens, back there trying to reset a little bit, trying to understand what the situation is and how they can best try and make it go their way. It looks like 2 riders trying to bridge. Looks like a solid 15 seconds for those 2. You know, I wonder who the other 2 riders are going to be, because if that's another teammate, the entire Bolles-Dolman team is here with Stevens and Garnier. They're covered. United Healthcare has 2, but they also have a couple other riders that might be able to make it back up there. Taylor Wiles, she's got teammates in the group that might be able to make it. You know, she's going to be looking out for that. And the entire 2016 presented by ShoAir team is not represented in this move. So they're definitely going to be trying to make it up there. So all kinds of motivations swimming around in this group, and let's see what happens.
Yeah, you know, the biggest, I think the biggest advantage for these riders is going to be the addition, with the addition of the United Healthcare riders, is that they're going to be blocking back in the field. They're going to be trying to slow things down, but I would love to see a good shot of the front of the field, because I'll bet you we'll see that 2016 presented by ShoAir Armada on the front trying to chase this one down. The situation that we saw earlier with everyone going to the front, but they couldn't prevent this from happening. It happened on the climb. You can control all you want on the flats in town, but once you get onto the climb, it's a jungle out there.
Looking at everyone work together now, this is definitely spelling doom for the field as a whole. Those two riders have just crested the hill right behind them. They're within eyesight, just maybe 10 seconds gap. So they are so close, and as long as these 6 continue to take these pulls, sharing the work, they're going to be able to stay away. But whatever that group of 2 is made up of is really going to be motivated to get there, because as soon as they do, then really they're back in the race and they have a chance.
All right, 3 more short circuits remaining, 6 riders away off the front. I want to hear your predictions on Twitter. Hashtag US Pro. I am at Brad Soner. This is Tim Johnson at Tim Johnson CX. Do these 6 riders stay away? Is our winner going to come out of this group, or will we see these riders caught before the end? It's going to be a close one. And if you think these riders are going to stay away, who's your pick out of the breakaway of 6? Tim, I'm not going to put you on the spot here. I'm not going to make you make a pick, because I know this is going to be a close one. But I think hard to argue against someone like Corinne Rivera. But Evie Stevens, Megan Garnier, I think they're going to give these riders a run for their money as well.
Everyone has a favorite, and everyone has someone they think they know could probably win, and I feel like I'm stuck in that position right now. You know, I do know the prowess of a finisher like Rivera, but you can't forget what it means to be national champion, and there are a lot of riders who want to pull that jersey on. We don't have a defending champion this year, with Allison Powers not taking a start today, having retired. So this jersey is up for grabs, and it means a lot. You know, there's an Olympic year coming. We saw all the selection procedure battle going forward with the time trial and what it meant for our winner, Kristen Armstrong from 2016, presented by Showair. And now the road race, looks like we see the gap. It is 10 seconds to that group of 2. Looks like 114 and 122 in that chase group. Looks like Ali Dragoo and Brianna Wally from Optum Kelly Benefits. So 2 of the riders that you'd expect to see up in this front group, they're not there. They're so close, and they're trying they're desperately trying to make contact with this group of 6 to make it 8.
Well, Corinne Rivera with something like 70 national championships to her name across various disciplines of the sport, but has never had a U.S. professional road national championship. That's the last trophy missing from Corinne Rivera's trophy cabinet back at home.
Yeah, there's no /age group. There's no, sub-discipline, anything. I mean, road racing is the marquee discipline in cycling. It is such a big deal to be a national champion of the professional group that you're in. You know, this is a big target for all of these riders. You know, going back to the selection procedure for making the U.S. team at the Olympic Games in Rio next year, that is a career maker. You know, we've got riders that have been a part of the Olympics in this move now. We don't have a clear idea of how that team is going to be made up exactly. You know, the time trial has been decided, at least with the 3 spots that are being taken with an automatic for both, Evelyn Stevens and Kristen Armstrong from yesterday, along with Carmen Small making that for her previous finish at the Olympic Games. But, you know, this kind of a finish, not only do you get that jersey, but you get to be able to say, you know, I am national champion and I deserve to be at the absolute top of this sport with the Olympics coming up.
All right, this is Kristen Armstrong that we're looking at right now, going back with the com car right now. Actually, this is going to be the bridge attempt, I believe. Riders trying to come out of the field to join that breakaway of 6 riders, and it looks like 4 riders trying to bridge now. I do believe that's Brianna Wall on the front, the Optum rider in the orange helmet, trying to make her way up. They got their work cut out for them today. These riders right here, Tim, can't start fighting amongst each other. They have to stay together. They have to continue working together in the breakaway, because if they start playing cat and mouse, if they start playing games, they're going to have 4 more riders joining them.
And, you know, they want to start playing games. They really do. They want to not take pulls. They want to try and help a teammate out by splitting up this group, but they can't. They can't afford to do that, because if they take 30 seconds off or a minute off from being a part of moving this group forward, then all they do is expose themselves to that chase group of getting there even sooner. You know, when it was just 2 riders trying to bridge, when it was just Dragoo and Brianna Wally, that's manageable. You can keep 2 people off the back of your group if you just keep doing it. But now adding Kristen Armstrong onto that move, and it looked like a Tibco rider as well, that's going to be so much harder to keep a motivated group of 4 from catching this front group of 6.
So this is going to be just about 28 kilometers of racing remaining as they're going to be hitting the line here to start those 3 circuits. The big question is, can the 4 bridge riders catch the leaders in the next 28 kilometers of racing, or will we see our winner come out of this lead group of 6?
You know, Brad, it looks like we're just at about 24-mile-an-hour average speed so far today. So they're right on track for a very quick race. Looks like the 2016 presented by Showa riders Armstrong and Dragoo have gotten to the front of this chase group and are starting to add their power to making that bridge. You can see that group of 6, I'm sorry, just off into the distance. This is Broad Street heading back out onto the bridge on the way up and over to Kent Street. So they're going to be doing these smaller laps that only include Kent Street and not the larger climb of Lookout Mountain. It's going to be less time spent climbing, so there's less of that strong climber input. You know, it's not about how long you can hold a pace for. It's going to be where are you when the pace gets faster? Where are you when the attacks happen? Where are you saving energy? And I think that's the most important part. These riders have been out there for a few hours now, so your legs are going to start to feel all of these lumps in this loop.
I'm actually surprised to see Corinne Rivera taking her turn on the front here. Now, you can see, Tim, very short pulls. They're trying to keep the pace as high as possible right now, and it's pretty much a constant rotation. Earlier, we were seeing riders spending maybe 30 seconds to a minute on the front before pulling back, but this is pretty much as soon as you get up there, you move off to the side, and the next rider comes through.
Yeah, we call this up and off. You know, you pull just for a really brief second, and then you pull off, and that keeps the speed very high. It keeps all of the efforts really small. You know, you're only on the front for just a few seconds, and that's really the best way to work as a team. Looks like Steven's taking a little bit of a longer pull there, trying to make sure that she's getting up off the front.
All right, so good look at the gap here. These riders are starting the bridge, and we saw the breakaway basically at the end of the bridge, so it's pretty much the width of this river right now. That is Lauren Stevens on the front, the Tibco rider leading that group of 4, trying to bridge up. Kristen Armstrong and Ali Dragoo are the 2 2016 presented by Showa riders, and then Brianna Wall tacked on the back in the orange helmet of the Optum Pro Cycling team. These riders desperately trying to make it up, and they're looking good, working well together.
These 4 riders are doing it a little bit differently. They're taking longer pulls individually, so they're not going up and off like we saw the riders in the front. So, you know, I think that these riders might have to adjust their tactic if they're going to use the most power that they have. I think this first time up Kent, you'll be able to tell exactly who feels like they've got pretty good legs and who has bad legs. And all you really need to do at this point is stay in the game. So pretty good legs are fine. What you don't want to have is your first couple pedal strokes up Kent Street here and feel like you're pedaling through a bucket of cement. That is the last thing you want to feel.
Well, that is going to be Taylor Wiles on the back there in the black jersey. Looks all right, though. I think Taylor is just kind of a consequence of starting the climb at the back of the group. Everybody looks good here. I don't see any real signs of weakness. It's interesting to see the difference in gearing on the way up. Some riders choosing to push that big gear, and some riders spinning it out a little bit. Rivera starting to drift back just a little bit, but she'll stay in contact up and over the hill. They have made it. They are all together with 6 riders. No one dropped, but Corinne Rivera looking like she put in a good dig there.
That small pitch right there is just so steep. It really kicks up. Anyone who's ridden this climb knows exactly what I'm talking about when that thing just looks like it's going to hurt, and it does. It's very hard to get up and over that thing without feeling like you just can't do it for even just for a second. You know, they're dropping down now into this really tough left-hand turn, heading back out over the bridge into town again shortly, but you know, your effort is absolutely through the roof on that short climb. You're hammering on the pedals, your heart rate's jumping through your chest, but now you have this fast descent. It looks like Rivera is having a tough time holding the wheel. Pace on the front being led by Garnier, and now Stevens taking off after that, but she might be playing a little bit of cat and mouse, trying to feign her, feign the pain a little bit here and trying to keep these cars close to her chest.
So we are at just about 20 kilometers of racing to go. Next time they hit the line, they're going to be seeing 17.5 K of racing remaining. Back with our chasers now. Looks like one of the 2016 presented by Showa riders in trouble. That is going to be Ali Dragoo losing contact. She's now regained, but we did see a little gap forming off the back. Kristen Armstrong is the rider just in front of her, and then Brianna Wall and Lauren Stevens, the other 2 riders in this chase. man, that's a bad sign when you start to lose the gap there. Just that little bit of a gap opening up. Not sure if Dragoo was maybe just trying to open up a little bit of space, try and work something out maybe, as she looks like she's back in there and looking pretty good right now.
You know, Brad, I feel like this gap is not coming down much, actually. I think the group of 6 in the lead took that climb of Kent pretty steady. Everyone is of equal ability, and they probably toned it down even slightly. And then they went very quick on the descent. They went very fast on these flat parts. So overall, they're going to be going at a much higher pace in this chase group. A chase group, oftentimes you're in a chase and you just hit the gas, you hammer. You're just trying to get there. You're just trying to get there. And you don't even realize where you're going into the red when you do that. A group that is made up of riders who all are of very equal ability, but they're also trying to hold something back, are naturally going to be smoother. You know, the power they're putting out is going to be smoother. A chase group is ragged. A chase group, everyone's just emptying and just digging and just trying to get up there. And sometimes it actually goes to, it bites you later on.
Brana Wall on the front here. Look at that effort. You can see the pain on Wall's face. You're absolutely right, Tim. Even if these riders are able to catch back on, they're not going to have much left in the tank by the time they get up there, as they're going to use pretty much all the energy that they have just to try and catch this group of 6 riders on the front.
You know, Amber Neben, Taylor Wiles, they're both outnumbered. You know, they're both solo riders with solo ambitions. They have a pretty limited number of options because they just have to stay there and try and win. But things get complicated when you have a teammate, sometimes complicated in a good way, but often it's complicated in a bad way. You have to be on the same page. And if you think you're doing something for your teammate and it doesn't really work out, it might confuse your teammate, and then you miss that 1 second where you have to respond to something. You know, we have 2 more laps of this downtown circuit to go, but they're going to need to really understand what each other is up to. You know, how do you feel? What do your legs feel like? What do you feel like is going to be the way that you need to do this? I think Corinne Rivera, being as a prolific winner as she is, Katie Hall is going to know what to do for her. She's going to understand, I think I need to do this for Corinne, and she's going to be able to close the deal afterwards. But, you know, with the Bulls Doman riders, being 2 riders in a group of 6 like that, you know, how are they going to work together and how are they going to try and do that?
Well, these 4 riders right now desperately trying to make it up, and it's looking worse and worse for them as time goes on. Tim, the riders at the front right now in this breakaway, this group of 6, let's talk a little bit about the power that they're putting out. A lot of folks at home wondering about the wattage being created in this group of 6. Talk about the power numbers on the climb, and let's start with the power numbers that they're putting out right now. On a flat, when you're in the break of 6, what kind of numbers are you creating?
So instead of a time trial like it was on Saturday, a time trial you want to average a very high power output, but never ever go over it. You can't really handle going into the red. A breakaway situation like this, you actually end up riding close to that number, if not over your maximum, for shorter amounts of time, and then you get back and you take a break. Being able to draft in this breakaway allows you to do that. So that's why you might see a rider, maybe Evelyn Stevens has a max of like 330 watts or some number around there where she's able to hold 330 for 45 minutes like she did the other day in the time trial. Here she might be taking pulls at 350, 360 and then settling back in. You don't really see a rider doing 500 watt pulls, especially in the women's race, but you also can't do that and expect to be in the race later. You know, that's what I mean by being in a chase group. Everyone just hits the gas and they go and they go and they go, and you really don't even realize that you're going in the red almost every pull. This front group here, they're going to be very even and measured with their output because they're holding something back on purpose. You see the Bulls Doman riders talking right now, really getting a sense of what your teammate is up to. And maybe that power that you can do on a climb and an interval on a training day, you can't possibly do it after 3 hours in a hot race like this, but you're going to try, and you're going to want to look for those signs that, you know what, I think I can do this, and I'm going to attack later. This part is an excellent part of the course to do that on.
I think Evie Stevens just maybe told Megan Garnier, hey, take a little time, go back, maybe go back to the car if you want, get some water and some food, because after that little conversation, Garnier took a look back, but now coming back to the front, so wondering what that conversation is. I believe this is going to be the Bulls Dolman car coming up right now to talk to those 2 riders in the breakaway. Tim, what kind of information is exchanged out the window? We were talking with Frankie earlier, a former director, but you as a rider, what do you want to hear coming from the car right now?
Actually, that's a good contrast. What does the director say and what does the rider want to hear, I think, are two very different things sometimes. I think in this case, the race is coming to the end. You've got really the only thing you have to do is keep pulling and stay away from this group of four that's trying to get across. Bulls-Doman riders continuing to press the pace here. They need to be careful because if they do start to press the pace too much and increase the speed, then the other riders might start skipping pulls, and you give up the continuity and the shared workload of the group of six to do that. So, I'm not sure if they really want to start hitting the gas so early, but when you talk to a director, you just want to hear you're doing great. You want to hear exact data points. You want to hear how big the gap is and who's in it. You want to hear the most simple thing in the world. And I think sometimes the director might start with that, and then they start to talk again and say a few more things. You're like, what? I don't care. What?
And a lot of times you get maybe a confidence-boosting time check as opposed to maybe a realistic time check. You hear a lot of, hey, you got this. They're like 2 minutes down. Keep on going. Sometimes you'll see the directors maybe inflate those gaps.
You got to watch out with that, though. It's so dangerous. When you start to not trust the numbers that are coming out the window, I think it's fine if they lie to you a couple times a year. But if they lie to you consistently, then everyone forgets about it. And they're like, well, can't be 40 seconds. He always says 40 seconds, and it's only 15. We need to really be precise when in a situation like this. Maybe 2 laps to go here in the city circuits, you've got time to look back and see what's going on. But definitely in the last lap when things are really hitting the fan, you can't do that.
All right, so the riders making their way back to the start-finish line. Again, when they hit the line, they're going to be looking at 17.5 kilometers of racing remaining. That's just under 11 miles total when they see 2 laps to go on the line. And this will be the final left-hand turn onto the finishing stretch. These are your leaders as we are now at about 17.6 kilometers of racing to go with 2 laps to go. They're saying the gap now starting to come down from these riders. We'll get a better view here on the long finishing stretch. But it sounds like, Tim, there's the chase. They're going to make the catch. The 4 riders have made their way up to this group of 6. They got them in sight. It's going to be a group of 10 heading in with 2 laps to go. Wow, wow, wow. What an amazing ride for these 4 to be able to make their way up to the breakaway, and it looks like they are going to do it. Those 4 riders again, Lauren Stevens from Team Tibco on the front, Brianna Wall sitting second wheel for Optum, and then Kristen Armstrong and Ali Dragoo, the 2016 presented by Show Air Riders. What an amazing bridge.
Brad, we've got the top 5 of the time trial from Saturday's time trial. National champion Kristen Armstrong is in the second group, but the other members of the podium are in the front group. And I think that's really telling as to what needs to happen because they need to combine forces to keep Armstrong off the back. They have the ability to do that. They've done well in the time trial, but they didn't beat her. So I think that's always going to be in the back of their mind that they need to try and stay away from this group of 4, not only tactically, but also because the strongest rider here in Chattanooga is behind, and that's always going to be a motivation. It's something that they're going to be thinking about.
Brianna Wall looking like she might be in a little bit of trouble there on the front, but still taking a pull. I love the tenacity of Brianna Wall in this group. Still haven't made the catch, but they're going to have them in sight here. This is the hardest part of the bridge attempt when you're those last few seconds trying to make it up, Tim. Talk about that feeling. You can see them. You've been working hard all day. Your heart rate is through the roof right now, and you just have to close those final few meters.
You're just hoping somebody has to take a drink in the front group, even if they stop pedaling for just a second. That's something that'll help you try and continue to close that gap. There's no question about motivation. They want to get there. It's just whether or not they can. They're trying their best. They're trying to keep that pace high with those 4 riders. Luckily, there is a set of teammates with Dragoo and Armstrong, both very strong riders. We saw Dragoo have such a great spring so far this year, now continuing into May here at the National Championships. She's going to be a great compatriot for Kristen Armstrong to try and get 2016 into the front. They're the team that missed this move. They have absolutely nothing to do but get back in there, and then they need to try and figure out how to win the race, but they're not there yet, and that is such a big move to try and close that final 10 seconds.
Well, there is the gap right there. Great shot from our camera guys out on course, looking at the 4 chasers, trying to catch on to the 6 leaders right now as they make their way over the river here. They're going to be on the bridge, and Tim, we've been talking about the crosswinds today. They have died down just a little bit since the race started this morning, so that'll be good for the riders in the breakaway.
I think we had a close call. There was some weather that was forming nearby, and the wind was picking up, and it was just coming. You know, it was one of these southern storms that it was happening very close. The sky was blue on one side of the start-finish area and then really dark on the other, and the wind was just starting to pick up. I think has settled down a little bit. Now it's just all about whether or not they can keep the pace high. You can see Drago talking with the Tibco rider, trying to keep each other motivated to keep trying to close that gap. You know the Armstrong's saying the same things. They want each other to bury themselves, to empty the tank to get across. But, you know, that shared motivation is so delicate. And if someone gets on the wrong side of another person in this move, then they're going to start to lose that ability to work together. And there's more than just pedaling in a race like this. There's more than just, can I do the power? Obviously, the winner of the time trial now is trying to take a pull, but the Tibco rider is starting to sit on, and that's not going to be well. It looks like Armstrong trying to bridge on her own now, frustrated with people not going into that move, but now closing that final few meters by herself to get back up there.
All right, so this is it. The catch being made in front of your eyes right now as Kristen Armstrong jumps out of the chase group to make the catch. Brianna Wall now stuck in the gap. Ali Dragoo and Lauren Stevens on their way up. Tim, they will make the catch. No question in my mind right now. We're now looking at 10 riders on the front of the race competing for the Stars and Stripes jersey here in Chattanooga, Tennessee.
Little chicane now getting into Kent Street. Tough right-hand corner with a very quick left to right afterwards. Now it's a different move. There are 10 riders now. It's not the usual 6 where you pull through and you knew who was going to be right behind you. This lead into Kent Street. Megan Garnier on the front, keeping the pace high. Yeah. She's going to try and split this move. Just staying on the gas on her own with Stevens behind you. That's their best move to try and split the riders who have just tried so hard to catch up.
Yeah, this is a great move by one of the original 6 riders that was in that break as they hit the Kent Street climb. Nice shift there by Garnier, and now they go to the whip. Look at Stevens with a big gear out of the saddle here, trying to create a little bit of space and putting some riders in trouble behind her as Evie Stevens lays down the watts on the Kent Street climb, trying to open up these gaps.
Big time move. She's really keeping the power on. It looks like the group is splitting up behind. I see Corinne Rivera trying to hold the wheel. Katie Hall coming off to the side. I'd like to see what's happening with the 2016 riders if they're able to keep in this move, but it looks like we've got Taylor Wiles and maybe even Corinne Rivera holding on.
Yeah, look at the gaps coming over the top of the Kent Street climb. Now they have to keep these going, Tim. It's very important that you maintain this attack. You can't just make a short attack and then let it come back together. And I believe this is going to be Stevens. That is Evelyn Stevens going away by herself. Stevens trying to make a solo move. She attacked on the Kent Street climb. And now, can she stay away as we're inside the final 15 kilometers of racing?
Down to just about 4 riders. Corinne Rivera trying to close the gap to Stevens. Garnier on her wheel. Happy to let her try and close that. But Taylor Wiles in 4th position.
Oh, look at what she's done to that group. It was 10. Just as those 4 riders made the catch to join the original group of 6, Stevens attacks and only 3 riders able to respond. Corinne Rivera, that's going to be Evelyn Stevens' teammate Megan Garnier, the other rider in the red jersey, and then Taylor Wiles, the rider with no teammates here, racing for the Velocio SRAM team. There goes Ali Dragoo off the back. Her day, I think, is going to be done. She's going to have a tough time trying to catch back on. I believe that's going to be Kristen Armstrong. Brianna Wall is popped as well. There goes Lauren Stevens as they are going out the back of this group. We're back to the original 4 riders on the front. This is an amazing race unfolding in Chattanooga. Back and forth, back and forth.
Kent Street setting the stage. Taylor Wiles catching Evelyn Stevens now, pushing the pace with Megan Garnier sitting on. Corinne Rivera trying desperately to get up there. They do not want her to get there. They do not want her behind them. They have to keep going if they want to try and get to the finish without one of the best sprinters in the sport on their wheels. This is so huge for them to just keep this pace up. This bridge is tough. They turned onto it. You could see that it was just continuing up in the climb, and Corinne Rivera trying to close that gap. Now she is able to make connection with Amber Neben. Now we have a group of 5, and this is all of the hitters that you'd expect and hope to see. And now we only have one team with a teammate situation with the Bulls Dolman Riders of Stevens and Garnier.
All right, so call it 5 right now as Corinne Rivera has made her way back up into the group. We're talking about Stevens, Garnier, Wiles, Rivera, and that is going to be Amber Neben making her way back up. Great ride for Amber Neben today. You'll remember she was leading on the climb the last time up Lookout Mountain. It was really the Amber Neben show there for the Visit Dallas team on the front. Now we're seeing Ali Dragoo and Kristen Armstrong. Tim, you got to give those riders credit. They gave it a great go in that chase effort, but looks like they've popped now.
They buried themselves to try and make that bridge and got there, but now things have changed again. Kent Street laying a bomb in this race and just blowing up this front group. It took a long time for this group of 5 to get back. Garnier now in the front, pushing the pace. Yeah. Rivera looks like she is struggling to hold this wheel, but she just has to stay there. She has to put it out of her mind that she's not going to make it, and she just has to do it. Yeah, I think as a sprinter, that's one of their biggest talents, is to be able to say, doesn't matter, I just need to stay here.
If I were these 4 riders, I would be trying to shake Corinne Rivera with everything that I have in me right now. Looking at Brianna Wall there, one of the riders who had made the gap and then lost it on the Kent Street climb. She is in trouble now off the back of what is now our lead group of 5 riders. You see Corinne Rivera there in the blue and white jersey, sitting 4th wheel in this group. And I would think if you see Corinne Rivera at the back in trouble, you got to attack hard. Looks like Amber Neben letting a little bit of a gap open up there as well. That's the rider in the pink and blue jersey sitting on the back, as now it looks like a little bit of a reset right now, Tim. Everyone kind of taking on water, getting ready for the final lap of racing.
This part of the course really does help as a reset. This is a flat downhill section before another hard left-hand turn, and that's when the uphills start again. It's these 2 false flat sections. We saw the spot where Jade Wilkerson had her big attack 2 years ago and made it all the way to the line. We saw last year with Allison Powers really keeping the pace on these small false flat uphills. That is where you can really turn the screw and put someone like Corinne Rivera out the back of the group, hopefully for good. But they do have one more time up Kent Street, and that is really going to show what it means to go quick up Kent Street and what it means to go strong up Kent Street. We saw how long it took for this group of 5 to coalesce after that climb. What's going to happen on the final lap? Are they ever going to get back together, or is it going to be a solo rider, a duo, whatever it is, all the way to the finish line? Watching these riders start this next false flat uphill section, you'll start to see who really has the legs and who is really trying to do something. Amber Neben, I feel like, is lurking on the back. She's one of the strongest riders in the sport and always has been. Seeing her in this group of 5 and not pulling, that's a dangerous move. She's going to be a big threat later on.
All right, so now down to 5 riders at the front of our field for the Volkswagen USA Cycling Professional Road National Championships, coming to you live from Chattanooga, Tennessee, as we race for the Stars and Stripes jersey that these riders will fly at any international road race that they race on. Tim, talk about the importance of being the national champion. You've been a multi-time cyclocross national champion. To be able to wear that Stars and Stripes jersey, especially for riders like Evelyn Stevens, who's going to race over in Europe with her teammate Megan Garnier, they probably spend more time in Europe than anybody in this group of 5. To be the U.S. national champion in Europe is huge.
Well, anytime you get a chance to wear the national champion's jersey is amazing, but this year is different. This year the World Championships are here in the U.S. Being a national champion in your home country's World Championships is just doubly important. I think this is a jersey that everyone wants to wear. They've watched these races unfold. If they haven't been able to participate, they've been a part of these final groups before. We saw Evelyn Stevens here last year. We saw Megan Garnier. These riders really want to get back to the podium. You know, they want to be national champion. They'll do anything they can to try and do that.
Oh, well, if your heart's not beating right now, you're going to want to see a doctor immediately, because you are clearly not watching the same thing that we are here in Chattanooga, Tennessee, as it has been a great day of racing. When the riders hit the line for the final lap of racing, they will have 8.8 kilometers of racing to go. That's about a little under 5.5 miles when they hit the final lap. And again, one more time up Kent Street. Tim, that is where this race is going to be won and lost.
I'm really worried about having Corinne Rivera and Amber Neben not pulling these Bulls Dolman riders as teammates it is not in their best interest to do this. They have to split up. They have to divide and conquer this group, because right now these two riders are doing everything for this group. They're more afraid of the bridgers than they are of the people that are with them, and I think that's a bad move. They might have been fastest up Kent Street the last time. They might have crested the top as 1-2, but that is not the way to win this race if you have to get rid of such a fast sprinter as Corinne Rivera, or as someone aggressive as Taylor Wiles. She came over the top just behind them. She made it back up to those riders very quickly, so I think that she has legs good enough to win, and that's all you really have to do, is to identify who the riders are in the group that you fear, and you have to get rid of them.
Well, this is Taylor Wiles on the front that you see right now in the black jersey of Velocio SRAM. Talk about a good day for Wiles. Taylor Wiles started the day with no teammates, the only American on that squad racing here in Chattanooga. The Bulls Dolman riders with just two, Stevens and Garnier, both making it into the break. Corinne Rivera with a few more teammates on United Healthcare. So they're going to be glad to have one of those riders in the break. And then, of course, Amber Neben with the Visit Dallas team, the fifth rider in this breakaway.
Amber Neben took the descent of Lookout just like this. She was just off the back. She was watching the other riders descend, taking it easy, giving herself a second to breathe. She's doing the exact same thing now, and I think that is just going to play into her hands on this final lap. You cannot give someone like that any advantage, and that's what these two riders are doing. Stevens and Garnier on the front continuously. All they're doing is leaving the door open for another one of these riders to take advantage later.
Well, look at this. A great crowd awaiting the riders here at the finish line as they head out on their final lap of racing on the short circuit. Look at this. Another United Healthcare rider starting to come up. That's got to be Katie Hall trying to join her teammate Corinne Rivera. That would be a huge addition for Rivera, but I got to wonder if they have enough time for Hall to catch on. We are at 8.8 kilometers of racing to go as they hit the line for the final lap. One more time up Kent Street. And how about Katie Hall? What an amazing ride for Hall. Dropped, caught, and now trying to catch back on again.
She's a couple hundred meters behind that front group of five, and she needs to get up there, but she also doesn't need to get up there. She just needs to keep doing this, because that means that Corinne Rivera can sit on and on and on and on. And she's really the only one that needs to sit on. I think that they're not looking back and seeing Amber Neben for who she is and what she's doing. They're not seeing her take any pulls. She's sitting in fifth position and not doing anything, while this United Healthcare rider, Katie Hall, is doing a great job as a teammate for Corinne Rivera in this front group. As long as Katie Hall stays within a few seconds of the back of this group, that's all Rivera needs to sit on and sit on and sit on.
Yeah, I don't care who wins the Stars and Stripes jersey today. If Katie Hall is able to make this catch, that might be the ride of the day for me, to be able to come back from such a tough ride so far. It is so hard to bridge up and make this catch, and she knows that her teammate desperately needs her up there. Corinne Rivera is in trouble. Katie Hall knows it, and she wants to be there to try to help Rivera sprint to a national championship.
Pace coming down just a little bit in this front group, giving Katie Hall another chance to get up there, taking a chance to drink a little bit, trying to settle in and get ready for this last lap on the city circuit. Kent Street's looming in the background. They're going to make a right and a left-hand turn now to get back on the wide boulevard, heading back to the bridge. But this is one of the last parts of this race where they're going to be able to take a breath. I mean, everything from here on out is just hardcore, full gas, attack, and trying to place yourself where you can get to that 1K to go sign with a shot at the win. I think that's what a lot of these riders are trying to shoot for, is what part of the course do I need to be at while still in contention, and that's going to be it.
Well, that is Megan Garnier doing her work on the front. They've got to keep this pace high, because that's going to be a major advantage for United Healthcare if Katie Hall is able to catch on. We'll try and get another look at just where Hall is, how far off the back. Just saw the helmet coming into view right there as she's going to make her way around.
I'm glad to see Amber Neben taking pulls. It looks like Evelyn Stevens is sitting on the back of the group of five now, and they've forced Neben to the front. Garnier still taking her turns, but Stevens sitting on a little bit. Even if she only sits on for 10 or 15 or 30 seconds, that's going to be enough to make a difference. But Amber Neben needs to be on the front as a participant in this breakaway and not just as baggage on the back, because she's way too dangerous to do that.
Well, Rivera sitting on the back right now, exactly where she needs to be. This is the rider that we've been talking about. Katie Hall for the United Healthcare Pro Cycling Team, digging deep with everything that she has, although we do understand that this gap is starting to come down. Hall is starting to lose time as the gap getting bigger and bigger between Hall and this group right here, trying to make her way up to help Corinne Rivera. Well, you see Corinne Rivera stretching out the back a little bit, getting ready for what she knows is going to be a intense and chaotic final 5 kilometers of racing.
She's definitely not stretching her back because she's going to be ready to post her arms up at the finish line. She's getting ready for Kent Street. Kent Street was almost her undoing the last time. She was over the top in 4th position and had to fight desperately on that descent to get back to these 2 riders from Bowles-Domen, Stevens, and Garnier.
Things starting to fall apart in this group of 6, Tim. We saw them riding in a perfect pace line earlier. We talked about the quick rotations that they were doing, but now we just saw Taylor Wiles go from 3rd wheel up to the front. So the rotation is starting to fall apart. This is where you start to play games. It's about conserving energy right now, trying to stay fresh for what seems to be an inevitable sprint out of this group of 5.
I'm imagining Katie Hall coming into view right behind them. No team cars in between. They're all behind Hall. She's very, very close to catching on. But I don't think she's going to be able to make it before we start Kent Street, and that's really going to matter because if she can't get there then, she'll never get there because from the top of Kent Street, it's going to be full gas all the way to the finish. But, you know, they are not friends anymore at the front. They don't really have to work that well together. They just have to stay in contention up and over Kent Street. Looks like we're going to see the Bowles-Domen rider Garnier again leading into the climb just like last time. Stevens coming over the top of her halfway up. That's what blew up the bomb on Kent Street.
You know, even if Katie Hall is able to make her way up to this group, I don't know that she's really going to be able to contribute much to Corinne Rivera's lead out. She is going all in on this one right now as they hit the Kent Street climb for the final time up this short, punchy climb here in Chattanooga, Tennessee. We'll see if anybody launches on this one. Corinne Rivera's moving up here. She knows she got in trouble last time. She doesn't want to make the same mistake again today, and she's looking very good, right where she needs to be. But Bowles-Domen putting a rider on the front, opening up a little bit of space. Amber Neiman is in a little bit of trouble in the pink jersey behind them.
Stevens on the front gets a small gap over Garnier, but Garnier's got to let her go. She can't just stay on her wheel. She has 2 enemies on her wheel. She has to let them go. Amber Neiman getting gapped off slightly, but not too much. It looks like these gaps are a little bit smaller than they were the last time. Corinne Rivera staying right on Taylor Wiles, and Wiles on Garnier, while Stevens is off the front again. They're splitting up ever so slightly, but I don't think it's enough to really carve up this group of 5 and get someone away, and that's the only way they're going to be able to take on Corinne Rivera in the finish of this race.
And just saw Katie Hall making her way to the top of that climb. Don't think Hall is going to do it today. I think these riders are away. Amber Neiman in trouble, but how about our solo Bowles-Domen rider off the front right now? Not sure if that is going to be Stevens or Garnier. We'll get a better look at them as they hit the front. I think it might be Garnier away.
Now that's Stevens off the front. It looks like we've got Amber Neiman going over the top from the back into second position, trying to bridge the gap up to Stevens. Does she have the legs to make it up there? Does she have the legs to beat her? Who knows? This is going to be a tough climb over this bridge back into downtown Chattanooga, Brad.
Well, please excuse me as I take the foot out of my mouth. I did say that Neiman was in trouble. She proved me wrong on that one as Amber Neiman goes on the attack, comes to the front. She was looking like she was having some trouble on the Kent Street climb, let a gap open up in front of her, but then surges past these riders to now try to close down the gap to Evie Stevens, who is away off the front right now.
Garnier looking good on Amber Neiman's wheel. Amber Neiman really pushing hard over this bridge. The wind is a little bit from the left. Stevens by herself on the right-hand side of the road. Amber standing up again, trying to keep the pace up. Corinne Rivera holding tight. That is all she's looking to do, is to just stick on the back wheel of Taylor Wiles there, stay in contention. But Amber Neiman now the only one to chase. Garnier is not going to pull. She's going to sit there and watch what happens. Taylor Wiles looks like she's struggling just a little bit. Of course she is. I mean, it's been such a hard race already today, but she is a good bet for an attack if they get closer to Stevens. If she's able to do it, she has the legs, we might see the SRAM Velocio rider able to make an attack. And here she goes on the left side of the group into the wind. Corinne Rivera trying to get on her wheel, trying to hold that. Big move by Corinne Rivera, trying to get up there.
Yeah, nice job by Taylor Wiles launching as well. Not going to be able to open anything up, and now Rivera is going to go to the front of this one. Meanwhile, the riders behind them just hanging on. That is Garnier sitting third wheel. Taylor Wiles in the black jersey sitting second, and now Corinne Rivera goes to the front to try to do some work to bring back Evelyn Stevens, who is solo away. Now remember, Boels-Dolman has a 1-2 here, so even if Evelyn Stevens is caught, I would expect to see Megan Garnier try and give it a go again. Evelyn Stevens is a great time trialist, so this is a perfect move for her. This is how Evelyn Stevens is going to win this bike race. I don't think she can win going head-to-head with Corinne Rivera, so this is the way that she needs to make the move.
This is a great little gap. I want to see how they are. Looks like Nieben back to the front. She's been dumped in that earlier attack by Taylor Wiles. Now she's back in the front. It's all she can do is to just contribute just a little bit. The entire time, Megan Garnier is back in control of this group. She's sitting on this in second wheel. She's sitting on Nieben. She's going to watch her left for an attack by Wiles. Even Rivera could take an attack now. We're not sure what's going to happen, but at least she is in control and she doesn't have to take any more pulls. And if there's someone who gets a benefit from even sitting on for a minute, it's going to be Megan Garnier.
Look at Garnier on the front right now. They're not doing any work to try to bring back Evelyn Stevens. They're letting Stevens' teammate Garnier take over on the front of what is now a chase effort, trying to bring back a solo Evelyn Stevens, trying to ride her way into a Stars and Stripes jersey. I'm surprised they let Garnier stay on the front that long. Now Taylor Wiles has taken over in the black jersey to try to bring back Stevens, but we're inside the final few kilometers of racing. They might have waited too long. It could be too little too late for these four riders as Evelyn Stevens is solo off the front. They are at 3K to go, Tim.
Evelyn Stevens taking these corners as fast as she can do it. This is exactly what she wanted to do. No one was more disappointed on Saturday than Evelyn Stevens, getting 5th place in the time trial, something that you just won a big time trial at the Tour of California last week. You were the winner there against a very similar competition, and this is a big disappointment to get in to finish 5th place when you hope to win and to be so far out of it. Now she's getting payback. She is on the front solo inside of 3 kilometers to go at the U.S. National Road Race Championships. This is exactly the kind of finish that she envisioned. She and her coach were out riding on course, Neil Henderson. They were riding on course yesterday, giving a good eye to what she needed to do, talking about things, seeing what parts of the course would benefit her. All she has to do now is make it up these next couple short false flat sections before dropping down into the finish line, and she can get a jersey. It is a great situation for her and for her teammate Megan Garnier in this back chase group.
Yeah, no, Stevens has been a U.S. professional time trial national champion. She won a team time trial world championship with her team and was second in this year's time trial just a couple days ago out at the Volkswagen Chattanooga plant. So clearly a strong time trialist, clearly on good form coming into this weekend, and that is exactly what we're seeing from Evelyn Stevens right now, the Boels-Dolman rider, trying desperately to stay away with 2.5 kilometers of racing to go.
I know how strong Evelyn Stevens is on a bike. We've trained together in the mountains around Colorado, and she is just such a beast on a bike. When she has confidence, when she has ability, when she's fit and she has a plan, she is unbeatable, and she's just shown what it means to show up at a race that means so much, having all of that in your pocket. Coming around this right-hand turn, she's going to see the 1K to go banner up here very shortly, and that is nothing but good stuff for Evelyn Stevens right now, thinking about just turning those pedals over as fast as she can, not even looking behind. This is a way to win a bike race.
Yeah, so she's going to be inside of 2K to go now. I just saw the 2K sign just a little bit ago. She'll be seeing 1K here very soon as Evelyn Stevens looking better and better right now to earn a Stars and Stripes jersey on the road.
Oh, this is so exciting. This is a great part of the course. It's downhill all the way to the finish line. As soon as you crest this little part right here, everything is a little bit easier. She's going to be taking a look back just to make sure she knows where everyone is. That chase group is going to be led by Taylor Wiles. It's going to be led by Amber Nieben. It may even be led by Corinne Rivera, but that is it. Megan Garnier is going to be sitting on, hoping to make this a 1-2 for a two-person team showing up to the national championships. There's no better way to do it.
All right, inside of 1K to go. I want to correct myself. I said she was second in the time trial. That was not Evelyn Stevens who we're looking at. I was thinking of Carmen Small, second place. Just wanted to get that clear. So this is Stevens off the front right now. We are inside of 1 kilometer of racing to go on the front. There is Corinne Rivera on the back. She can only shine if they're able to bring back Evelyn Stevens. Taylor Wiles is putting in everything she has right now to try to make this catch. Amber Neben on the wheel, but you can see noticeably faster for Evelyn Stevens on the front. I think she is gone right now.
Brad, she has got this. This is, oh no, actually
Wow.
They are so much closer than we thought. This chase group is coming down this downhill into this final left-hand corner. Just a couple hundred meters to go. How it's going to happen to Evelyn Stevens now?
Final left-hand turn onto the finishing stretch as Stevens makes her way. She's got the line in sight. Will she be caught before they make it in? Here comes Amber Neben just behind her in the pink jersey as now they try to open up the sprint behind her. Stevens has just a few meters gap right now. Neben continues to pull inside the final 100 meters for Evelyn Stevens. Taylor Wiles pops out to the side. And I apologize. Looks like we got one more lap of racing remaining. They're saying that they're sending their riders out for another lap here. All right, so apologies to those at home. We had some misinformation here in the truck, but they are heading out for what's going to be one more short circuit here.
Brad, I'm as confused as you right now, actually. I thought that they had just had 3 finish laps like we saw, but this is them going out for the 4th lap with Evelyn Stevens still solo off the front.
All right, so now Stevens has a much bigger task at hand here because she's going to have to complete this final circuit, which is, again, 8.8 kilometers, about 5.5 miles to go now. Tim, this is a game changer. Evelyn Stevens maybe went a little early, but she knew she certainly didn't sprint there for the finish, so obviously thinking that she was going to be able to stay away knowing she had this extra lap to go.
What this means for Stevens right now is that she really just has an entire lap of trying to hold off a chase group that is now very close and motivated. We're still looking at the same riders that are chasing with just Taylor Wiles and Amber Neben really driving the pace. Corinne Rivera is still sitting on. This definitely changes the outlook as to what we thought was going to be happening here, but going into this final stretch, going out towards Kent Street is such a different ball game now. That it is going to be one more time up Kent Street for these riders.
All right, so our apologies again. We are on what we now think is our final lap as this is Evelyn Stevens off the front, but it looks like, Tim, she's going to be caught here as they make their way onto the bridge. This is going to be a long run for Evelyn Stevens as she'll come back in. Now the question is, can Megan Garnier launch another one for the Bulls-Dolman team, or will we see this one stay back together? I'm actually surprised that Evelyn Stevens attacked so early, so that means that her attack would have come at about 12, 13 kilometers to go. That's a long way for a solo attack.
It's a huge distance to try and cover on your own, especially when you have such a talented group of riders that are trying to bring you back. I mean, that is a very long distance to try and make. She still has this very small gap and really only challenging now Taylor Wiles and Amber Neben chasing on the front of that group. Her teammate, however, which I think is really what will be the benefit of this for us, really, is watching Megan Garnier able to sit on for more than an entire lap. I mean, that's really the takeaway from our confusion, is that Megan Garnier now will have had more than 6K, 10 kilometers of sitting on and giving her a chance to save all kinds of energy, being able to watch out for any attacks that she's going to see. But really her breakaway companions now that have been chasing Evelyn Stevens so hard for so long, they're not going to be that hard to follow when these attacks happen because she's been sitting on so consistently and so well for these final 10 kilometers.
I'm actually surprised that Stevens is still away right now. I would have thought that they would have made the catch a little earlier here, but no threat for them right now because the gap isn't that big for Stevens as they make their way onto the bridge right now. Evelyn Stevens making her way back in. Tim, what do you think? A counterattack coming out of this group, or do we see him sit in now for the final roughly 8K?
Oh, I think there's still going to be action on Kent Street. Going into this final climb now, it's going to be tough for anything really to happen other than Megan Garnier getting into this climb again. She's going to have to choose whether or not she wants to attack and put Evelyn Stevens out the back, or if she just wants to mark someone and hold it for the sprint. However, knowing that Corinne Rivera from United Healthcare is sitting on and is such a good sprinter, I think that's going to be a really tough move to make, and it's going to be a decision you have to really be solid about. You can't go halfway and expect things to work out, but she's one of the strongest riders on that climb and the ability to go fast after the climb. So is she going to try and win a solo, or is she going to wait for the sprint? And that's really up for her to decide.
Well, I'll tell you, I'm liking Corinne Rivera more and more here, seeing that she's able to hang in here and this coming back together. But Evelyn Stevens still fighting off the front here as we're going to be at about 7K to go right now. Tim, you ever post up early in your racing career? Did you ever have the old 1 lap to go post up?
Well, I guess I've just done my first post up with you alongside because here we are going across the finish line before the race is actually over. Evelyn Stevens now still taking Kent Street on her own and going up incredibly fast. Taylor Wiles still in second position, just taking a massive pull on her own, trying to close that gap, but Stevens still has the legs to keep the gap. She's got Megan Garnier sitting in third position, aware of what's going on, but not pressing the pace, trying to see where Corinne Rivera is. But Evelyn Stevens holding her gap over the top. She still has these other riders in trouble, and that is just a testament to the legs that she brought to today's race. And if we are still talking about Evelyn Stevens coming down off of Kent Street in the lead, Brad, then I feel like we have been watching this race together. We understand exactly what's happening on the road right now.
Yeah, maybe we'll just go back and replay the commentary from the fake last 5K here, because it's pretty much the same situation. Evelyn Stevens just off the front, 4 riders trying to chase her as Corinne Rivera tacks onto the back, hoping to sprint this one out, hoping that this one will come back together. Look at the effort that Evelyn Stevens is putting in right now, digging deep.
She is doing a great job. Taylor Wiles on the front of the group, still with a solid gap. I can't believe how close that breakaway got, how close they got to Stevens here on the front. Stevens now standing up, taking the right-hand turn onto the bridge with at least a 3-5 second gap there, while the chase group has completely split and spread across the road. That is not a good way to keep the pace on, but it looks like Amber Neiman now is coming to the front as they get over the bridge. But as we saw this last time, Brad, she had the measure of Amber Neiman this last time over the bridge.
Well, you saw Stevens taking a look back, trying to see what the gap was. She waited until she could see that first rider before she turned her attention back to the back forward. She wanted to make sure that she knew exactly how much time she had. And Tim, at this point, this is going to be an all or nothing move for Evelyn Stevens. If she is caught here, she's not going to have much left to help out her teammate Megan Garnier. So she is emptying the tank with this move right now.
Well, there's only one thing for Garnier to do, and that's to get rid of Corinne Rivera. Corinne Rivera doesn't want anything but to stay with Garnier. The attack from Garnier is inevitable if Evelyn Stevens is caught. It makes it a very simple proposition for Corinne Rivera to try and win this race. All she has to do is stick with Garnier and beat her in the sprint. But Stevens is still away. She's still got a gap. Amber Neiman is not able to close that. And Taylor Wiles, finally, after having such an amazing race, just dumping all kinds of power all over this course, is starting to look like she's in trouble, and she's unable to contribute as much as she was before. Incredible race so far, but this chase group behind Evelyn Stevens is starting to disintegrate and turning back into, if it's a sprint, what's going to happen.
All right, so again, you are looking at Taylor Wiles in the black jersey for the Velocio SRAM team, riding on the front of what is now a chase effort. Megan Garnier, the teammate of the solo rider off the front, Evelyn Stevens. And then here comes Corinne Rivera. Rivera now starting to come forward. She's been hanging out of the back, but I think now she knows, look, if I don't contribute to this, Evelyn Stevens is just going to dangle off the front here, and we're not going to catch her.
Identical position to the last lap. Corinne Rivera taking a pull. Amber Neiman coming out over the top, trying to close this gap. Evelyn Stevens is just 5 seconds ahead. She's barely crested this short little pitch here. Taylor Wiles trying to hold on to the wheel of Neben, but Evelyn Stevens just has a tiny, tiny gap here now. She's barely holding on. Amber Neben getting so close to bringing her back. Megan Garnier is sitting back there just hoping that she doesn't have to sprint against Corinne Rivera. She wants Stevens to stay away and take this jersey on her own.
What an amazing ride this is for Stevens. I cannot believe that she is still away with that gap just dangling. It's less than 5 seconds right now, but they just cannot shut Evelyn Stevens down. Amber Neben doing everything that she can right now to try to bring Stevens back, but it's just not enough. They are starting to close the gap now. Stevens is losing a little bit of time. There's a good look from the chase effort as they've now got Stevens within just a few bike lengths. Amber Neben putting in a great dig on the front right now for Visit Dallas.
Evelyn Stevens, 9 lives up there. Let's see if they can actually close this one out, because if they don't actually get onto her back wheel, then they won't get her. She's shown that she doesn't need anything more than 5 feet to stay away. Taylor Wiles making a move now,
nice.
counterattack.
Yep.
Megan Garnier covering.
Classic counter here coming from Taylor Wiles as they make the catch on Evelyn Stevens. Taylor Wiles now tries to go away. Nobody wants to sprint against Corinne Rivera, so they're trying to get a gap happening right now. As you see Stevens go to the back, her day probably done here unless she can redouble her efforts and try to find her way back in. There goes Stevens off the back. She is gone. Meanwhile, Amber Neben trying to catch back on to this group of 3 now. Corinne Rivera perfect here. And there goes Neben right up the left side. Neben makes the catch and then blows right by him. The move that we saw earlier, she lets a gap open and then blows right by him. And now Garnier is forced to respond.
Amber Neben pushing the pace now. Garnier has to counter if she wants to get rid of Rivera. At least now Rivera's not on her wheel directly. She's behind Taylor Wiles, slightly back from where she was before, but Garnier has to cut the rope quickly, and she has to do it decisively here on this next right-hand turn, the last false flat section of this course. This is going to be the last point where they can try and get rid of Corinne Rivera. I'm sure Evelyn Stevens is trying desperately to get back up to this move from behind, but Amber Neben now, this is just called stun mode. She's just going fast enough to try and halt any attacks, but Garnier has to hit it now if she wants to win this thing, not in a breakaway.
Well, here goes Taylor Wiles launching once again. Wiles goes on the attack again. Garnier will be the first rider to respond. Then comes Corinne Rivera and Amber Neben tacking on as well. Taylor Wiles just cannot shake the other 3 riders in this breakaway. She's tried a couple times. Now with 2 kilometers of racing to go, we're all together with 4 riders. Megan Garnier, Amber Neben, Taylor Wiles, and Corinne Rivera.
Taylor Wiles making her last attempt to get away solo here. She tried on the false flat uphill. It's tough. It is so hard to do even when you're fresh, but when you're dead from being out here on course as long as these women have, this is a tough, tough finish. It's hot out here. It's 85 degrees, super humid. These riders are feeling the pain every single pedal stroke. Megan Garnier in second position. Corinne Rivera sitting in third and just absolutely frothing about the chance to try and win this from a sprint. But Megan Garnier could be holding something back, Brad.
Now, I noticed Amber Neben letting a little gap open up. This might be the same thing that we've seen before, where she kind of lets a gap open to the wheel in front of her and then launches the attack up the side. You can see that the gap between the wheels is biggest between Amber Neben and Corinne Rivera there. Now, Amber Neben could catch on here. They're not riding too hard at the front, so she wants to leave that gap open, maybe just giving herself a little bit of wiggle room in the event of attacker that she needs to make a move.
Heading into the final 500 meters up here, this is really tough. Amber Neben
goes.
Attack from the back. Sorry, the 1K to go sign. Amber Neben now taking her chance solo. Garnier covering again. If she had let Corinne Rivera try and cover that, she might have had a chance to take advantage of that, but instead, Corinne Rivera is still sitting on the back, able to see exactly what's happening.
And
even
now,
if it's hard for her to follow, she's still right there.
Yeah, now Rivera looked like she was in a little bit of trouble, but closes the gap now, sitting in the slipstream of Taylor Wiles. Amber Neben has been incredibly aggressive today, launching multiple attacks here in the final 5 kilometers, as now Neben sits on the front.
descending into downtown. Short little right here, a left, and then a very fast downhill before the final left-hand turn at about 250 meters. This is going to be the last chance for the sprint as we see these riders get ready. Corinne Rivera moving up into second position before this left-hand turn, and Garnier leading this sprint out, Brad.
Rivera's got him right where she wants him. Goes into the final turn, second wheel. She sits on the wheel of Megan Garnier, waiting to launch the sprint. Garnier leads it out. Taylor Wiles sitting third wheel. Amber Neben has lost contact. Neben is in trouble. Now comes, this is going to be UHC. It is Rivera. Rivera going head-to-head with Garnier, and I think Garnier got it. Megan Garnier outsprints Corinne Rivera in the final meters of the race, as unofficially Megan Garnier will take the Stars and Stripes jersey in an outstanding sprint against one of the best American sprinters in the country in the race, as Corinne Rivera will have to settle for second. Unofficially, Megan Garnier is your new U.S. Professional Road National Champion.
Incredible sprint. She took it long. She had to. Corinne Rivera is so sharp and quick and fast, but she can't hold that power that Megan Garnier just showed. She went from before the corner all the way to the line and literally sprinted as long as she could until she felt like Corinne Rivera could not make up any more ground on her, winning just by a short margin. But she's got it. She is the happiest rider out here right now.
Well, you saw Megan Garnier saying, "Did I win?" And I think the hug confirms it, as Megan Garnier was still unofficial as your winner, but I think it was pretty clear Megan Garnier got it there on the line.
Garnier winning for her teammate, Evelyn Stevens. Brad and I both apologize wholeheartedly for calling that wrong earlier. Having Evelyn Stevens off the front that entire time helped Megan Garnier save every little bit of energy, giving her a chance to even try and outsprint Corinne Rivera like that. Well, huge move for that team.
Yeah, you know, talk about a perfect ride for Bulls Dolman with the Evelyn Stevens late race attack, just barely getting caught before the line in the final few kilometers, and then Megan Garnier able to finish it out for the Bulls Dolman ladies. Starting the day with just 2 riders on the team, going up against squads that even like 2016 that brought 9 riders out here, and Megan Garnier able to pull it off with the help of her teammate Evelyn Stevens. And there's the hug saying, "Thanks, I appreciate it. I couldn't have done it without you." They both know it. And I know Evelyn Stevens is thrilled for her teammate to get a win. You know, she missed out on a Stars and Stripes jersey, but sometimes you have to put that aside for the good of the team and the good of your teammates.
You have to try. I mean, really, there's so much invested into any race. A race like this, when these 2 riders are here representing their team, which is European-based in the States, being 2 Americans, being the only 2, you try even harder. You have everything just concentrated into one move, and really they played such a perfect race together. And it wasn't like the tactics of Corinne Rivera and United Healthcare weren't correct. They did everything right. They got Corinne Rivera into the final sprint in position to win. But in this case, having Evelyn Stevens off the front helped Megan Garnier here to win this race. That allowed her to save her energy enough to hold off the best sprinter in the race.
Well, we're going to see Megan on the podium here in just a bit. It was an amazing day for Megan Garnier and the Bulls Dolman team. I believe we are going to be doing our women's and men's podium together at the end of the day. So our pro men will be coming up next. We're scheduled for a 1:30 start for them. Current time here in Chattanooga, right around 12:10. So we got a little bit of time. I'm going to take a step back for Tim Johnson here in the booth with me. Frankie Andreu joining us throughout the day as well. I'm Brad Soner, as we'll be back with your pro men's race from the Volkswagen USA Cycling Professional Road National Championships here in Chattanooga.
Rappers love the diesel engine because they could listen to their music.
Oh, Terry, who gives a crap about the rappers?
Diesel cars are noisy. This one's not noisy at all.
Mine was very noisy, but it was an 82.
Turn it on. It's on, Mary.
It's off.
It's on.
It's off.
It's off. No, it's on.
Don't play games. Turn the damn thing on.
It's on, Mary.
So you just turned it off?
No, it's on.
It's still on?
It's nice and quiet.
It's a Passat or a facade? It's a Passat.
You better start looking for a diesel station, Terry, because they're very hard to find.
You gotta be kidding, Josie. What are we gonna do, be stranded with no food? That's my biggest nightmare, dying on an empty stomach.
Josie, press the GPS. There's diesel all over the place. Look at all those stations, Mary.
Look at all those D's that remind me of ditalini, manicotti, bruschetta, meatballs, spaghetti. Put you in a mood, don't even ask.
Like you, we start every day with what keeps us going. Hard work and good service. Innovation and perspiration. First names and game days. Spotlights, nightlights, stormy weather, and making life a little better. Together, we're all part of a community of neighbors caring for one another. And that's a powerful thing. EPB, the power of community.
You got your teammate Evelyn Stevens up the road, who is just turning herself inside out and forcing Amber Neben.
Rappers love the diesel engine because they could listen to their music.
Oh, Terry, who gives a crap about the rappers?
Diesel cars are noisy. This one's not noisy at all.
Mine was very noisy, but it was an 82.
Turn it on.
It's on, Mary.
It's off.
It's on.
It's off.
It's off. No, it's on.
Don't play games. Turn the damn thing
It's
on.
on, Mary.
So you just turned it off?
No, it's on.
It's still on?
It's nice and quiet.
It's a Passat or a Facade?
It's a Passat.
You better start looking for a diesel station, Terry, because they're very hard to find.
You gotta be kidding, Josie. What are we gonna do, be stranded with no food? That's my biggest nightmare, dying on an empty stomach.
Josie, press the GPS. There's diesel all over the place. Look at all those stations, Mary.
Look at all those D's that remind me of ditalini, manicotti, bruschetta, meatball, spaghetti. Put you in a mood, don't even ask. Something stinks, I'm telling you.
It must be the diesel. It's not the diesel, Josie. The new diesels don't smell bad.
Oh my God, it smells like marinated camel crap. What the hell?
It's not the diesel.
Oh, it's tuna. He needs a bath. Here, smell
That's
it.
what it is. I
Here,
don't
smell
get out of here, Mary.
Tuna?
Phew.
Hashtag tuna melts my heart. Whatever the hell that means.
These cars are fuel hogs. Not this one. Hashtag over 800 miles on one tank. Hashtag fuel efficient. Hashtag Passat.
What do you gotta use hashtag for?
Mary hates hashtag. I like hashtag.
Shut up with the hashtag, please. Just say it's a beautiful car.
Hashtag Volkswagen. Hashtag diesel.
God, I don't know what the hell a hashtag is.
Hashtag German engineering. Do you like cougars?
Terry, will you shut up? You are adorable.
Thank you. Ladies, your belt's all snugged up?
Why do we have to buckle up? The pickup stinks with diesel.
You gotta be kidding. Oh my God. That's it. You and your stupid question. This is the end. Oh, Jesus.
We need resuscitation. Mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. Hurry up.
Hey, I'm Tim Johnson here in downtown Chattanooga, and I'm here to show my friend Tanner Faust the course for the 2015 Volkswagen U.S. National Championships in the road race.
I saw the hills out there. You guys are crazy. That's why I brought this.
Actually, I'm gonna take that. I'm driving. It's gonna be a really tough course. It's 111 miles for the men and 69 miles for the women.
Do you ride over this?
Yeah, a metal grate bridge on a bicycle is one of the scariest things that we do. As we get closer to Kent Street, this is one of the hardest parts of the course.
Yeah.
And so I really thought it'd be a good idea for you to experience that yourself.
Do you mean I get to drive?
Yeah, you totally get to drive.
Hey, can I get a bike for Tanner over here?
You suck.
Sorry, buddy.
Let's do this.
Come on, buddy, go, go, go! Come on! Nice.
You suck.
Good work.
You suck.
So as you go through, you see start-finish line. You've just left a few minutes before. The rest of the loop is actually where all the action happens. You see Lookout Mountain in front of you, and now we're starting to get up to the base of it. And you know that the next 8 to 10 minutes is gonna be painful. It really kicks you right in the teeth right at the start of the climb. So in the race, they're gonna do 4 small laps downtown, 4 big laps, and then 3 final laps. So what that really means is that they will do this climb 4 times, and they're gonna see Kent Street 7 times. So this descent that we're starting here is
we are up there.
very, very fast and very dangerous.
So how fast are you going on the bike down here?
At least 50 miles an hour.
What?
As a max.
50 around these corners?
I'd say 35 to 40 in these corners because you'll definitely slow down.
I'm a factor 7 motion sick right now. So we've just done our first lap, let's say, over Lookout Mountain. We're coming back down through here. How much of the race is left?
You have to do that 3 more times and the finish circuits. And that's all in the battle for the U.S. National Championships here in Chattanooga.
Insane. There's a burger place up here if you can drop me off. That'd be great.
Hey, I'm Tim Johnson here in Chattanooga. I'm here with the time trial winner, Andrew Cholansky. Andrew, congratulations. Must feel good to win a time trial like that.
To win here was unexpected, but it's absolutely an honor, and I'm really pleased with it.
I'm here with Kristen Armstrong, today's time trial winner. How was it out there?
It was hard. Conditions were hot, but you know, the course was awesome. It was undulating, it had technicality to it, and you know, there's a lot of speed, but my mantra today was just to attack the course the entire time. So I would break the course up in different sections, 4 or 5 sections, and it was basically a race to each corner. At 19 miles, today's time trial was a perfect course for any true time trialist.
Having the confidence of today, what does that mean for Monday?
For Ben King, he was only 10 seconds behind me. I mean, so that could have gone either way. You know, Ben could be standing here in the jersey as well for the road race Monday, and honestly, we won't really be pleased with anything but winning the race.
Congratulations, we really appreciate the effort you showed out there today. Thanks for being here, and good job today.
Thank you.
Like you, we start every day with what keeps us going. Hard work and good service. Innovation and perspiration. First names and game days. Spotlights, nightlights, stormy weather, and making life a little better. Together, we're all part of a community of neighbors caring for one another. And that's a powerful thing. EPB, the power of community.
last year, trying to battle Freddie for the sprint.
And that's got to be key on a course like this, to have a sprint, to have that kind of speed must make a big, big difference in being able to win the national championships here at the Paracycling.
So right now they're on track to do about 12 laps in 30 minutes, probably the winner. So that's 24 miles an hour, Frankie.
That's fast. That's cycling speed. That's amazing. That is amazing. It goes to show you, these machines are fast. The equipment they're using is fast, but it's the fitness level that they are actually using to be able to go that fast. A huge amount of power, a huge amount of watts. Look at this, driving it, not giving up, waiting for anybody right there. Oksana Masters going through right there.
Yeah, Oksana Masters is a tremendous athlete. Won a couple medals in Sochi at the Paralympic Games as a Nordic skier and biathlete. Now trying to see if she can get into the Summer Games as well in the sport of cycling. She looks like she's well on her way.
So for these riders, a 30-minute race like this, it goes by quick, or does it feel like, man, this is taking a long time?
I think it goes by pretty quick. I mean, their time trial distance is 15 to 30 kilometers, depending on the course. Their road race distance is around 60K. So they're used to spending a lot more time in the bike.
So they're used to doing hours, so this is like a sprint. The whole entire distance is like a sprint for these riders. So it definitely is going to go by quick. In a flash, it will be over. Well, they got 3 more laps to decide how they're going to handle this. Is someone going to attack and get away solo? Or are they all going to come around the end and decide to have one big sprint? 3 laps remaining, 3 to go for these riders as they come through. Let's cheer them on. 3 to go. David Mayo from the West Florida Wheelman right there in the back. He's coasting right now. He's able to take, but man, he had to work hard to be able to get there. David Mayo keeping up hard coming out of that last corner. If you have a small gap open up coming out of the last corner, very difficult to be able to keep up.
So our leaders just saw 3 laps to go. When they come through the next time, they'll see 2. And that's when things will start to get very interesting for that lead group of 7 men. And now we got a big group getting together here. That would be our main field. Just saw 3 laps to go.
Sign in for the men is right behind the announcing stand. Sign in for the men right behind the announcing stand.
All right, Frankie, still a pretty good-sized lead group with what's going to be 2 laps to go. 2 to go.
7 riders with 2 laps to go. As you said, it's the same 7 guys. It really not much has changed. They've been all stick together. Nobody's been attacking. They've all just been kind of keeping it together.
Yeah, keep your eye on a rider 30 in that group, Ryan Pinney. One of our new athletes. He's an Air Force veteran. This is his first National Criterium Championship. He's been working real hard for about 18 months. He's participated in the Warrior Games, won his class there. Great to see Ryan in that lead group against some crafty veterans. Alicia Dana wearing bib number 1, looking very solid on the bike as well as she sees 2 to go.
Jacob Freeland leading through right there, and is followed by Aaron Pike as the riders are coming through. They're coming around. These riders are going to probably do about 1 more lap because they're going to end up finishing on the bell lap. So they're not giving up. They're continuing to fly around this course, continuing to work together and draft.
Yep, we crowned many national champions on Saturday at the time trial where all of our paracycling classes competed. And they competed in a road race yesterday out at the Enterprise South Nature Park. And, of course, our Criterium Championship for the hand cycles today. So great weekend of racing for paracycling in Chattanooga. Oksana Masters is patrolling the main field. She wants to make sure she finishes in front of that group. She can stay out of danger. Okay, here's our lead moto. Chattanooga, pick your favorite as our lead group is going to see 1 lap to go. They're putting a lap down on a few riders as they approach the line. They're going to get the bell. All of these riders are going to get the bell now as our lead group has to make their way through some traffic. We're going to call them out in order. Pick your favorite. David Randall in the front. Carlos Maleta, Dan Canawson, Alfredo de los Santos, Matt Updike, Ryan Pinney, and David Mayo. That's your lead 7. All right, all of our riders on the last lap. 1 lap to go for this group. Now, something interesting, Frankie, our lead group was really picking up the pace on the final lap, and they were about 1/3 of a lap behind lapping the main field. So it's possible that those leaders could run into traffic on the last lap, which could make things very interesting for the final sprint. All right, it looks like this is our main field here, has stayed intact. Leaders still behind them, so this is our main group, going to see 1 lap to go. 1 to go, 1 lap to go. That's Joe Maher, number 17 on the front. All right, here we've got, it looks like a 2-up sprint. Alfredo de los Santos trying to outsprint Dan Canawson, but it's not going to happen. That's going to be Navy veteran Dan Canawson with a big Criterium victory. He won the road race yesterday. Ryan Pinney coming in there for what looks like a third place overall, and he is very excited about that. One of our new riders on the paracycling scene.
Well, you mentioned the kneeling ones were going to have an advantage, and they definitely separated themselves coming out of that last corner. What a fantastic two-up sprint. What'd you say, average of 24, 25 miles an hour they did on this 1 mile circuit. That is screaming fast.
Yeah, and those kneeling bikes, I think they probably averaged over 350 watts here in the criterium, and they probably saw, I don't know, close to 4-digit numbers in the final sprint. So amazing that you can produce that much power and speed using just your upper body.
Rest of the riders coming in, finishing strong. A nice ride there by everybody. Christopher Spruill finishing up there. Here we got another sprint, finishing up right here at the line at the 4-up sprint with the rest of the paracyclists, and they're coming in there. Nice job, nice job.
It's like paralyzed veteran athlete Jake Freeland. I'm sorry, that's U.S. Military Endurance Sports. Coming up with a great finish in that group. You saw the other kneeling bike still out there to finish as our top women's rider so far on the day, Oksana Masters. We're going to see if she can outsprint some of the men, as here's a good finish from Alicia Dana, number 1. That's Matthew Robinson coming in. All right, here comes that big group coming in, kind of our main field. We're going to see how that group shakes out. Another sprint coming towards the finish. And that's Seth Arsenault, former Paralympian, finishing the best of that group. Right behind him, Oksana Masters. So good race for those riders, as it looks like just a few more riders to finish up here in our USA Cycling National Hand Cycle Criterium Championships in Chattanooga. Frankie, I know you got a lot of big things coming up, so we're going to thank you and thank Chattanooga, thank USA Cycling and everybody who supported this event.
No, thank you, Ian. It's a fantastic event. It's amazing watching these athletes come around here and as fast as they can go. Glad to be able to have Chattanooga be able to honor them with providing a Criterium National Championships for many of the
18 in the big issue state, and we look forward to the next time. As you mentioned, few more riders finishing up. Every one of these guys, a winner being here and competing in this, but some of these guys are remarkably fast.
Yeah, I think we have a work journey coming up a little bit after 2:30 for our hand cycle athletes, and we'll see you then. Thanks again.
Thank you very much, Ian. Next up will be the men. The men's race start is scheduled for 1:30 p.m. 1:30 p.m. for the men's start. 111 miles for the men as they are now signing in. Pretty men showing up. Sign in is right behind the race announcing stand.
Hey, hey, man.
What's she into that ring? She can put in her ass and party down.
Hey, why don't you fuck off over there, buddy? Now we're back to the hotel. I feel so good.
Take a picture. Make sure it didn't happen. Sorry.
Okay, Logan.
Good story.
Okay, Logan.
I want proof.
Logan's turning like he's like the little bitch on the social media now. Oh, so it turns out there's 2 riders racing without a tune. What's that all about? Head scratcher.
I'm gonna hit you.
If I could play drums as good as Carter Beauford, I would not be here right now.
Bullshit. We would be here with a 12-pack of Bud, drinking, jamming out right now.
Drink too much.
Dude is a freak, man. Whether you like Dave Matthews or not, he is a freak.
And the thing about Beauford is he makes it look so effortless.
So John, here's the gig right here.
I got scared, I'm sorry.
You guys obviously have the call-up covered for the men. You know what you're doing there.
Yeah, we're just going to do the podium from last year and the national champions for here.
Great. And then you guys are going to get the men's race going, which is great. At 2:30 is the award ceremony for the women, immediately followed by the hand cycling award ceremony. We need Brad to do the women's ceremony, but can I get you to do the hand cycling ceremony?
Why you just having to roll? Because then you're going to be taking him off the live stream.
Yeah, but the live stream is going to be podium ceremony.
Podium. Okay. So, how many hand cycle awards are there? How many divisions?
There's
5?
8.
8.
If they all show, if there was a full field, it's 4 for men and 4 for women. But they're gonna be like Ian is gonna get them all ready. They're all gonna be sitting over there, ready to go.
So I could do it from here.
Yes. But yeah, as long as you had stuff to do it with, that's fine.
Right.
We need to make sure this mic is over there though.
Instead of the blue one, you mean?
I don't care which one's over there, as long as there's one for the award ceremony. Brad's gonna do the award ceremony over there for the women at 2:30. But he's not gonna show up until exactly 2:30. Because he's gonna throw it to himself on the website.
Why don't I just go over there and throw it?
That's fine too, if you want to.
Well, I won't know when he's doing it, so that's fine.
I'm trying to keep this as. We got a little bit of an audible here about changing these women.
It's fine. So we just do the awards ceremony. Okay, we will. Frankie can walk over there with the mic. Hand it to Brad. Brad does the awards. As soon as he's done with that, we roll right into hand cycle awards. Yeah. Okay?
Yeah, I just need to get you some hand cycling results over here.
Yeah.
If you're gonna do it from here.
That's it. It's a duck on the water, Micah. Nobody has any idea what's going on.
Well, the problem is that we need to advertise a little harder next year that the women can't get flights out today.
Well, they all want to go home.
Do you know where the kids race
have no idea
on that. Anything in the flyer for the kids' race? It says. If you can do the same thing you did last time.
At this time, we are going to call all of the riders for our men's pro road race. Please report to staging. Pro men, please report to staging. All pro men at this time, we ask you to please report to staging.
Mamas, don't let your babies grow up to be cowboys. Don't let them pick guitars or drive them old trucks. Let them...
Boys?
Mamas, don't let your babies grow up.
Stop less, go more. The Passat TDI Clean Diesel with up to 814 highway miles per tank. Just one reason Volkswagen is the #1 selling diesel car brand in America.
Well, welcome back to Chattanooga, Tennessee for the Volkswagen USA Cycling Professional Road National Championships. Our pro men lining up on the line as we just wrapped up a great women's race earlier today, and now the men have their shot at a great course here in Chattanooga. We've been talking about this all day with the addition of more climbs up Kent Street and then, of course, Lookout Mountain just outside of downtown Chattanooga awaiting the riders. Pro men today doing 4 of the short laps. That includes the Kent Street climb, 4 of the long laps. That includes Lookout Mountain, and then 3 more short circuits on the way in. They will do Kent Street every time that they do the long laps as well. So those 4 laps, we're looking at Lookout Mountain and Kent Street as well. Just bringing up some past national champions right now. There's the man who won on this very finish line 1 year ago, Eric Marcotte, taking the Stars and Stripes last year with a surprise victory, really putting himself on the map, so he gets a call up to the front. That's Travis McCabe, his teammate, who led him out on the way up. Travis may be looking for a Stars and Stripes jersey this time around, as he helped his teammate Eric get it last year. We'll see if Marcotte is going to return the favor for Travis McCabe today. There is Alex Howes, who has been on the podium here multiple times at the USA Cycling Pro Road National Championships. I talked with him earlier this week. He is hungry for a Stars and Stripes jersey, no question about that, and obviously on some pretty good form after the Amgen Tour of California. And a good time trial earlier this week as well at the Volkswagen Chattanooga plant, just outside of downtown Chattanooga. Here's Freddie Rodriguez, the 4-time U.S. Professional Road National Champion, now riding for the Jelly Belly, presented by Maxxis Pro Cycling Team. And, of course, Matthew Boucher, representing Trek Factory Racing, another former U.S. Professional Road National Champion. He got his Stars and Stripes back in the 2011 edition of our USA Cycling National Championships. And now, of course, comes Ben King, the 2010 champ, now riding for the Cannondale Garmin Pro Cycling Team. So those are all of your past winners and podium finishers as well, with the addition of McCabe because of his podium finish last year. They decided to bring those riders up to the front just to kind of put them in front of the crowds here in Chattanooga. It has been a great atmosphere here all day. Now, the big question is, will it rain out there? There was some rain in the forecast earlier this morning, scheduled to hit Chattanooga right around 3 o'clock, so that's going to be pretty much dead in the middle of our pro men's race today. But that percentage has come down. It's looking all right out there now. It is a little bit overcast, and you can feel the moisture in the air. It's very humid out there. Not too hot, right around 85 degrees, the forecast high for today. Don't think it'll go anywhere over 90, but it will be important for the guys to stay hydrated today. So I want to welcome everybody back. Once again, my name is Brad Soner. We're just a few minutes away from getting our pro men underway, as we will be on time for our 1:30 start this afternoon. Just a little under 3 minutes before we get them rolling. Do want to let everybody know now we are going to be stepping away from the pro men's race in about an hour, as we do have our women's podium coming up. We had planned to do the women's podium along with the men's podium after that race, but some of those women's riders with some flights to catch, so we're going to get that out of the way and make sure that our pro women get the recognition that they earn. Congratulations once again to Megan Guarnier with a incredible ride to take the Stars and Stripes jersey here. So you see the time of day clock there just in the upper right-hand shot. And this is just outside of 1 minute now. Riders will get the 1 minute warning, and we'll be underway at 1:30 on the dot. $111.4 total miles of racing for the men out there today. That's 179.3 kilometers. And again, that's going to be 4 short opening circuits, 4 long laps. That includes the Lookout Mountain just outside of town, and then 3 finishing circuits. John Leffler and Frankie Andreu are on stage announcers, getting the crowd whipped into a frenzy here in Chattanooga as we're inside of 30 seconds to rolling our pro men's race off the line. So we are underway and racing in Chattanooga, Tennessee for the Volkswagen USA Cycling Professional Road National Championships, as we're looking at 69 riders taking to the starting line today from 15 different teams. Optum Pro Cycling will be our largest team today with a total of 9 riders, I believe. Yeah, confirming 9 riders on the Optum Pro Cycling presented by Kelly Benefit Strategies team. Astellas starting with 8, a lot of full squads here, including Hincapie Racing, Lupus Racing is here. United Healthcare starting with 7 riders. And 6 on Team Smart Stop, the team of the defending champion, Eric Marcotte, today. So there is the caravan heading out. Each team will have cars following behind the race with spare bikes and parts, as well as a director and a mechanic in the car to provide any service that the riders may need. Again, I'm Brad Soner. We'll be watching on Twitter today. Our official hashtag is USPro. And if you have anything to say, you can get me right there at the handle on the bottom, at Brad Soner. Thanks for watching. Again, glad to have everybody here, and we're glad that we can bring you live images from Chattanooga, Tennessee. So we'll have our moto cams joining the peloton here in just a little bit, just getting out on the road, as it does take a while to get all the vehicles into place. There's a shot of our front of our field. Now that's going to be Air Gas Safeway on the front. One rider of note on that team that I think a lot of folks are going to be at least watching today is going to be Chris Horner, the veteran, racing on the pretty young Air Gas Safeway team. I think the second oldest rider on that squad, just 24 years of age. So Chris Horner, certainly a veteran both on the team and in the field. They're going to it early. You can see things are spread out in the first maybe 20 spots going single file as that Air Gas rider puts in a big dig on the front early on. The red jersey that you're seeing now is the Estellas Pro Cycling team. Just behind that, you'll see the Hincapie Racing team with the black and yellow sleeves there. Optum is going to be the team in the orange helmet, and then Lupus Racing in the purple and black. I think that's Jake Silverberg on the front for Estellas in the green shoes there, as Jake leads him out early. Well, Silverberg not messing around on this one. The opening circuits are right around 8.8 kilometers, and that does include the very steep Kent Street climb. Now, Kent Street, as we've been talking about, not super long, but it is very, very steep, and it'll definitely put the hurt in these riders' legs. No question about that. That Kent Street climb comes about 3.2K in. It's going to be right around 2 miles, so it'll be just over this bridge. You can see the gray clouds in the sky. So far, no moisture falling yet, but it is a possibility, and these riders started the day with that in mind. Most of these guys will have rain bags back in the car should they need it. But we certainly hope that it stays dry for the riders out there today. So here is the first time up Kent Street there, and you can see United Healthcare going to it early in the blue and white jersey. United Healthcare coming with a very strong team. They are definitely going to be a player in the game today. Brad White, Danny Summerhill, Keel Reinen, Tanner Putt, John Murphy, Adrian Hedge-Very, and Lucas User. So let's see who this is, getting an early jump on the field with a little bit of a gap here. Looks like that might be Brad White, but he's going to be caught. He's going to pull the plug. Found himself with a little bit of a gap there, but saying maybe just a little too early to have a breakaway. Look at the separation that's happened in the field here, though. We've got about 10 riders away already. One rider dangling in the gap, and then the rest of the field. That just goes to show you what kind of damage Kent Street can do out there today. Now Optum comes to the front in the orange helmets. You're going to see a lot of these today as Optum bringing a very, very strong team here to Chattanooga. So we'll see if these guys are interested in trying to get a breakaway and keep this one rolling. Doesn't look like they're working too well together. Now it's going to be the Air Gas Safeway team sending one rider away off the front, launching a little attack here. But again, still very, very early in the race. These guys doing a total of 179 kilometers of racing. It's about 111 miles. This is going to be Hincapie Racing coming up the left side as we go back with the peloton. You can see the riders strung out. Take a look at the flags up above the riders. Pretty much a straight crosswind for the guys here on the bridge. This is going to be one of the most exposed parts of the course. Once they make it up onto Lookout Mountain, you're not going to see much wind up there. And then, of course, when they're doing the circuits in downtown Chattanooga, not a lot of chance for the wind to penetrate there. Looks like some riders already trying to close down some gaps, having a little bit of trouble on the back here. But I think that's just the pace kind of starting to pick up as they try and work out their rhythm. It was Carson Miller in the black and white jersey of the Jamis Hoggins-Berman team. Another split here on the front. You can see them rolling away again. This time they look a little more motivated than they did before. One group just behind them trying to chase on. And it looks like an Optum rider starting the action. Estellas is there as well. I believe that is still Silverberg up at the front wearing number 49. So you can see those two riders have caught on. Now the rider that you just saw right there is Timothy Rugg wearing number 73. Rugg racing without a team. He was previously racing for the Lupus Racing team, but no longer with that squad, so he has no team affiliation on the jersey today. Hincapie Racing back on the front in the black jersey with yellow sleeves. Now Optum comes forward. These are really going to be the protagonists of the day. Surprised to see surprised that we're not seeing United Healthcare on the front. I would have thought they would have gone to the front a little earlier, but again, still a lot of racing remaining. These are really probably inconsequential attacks this early on. Had a chance to catch up with Thomas Craven, the director of the Hincapie Racing team. Thomas saying that Oscar Clark probably going to be their guy today. So we'll keep an eye out for Clark on that Hincapie squad. Oscar Clark is going to be wearing number 54 today. And here we go, two riders away off the front. Optum and Smart Stop going away. No surprise here, two big teams. A lot of pressure on the Smart Stop team. They really stormed onto the scene after their national championship win here last year with Eric Marcotte. Now, as the defending champions, a little bit more pressure on their team to chase down breakaways, but good to see them getting aggressive early on and putting a rider up the road. Unfortunately, the field going to bring those riders back. Not too interested in letting riders go this early. But breakaway is certainly a possibility. We saw it happen in the women's race as it was a group of just 4 riders coming to the line at the finish. And I would expect to see at least a select group coming to the line. You definitely won't see all of the guys finishing in the same group today with this many circuits hitting both Kent Street and the Lookout Mountain climb. There's going to be some major separation and probably pretty early on. So inside of about a kilometer and a half from the line as they'll return to complete their first starting circuit. Again, 4 circuits at the start, 4 long laps, and then 3 finishing circuits. Well, there is Jake Silverberg, who had spent some time on the front earlier for the Estellas Pro Cycling team. His job is done, maybe just trying to get it started early. Now he goes to the back for a little bit of rest and recovery. Good chance for Silverberg to give the legs a little rest after that early attack. So he's just going to sit in the slipstream of this rider in front of him and try and recover a little bit. Another split forming in the field here. Not really an attack coming out of the group. They're just kind of rolling away, sort of like a piece of elastic stretching out and eventually snapping. Now comes United Healthcare. This is the team that I was talking about earlier in the blue and white jerseys as they've sent a rider to the front here. And this should be the final left-hand turn on to the finishing stretch. This is what the riders will be seeing at the finish today after 111 miles of racing. It all comes down to that last left-hander and then on to the finishing stretch. So you can see these tiny gaps throughout the field, just those little 2, 3, 4 bike length gaps that you're seeing forming. That is a consequence of the incredibly fast pace being set on the front by those few riders getting things started early, just kind of putting these guys on notice. Well, now Stellis Pro Cycling sending one rider solo away off the front. We'll see if he's going to get any company in the breakaway. Really don't want to go solo in a situation like this. Ideally, these guys would like to take at least a few riders with them in the breakaway so that they can work together, but doesn't look like this Stellis rider is going to get any help. Well, certainly no easy rides in the peloton today. You can see the riders about halfway back there starting to spread out all over the road, trying to move up, getting out of the saddle just to maintain the pace, just to stay in contact with the group. For a lot of the day, that's going to be the battle for these guys. Just stay in the front group and try and make it into that final selection, especially on the Lookout Mountain climb. Airgas Safeway launching up the right-hand side here. Lupus Racing is going to get on the wheel. That'll be Jelly Belly just behind them. And then Garmin Cannondale covering the move as well in the green and black. And Garmin Cannondale going to counter that move. Now, I believe this is going to be Ben King. We'll wait for confirmation on that. And I think that is Ben King wearing number 9 for the Garmin Cannondale Garmin team. So King, a former winner at the U.S. Professional Road National Championships, launches an attack going away early. We're going to look behind Ben King here at the field behind him. He's got a good gap opening up early as they hit the Metal Grate Bridge, heading just outside of downtown. Ben maybe trying to get a little bit of a gap before they hit the Kent Street climb. Hoping to open up a little bit more time. Looks like one rider jumping out of the field trying to join Ben King. That'll be a welcome addition for Ben here if he is trying to stay away for a while. That'll be another rider that he can work with as King hits the bottom of the Kent Street climb. Looks like an Airgas Safeway rider trying to bridge up just behind him. Ben takes a look behind. He's got to like what he sees. He's got a good gap as he's just about to the top of this short but very steep climb. As right at the end, before it kicks up right here where Ben King is, that's about a 25% grade on the road. Well, King is going to get caught. Now comes United Healthcare as Ben King gets swallowed up by this group. And Hincapie Racing right there on the wheel. Ben King does a nice job of tacking on to that third. And there you can see the chaos at the back of the field. If you're caught out, it's very tough to move up through that Kent Street climb. Not a lot of room to maneuver for our pro men's field. You You can see another major split happening in the field. It's another group of about 10 riders away. Few riders stuck in the gap between this group that is now formed in the rest of the field. So this is a good opportunity for them. They've really put a big split in this field. I think we might see this group stay away for a while. Looking to see which teams are represented here in a breakaway like this. You really want to make sure that every major team is represented. If one of the teams had missed a move, they're going to be putting all their riders on the front of the field to try to bring this one back. You see the field just now coming around that turn behind these riders. We'll see how well these guys can work together. This is maybe a little bigger than I think a lot of these guys would like. And trying to take inventory here, a pair of Smart Stop riders. That's going to be Hincapie Racing. Optum has 2 in there. You can see the 2 orange helmets. Pair of Cannondale Garmin riders as well. And it looks like they got a pretty good pace line worked out now. But Optum looks to be trying to shut this one down. You see that rider skipping a pole there. Things kind of spread out over the road. So maybe Optum not happy with the makeup of the race, or the makeup of the breakaway, I should say, out in front right now. Well, you can tell a lot about what's going on in the race just looking at the shape of the field. See the guys spread out all over the road. That means they're taking it pretty easy. As things start to speed up, you're going to see this happen. As the guys go to a single file formation on the front, as the speeds increase, you really need to find that draft, and riders can't afford to sit in the wind. And so you start to see it string out and go into a single file just like this right here. So let's see who drove that pace, who changed the pace up there. That is Tyler Farah riding at the front for the MTN Quebec team, racing alone here with no teammates. That's going to be Boucher, the Trek Factory Racing rider, and then Stephen Hyde for the Estellas Pro Cycling team in the red jersey on the front. Well, Hincapie once again driving here. I think you're going to see a lot of them on the front today. 7 riders on that Hincapie squad taking to the start line here in Chattanooga. So this is back with that split on the front. This split came on the Kent Street climb. And we'll get a better idea of the gap here as we take a look behind this break. That's going to be the first rider out of the field you saw just pop out to the right-hand side of your picture. So it's going to be right around 15, maybe up to 20 seconds for these guys, and it looks like that gap is growing. Pair of United Healthcare riders in there for that squad in the blue and white jersey, so that's a good sign for them. Got to think United Healthcare is happy with this. We'll be able to tell who likes the situation in the breakaway and who doesn't like the situation in the breakaway based on how they react when they get to the front. If you see the riders really putting in an effort, then you know that they're trying to make this breakaway work. But if you see the riders get to the front and then just kind of sit up or soft pedal a little bit, that tells us that they're taking it a little bit easier, hoping that maybe this one will come back. That was Max Jenkins, the Estellas rider in the red and white that we just saw. And now you can see how things slow down. See the riders kind of soft pedaling a little bit. They slow down the cadence just a little heading into that turn. And then the fast downhill for the breakaway. So I believe 12 riders in the break here. Optum is back to driving on the front. It looked like they had sat up a little earlier. Now Hincapie Racing comes forward. Again, this is going to be one of the most aggressive teams that you see, not because of any specific situation. That's just the way that these guys race. That's the way that the Hincapie Racing team has really always raced, even back to when they were the Hincapie development team. All right, just got an update from Race Radio. We'll try and identify those riders in the break here for you. They're saying 15 riders on Race Radio, including Eric Marcotte wearing number 1. Ben King is going to be the Cannondale Garmin rider up there with Ted King as well. So both of the Kings on that Cannondale Garmin squad have made the split. We also have Jonathan Freder, the Jelly Belly presented by Maxxis rider. Optum has Scott Zwizacki and Jesse Anthony in there. Those are going to be the 2 riders with the orange helmets. Actually, check that, make it 3 because Tom Zerbel has made the move as well, according to Race Radio. Then we go back down looking at United Healthcare. It's going to be Tanner Putt wearing number 31. Then Airgas Safeway has Griffin Easter wearing number 36. Tyler Farah, the MTN Quebec man that we talked about earlier. Now we're seeing another split here as a few riders trying to get away. There's Farah, who I was just talking about. After Tyler Farah, it goes to Miguel Bryan for the Hincapie Racing Team. He'll be wearing number 53, joined by his teammate Oscar Clark and Ty Magner. And then rounding out that breakaway, they're saying Tim Rugg has made the move as well. That's going to be Rugg in the white jersey, just tacked onto the back. Great overhead shot here in downtown Chattanooga. Well, that group of 4 coming back, and we're all back together with 15 riders, but Optum not going to have any of that. They launch another move here off the front. Smart Stop not interested in covering that one, as I believe that was Eric Marcotte choosing not to chase that one down. He's going to let someone else take over on the front. So that is Big Tom Zerbel there. You can see the powerful pedal stroke of Zerbel. Zerbel's one of the best time trialists in this peloton, so he's certainly a good rider to have in the breakaway. He'll be able to put down a lot of watts if they need to. That's Tanner Putt in the blue and white, and now comes Tyler Farah to the front for the MTN Quebec team. Tyler Farah had a great race last week at the Amgen Tour of California. Wasn't able to find the top step of the podium, but always mixing it up in the sprint. So if Tyler is able to survive up and over Lookout Mountain and then, of course, the Kent Street climbs, he is certainly going to be a favorite coming into the finishing sprint if he's able to be in what will certainly be a select group of riders. One of the Airgas riders, Griffin Easter, trying to catch on to the back here. Really need to close that gap down sooner rather than later. You want to get your front wheel right up onto the back wheel of the rider in front of you. That's where you're going to get maximum draft. And it'll be very important for these guys to close it down early. You see, as soon as he made contact, he was able to coast just a little bit, skip a few pedal strokes, and that's huge for these riders in terms of saving energy. Quick chat with the team car for Lucas User. Now, you'll remember last year, if you were watching our coverage here in Chattanooga, Lucas stopping at the side of the road to help out his friend Taylor Finney, who went down in a terrible crash on the descent coming off of Lookout Mountain. And really a great show of sportsmanship for Lucas last year. Hoping we don't have that situation again this year. Back up to Kent Street now, following the back of our peloton up this very, very steep climb. You can see the chalk all over the road. Our good friends here in Chattanooga shut down the road for a couple hours yesterday so that the fans here in town, both the locals and the folks visiting from out of town, could write a little bit of encouragement for their favorite riders out there. Well, being joined in the booth now by Frankie Andreu, former professional cyclist and now professional commentator, joining us here at the U.S. Professional Road National Championships. Frankie, seeing that Kent Street climb days like this, I got to imagine you're glad to be retired.
They're flying up that thing. I mean, not only that, also the circuits that they've been doing before that. They've been flying around here like 30 miles an hour. You can see it's in one line the entire time. This is really hard, too. You come off this descent and gaps open up because you're going so fast and the front group is accelerating so much. You're putting out 1,000, 1,200 watts here trying to keep up. You got to do that the very first 4 laps, almost off of no warm-up. Extremely difficult. So some of these riders really putting out a ton of energy in these first 4 laps. And, of course, they have this break of about 15 riders. It sets up good, I think, for a couple of the teams, and not so good. Mainly, it's not so good for Estella's because they don't have anybody.
Yeah, Estella's missing the move. We talked about the importance of having a rider from all the major teams represented. Estella's did come with a big squad, and I would imagine we should see some of those red jerseys on the front here pretty soon, trying to bring this one back or at least bring it down a little bit.
But shaping up really nice for Ben King, Talansky. I think Smart Stop also should be relatively happy. And, you know, as long as you have a guy in this group, I mean, Tyler Farah, he's got to be sitting comfortable and, just sit on. With this larger group, they might work together for a little bit. They're not going to work together the whole time, but it seems like it's pretty chaotic in the back with all the attacks. It's very, very fast and a ton of attacks, and that's hard to keep track of.
Yeah, we definitely won't see 15 riders coming to the line, at least not these 15 riders, because someone's going to attack out of this group eventually. See the 3 Hincapie Racing riders coming together there, riding really well as a team. That's one of the things that these guys do so well. Scott Swazanski coming backwards as well. That's Swazanski in the orange jersey, just getting a little bit of rest on the back for the Optum Pro Cycling team. Good look at the peloton now as our moto rolls through. Frankie, we talked about the wind earlier in the women's race. This is really where they're most exposed. That's Freddie Rodriguez on the front right now for the Jelly Belly team, but this is really tough. If you don't have anyone to your left-hand side, you're going to be getting pushed around by those crosswinds.
Well, not going at this pace, you're not going to have a problem. And this, I believe, is the main field, and they've just shut it down. Right now, they're just like, all right, that's the break. They're going up the road. The Stella's rider coming through there. He has his hand up because he knows this is not a very good situation for him, and that's Max Jenkins. Max Jenkins, a very experienced professional, been racing for a long time. He needs to get those red jerseys to the front, and then you know what? They need to shut it down now.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's like very much now, because if it gets up to a minute, minute and a half, this team does not really have the strength to be able to shut down a minute and a half on 15 guys. If it's 25 seconds, 20 seconds, they need to do this within the next lap before they hit the hill. Just everybody needs to commit. But right now, there's only 2 guys there. I don't know where the rest of their team is. So this spells trouble for Estella's. And honestly, it spells trouble for everybody else in this peloton because that race is going to go up the road.
Yeah, it's only going to get worse from here for the field. You saw Freddie Rodriguez there just a little bit ago riding at the front and kind of sitting up. He has Jonathan Fretter, the young rider out of Columbus, Ohio, riding in the breakaway. So Freddie trying to slow down the pace of the field, trying to do the exact opposite of what Estella's is trying to do, putting their riders on the front, and that's closed down the gap.
And you see right behind the red team, there's the Lupus rider, Michael Olheiser, and then the 3 orange helmets with Optum. They're, I think, going to be satisfied with what they have up in the front group because they have 3 riders in that front group with Zuzanski, Jesse Anthony, and Tom Zerbel. The problem is none of those guys are really like quick sprinters, and obviously we still have to do a lot of times up Lookout Mountain, which is going to definitely split everything up. But as we go back to our front group, Tyler Farah from Mountain Quebec sitting on the back, and United Healthcare, all the main teams have representation here, which then leaves no one to chase in the back.
Yeah, this is really all that Tyler Farah needs to do today. I don't think anyone's expecting Tyler to be doing any work in the breakaway, especially coming off of a long Amgen Tour of California campaign. So things pretty good for Tyler Farah right now. He found himself on the right side of this move, takes a look back, and we'll have a better idea of the time gap and what he's seeing here in just a little bit. But Farah right now, he's going to be a sprinter, so he just needs to sit in and try and survive in this group.
Completely, and he's by himself. So he doesn't have to pull. He doesn't have to ride. He can say, you guys have all your teammates in the back. You have your teammates up here. There's multiple teams that have multiple riders in that front group. So Tyler Farah can just sit on. The only danger for him is if they decide to try to, like, split him off or try to take him off the back. But it's so early in the race, they're not going to be thinking about that right now. There's such a long ways to go. I mean, it's a 111-mile race. They've done 2 laps. They've done 16 miles. So give or take, there's 98 miles to go.
Tyler Farah moving up here just a little bit, almost got squeezed between a pair of those riders as one of the Hincapie guys came over with the United Healthcare rider, and I think Tyler just getting a little nervous being at the back there. 2K coming up to the line as they'll complete another lap of the short opening circuits. Again, 8.8 kilometers on the opening circuits, a little under 5.5 miles.
As long as there's a rotation in the front, which means the riders are willing to work with each other. And again, the rotation doesn't even have to come back to the 11th, 12th, 13th rider.
Sure.
That's not important. What matters is that if there's 5 or 6 that are rotating up there, then this group will have a chance to be able to continue to increase that time gap. And in the main field, definitely for some of them, it's going to be panic time. And for other ones, you know, there's guys in here who are just going, I can't believe this. I've come all this way. I've trained so hard to come to a national championship, and the race is going up the road, and I'm not there, and it's the worst feeling in the world.
Yeah, first 15 places riding away from those guys right now.
In the first, 12 miles, and you're like, what are you going to do? And then you just have to sit and wait and see how this kind of plays out. But it's definitely a sinking feeling, knowing that there's a chance that this is the group that's going to go away and it's not going to come back. So we still have to see. They haven't shown us the main field to see who's chasing, to see what this time gap has come down to.
Yeah, and there's nothing worse than that first time you see the time board and it's a number a little higher than you expected or than you thought it would be, and you go, really? They got a minute? They're a minute up the road? I thought they were like 20 seconds up there. That could be heartbreaking for the guys back in the field, especially if you've been chasing. If you've been putting in an effort and you're not taking any time out of the breakaway, that can be a big hit to the psyche.
Very big hit to the psyche. And what can change this, it depends on how big of a gap this group gets. If this group can stay within 2 minutes to the main field, after, let's say, 2 times up lookout, there's going to be certain riders that get dropped from here, and as those riders get dropped, then that could put another team on attention to have to bring back that group because they lost the representation in the front. So it's definitely not far from over. This is a fantastic job by Estella's. Coming to the front, doing what they need to do. This is professional riding. They're really paying attention here. Now what they need to do is just get on the drops and actually drill it, because there's no pacing to be able to bring back a group that's this large in the front. You just need to go to the front and bring it back as quick as possible, and this is what they're going against. Team Optum is happy with having 3 guys in the front, and they're trying to keep it that way.
Hogan Sills is the Estellas rider leading the charge for that group. Good to see that they brought more guys up to the front. They started with just 2 riders, but then I think they realized that it was going to take a little bit more firepower than just 2 guys to bring back a break of 15, which includes some of the strongest riders in this field.
No, exactly, especially with Max Jenkins, who's he's a climber. He's not a flatlander time trialist guy. He'll contribute to the workload, but they're definitely going to have to be able to have the entire team on the front. And right now they're committed. They're all up there. They've managed to, kind of recover from the Kent Street descent and battle that wind across the bridge. And still, so now we're just starting our last lap. We have one more short lap, go up Kent Street, and then we'll be heading out for our first of 4 laps on Lookout Mountain.
Well, this is going to be a good shot to see how big that gap is, and this is a lot bigger than we thought. This is a huge gap for the breakaway of 15 riders right now. We're still waiting to see the field. They'll be coming from the bottom of your picture here pretty soon, and we're getting pretty close to a minute gap here before they even leave the city and head out to Lookout Mountain.
This is a big gap. I was waiting to be able – there they go. And so, yeah, that was much larger than I had anticipated. Estella still continues to ride on the front, but, yeah, probably about a minute.
Good question coming in from Twitter. Nick Gordon asking, how many times has the breakaway succeeded at staying away from the peloton at nationals? You know, I think on this course, it's not really about the breakaway. It's just about who can survive up and over Lookout Mountain. Even if you do get into a breakaway, the best climbers are going to come forth. The cream is going to rise to the top in this situation. We saw that in the women's race. If you weren't at the front, you pretty much got dropped immediately. It wasn't really about the breakaway that started the day. It was more about a selection than a breakaway.
No, exactly right, Brad. And you know, fatigue is going to take half of these riders out because it's a long race. 2, the climb is going to take some of them out. So in the end, from this break, there could only end up being a group of 4 that actually can do the distance and be able to get over the climb together. And as for what years the break has stayed away, I mean, arguably, Marcotte was in the early break last year, and he hung on to take the win. And if we want to go back to even the days when it was in Greenville, you know, you have Ben King or you have Timmy Dugan with a break of 3 or 4, but then you're getting into semantics of like when is the break? You know, does it count when it went like 2 laps to the end, or are we talking about early season breaks? But no, Ben King also is a massive one. That was the most impressive ride I had seen in an extremely long time, where he took off and had a big gap, and everybody was on the front chasing him back, and he held everybody off. It was an unbelievable ride by Ben King when he won.
Yeah, for those of you that were tuning in with us for the women's race earlier today, we saw what eventually became a group of 4 riders coming to the line. It had gone up to 10 riders at one point, but riders were just getting shelled out the back as they continued to power away. And again, it wasn't so much a breakaway that attacked off the front of the field. It was just kind of the main climbers eventually separated themselves on Lookout Mountain. That's probably going to be the same story again today in the pro men's field. Frankie, if you didn't bring your climbing legs to Chattanooga, you're going to be in trouble today.
You will be in trouble. You'll be hurting. And so right now, Estella's needs to bring their time trial legs, and I don't know. It's all splitting up, and there looks like there's no organization. There's gaps everywhere. Team Optim is right there. And again, they're not going to ride. They're just going to sit on. So Estella's is almost going so hard. They've already shelled, I think, some of their riders. It'll be interesting to see if these orange helmets come to the front, because then we will actually know if they're happy with their riders in the break or if they're not happy with their riders in the break.
Your 15 riders again up the road: Marcotte, King, Talansky, Fretters, Wazanski, Anthony, Zerbel, Murphy, Putt, Easter, Farah, Byron, Clark, Magner, and Tim Rugg. So this is what we were talking about at the front. Just 2 Stellis riders remaining. I'm wondering if they were thinking that Optim was going to help with this chase. Looked like there was a little bit of conversation between the Stellis and Optim riders at the front. Got to wonder what the Optim riders told them. I hope it wasn't, we're going to help Chase, because I don't see that happening right now.
No, I haven't seen the orange helmets come to the front yet, so we'll have to see as riders are coming across. This is the last time up the Kent Street climb for these start loops until they head out to be able to go do Lookout Mountain. Tim Rugg on the right-hand side with the right jersey. So Oscar Clark is in here, which they're going to be happy with, because this was somebody that Hincapie had mentioned was one of their go-to key guys to be able to be at the finish there. So obviously Talansky in here, so they're, you know, and Ben King. That's 2 good riders from Garmin, and there's certain teams that are for sure are satisfied with this group, and there's other teams that are going to have to wait and see how this plays out as they go for the first time up Lookout Mountain.
How about Tim Rugg racing with no team here, racing unattached? He's thinking, this is awesome. I got the best teams in the race riding in the breakaway with me, riding for me. The only team I have to worry about is Stellis chasing back there. So Rugg can kind of piggyback on the teamwork that these other major teams are putting forward.
And you got to give him credit, because it's not easy to make the break. I mean, we saw the attacking that was going on the first 2 laps, especially like Brad White launching on the climb and just splitting it up, and you saw it lining up through the gutter. You have to have some strong legs to be able to make the break. So Tim Rugg managed to be able to get up there along with the rest of these guys, all kind of – you're gambling a little bit, because you definitely are putting out a little bit more energy than you maybe would like to if you were able to sit in the group. But this group has a chance to be able to go away. So right now it's the perfect move until we see what happens from the main group, as we saw them flying up the Kent Street climb with Estella's leading that charge.
Well, Tyler Farah again sitting in there. That is going to be Tanner Putt just behind him for the United Healthcare team. And then Hincapie there with Ty Magner, wearing number 57 in the black jerseys. Guys looking comfortable at the back, not seeing a whole lot of fatigue, but again, it's early on.
Ty Magner, the winner of a Sonny King crit, kind of whipping around 2 United Healthcare guys. And so he's got speed. So he's a sprinter. He's very fast, and that's why you're going to see some of these riders back here. You know, there's going to be definitely the sprinter guys that aren't the climber guys. They're going to try to sit on to try to save as much energy as possible. And then, honestly, when they get to the climb, they're going to cross their fingers, hope it's that like a steady, medium-type tempo, not very punchy and very aggressive with all the attacks, so that they might have a chance to get over.
You can see how quickly the right side is moving up. These guys are doing a good job of cycling through. Scott Swazonski is the Optum rider starting to move up there. Just behind him is Andrew Talansky. Now, Talansky is wearing number 11 for the Cannondale Garmin team. He's going to be the one with the white shoes in the green and black kit. And then Ben King in there is wearing number 9 today.
Everybody rotating through in a nice kind of clean echelon there.
Yeah, the break is working surprisingly well together with 15 riders. Now Estella should be coming back to the front, but again, Frankie, really not seeing the organization that I think these guys would hope for.
No, definitely is not the organization. Max Jenkins, again, is the one on the front. One Lupus rider, another rider from Estella's, and then, again, we talked about it, the orange helmets. They're just like, hey, you see him
Go ahead.
Like, go ahead. Yep, keep pulling. It's all you.
Yeah, certainly not going to do any work there. That is Hogan Sills back on the front right now for the Estella's team. And then the Lupus Racing rider is going to be James Sherman wearing number 70.
So that answers our question that Optum right now is fine with letting that group. That's Matthew Boucher.
Yeah, they're having a little chat back there.
Trek Factory Racing, they're talking about like what's going on and trying to figure it out. Because for Matthew Boucher, this isn't good. He's here alone. He has no teammates. He's the only rider from Trek Factory Racing, and he's in the main field. And there's a group that's going up the road that's over a minute in the lead. So his eggs are right now sitting in the Estella's basket, and they seem to be cracking.
Yeah, certainly hoping that Estella's will be able to bring this one back together. Again, no reason for Matthew to panic just yet. We still got a lot of racing remaining, and that includes multiple times up Lookout Mountain. Well, sounds like riders starting to feed already coming out of the back of the field. Frankie, describe that process when you need food and water in a race like this. We'll be seeing riders raising their hand throughout the day, and that's to let the team car know that they need something.
That's exactly right. That's to let the team car that they need some feed. And so what they'll do is they'll come to the back of the group, and then the commissar car will call the director's car. The director's car will pull up to kind of where the commissar car is, but the director's car is not allowed to pass the commissar's car, which is generally the first car behind the main group. And the rider then has to drop back off the back of the group to go behind that first car, and then they can grab bottles, grab food, and then find themselves back up into the main group. And when it's going hard and it's going fast, it's impossible to feed because it's so hard to be able to move back up to be able to get back into the group. So generally you have to look for a lull. You have to wait for a lull in the action to be able to call your team car up. And the circuits make it complicated too, because last year when there was the break, when you get into those final circuits of 3 or 4 laps, usually for a team car to be in between a break or in between a group, it has to be about a minute gap. And last year there were so many attacks that all these groups, there was like 3 or 4 groups, all within 25 or 30 seconds, they didn't allow any team cars to come up for the final 3 laps because it was all too close. So one thing to pay attention to, when these riders come into the final circuits, they had better have a water bottle on their bike because if it's close and it's all within 25, 30 seconds, they're all chasing each other, there's no way the team car is going to be able to come up and service them. And if it's 80 degrees out and you don't have any water for the last 15 miles, you're not going to make it.
Yeah, no, there are feed zones on this course as well where riders can take bottles from staff members positioned on the side of the road. In fact, that's where they are right now, going through the feed zone. You saw the soigneurs just off to the right-hand side of the riders with a cooler there. That'll have some cold bottles in it, and they can grab that. It's tough to take a feed at speed, Frankie. 30 miles an hour trying to grab a water bottle out of the hand of your soigneur. There'll certainly be some missed feeds out there today, no question about that.
No, at the speed they're going, it is very tough because you're just holding up. Sometimes you hold up a musette bag, but sometimes you're just holding up that water bottle. It's been in ice, so it's kind of wet. And you're going through there 30 miles an hour, one hand on the handlebars, trying to snag this water bottle pretty much out of thin air. And the worst is when you do drop it, it kind of rolls into the middle of the group where everybody panics because a solid full water bottle is it's almost like a little hand grenade sitting there. It's like a little bomb.
Yeah, you don't want to be that guy that drops the bottle in the field.
And you don't want to be that guy that hits it.
Yeah. Well, this is going to be Smart Stop that we're looking at right now, making their way up. That's Evan Huffman making his way back to American racing after spending some time racing for the Astana team on the World Tour, now racing with that Smart Stop squad.
So Marcotte's in this group also, and
yeah, we saw Eric Marcotte earlier wearing number 1. I believe he's going to be a little further up to the front.
Yeah, I haven't seen him yet.
And I'm going to check on Huffman. Not positive that was Evan Huffman.
It looked like Travis McKay, but they have it listed as Huffman in the numbers. And then United Healthcare, obviously we have John Murphy and Tanner Putt. I have 2 guys there with John Murphy and Tanner Putt there. And Murphy's been on fire, winning like 3 stages of Joe Martin, winning Joe Martin overall, and riding extremely well. Tour of California, he was up there almost every day, like top 10s.
Multiple fourth-place finishes.
And multiple top 10s. Couldn't really finish it up on the podium, but he was definitely. So my point is, Murphy has good form. He's riding very well right now. So him being here is actually pretty good for the United Healthcare Pro Cycling Team.
All right, so there is our breakaway just now heading out of sight of our camera. And again, we'll get a better view of what the field is doing back behind them and just what that gap is at 144 kilometers of racing. Long road ahead for the breakaway out there today. Well, there's your field winding their way around Chattanooga, Tennessee. Just trying to keep this gap at a manageable time. And I believe this will be the downhill into the left-hander, and then they'll hit the finish line.
So our start circuits are over. Now we're heading out to Lookout Mountain, 4-mile climb, a tough climb, as they're going to come through our start-finish line to be able to head out towards Lookout Mountain. And then, of course, you mentioned the feed zone's open, so everybody's going to be able to grab some water. You can see some guys already getting rid of 1 water bottle, so they're going to be looking for some water before they go head out. And it's a longer circuit. It's a lot longer lap. Right now, Team Lupus, now we have here Airgas, Estella's, Smart Stop's not going to pull. United Healthcare's not going to pull. So a bunch of different teams on the front. We even saw Matthew Boucher up there.
Yeah.
Not sure if he's rotating through right now, but he realizes the danger here, and this is a problem with this group.
Yeah, surprised to see the Estella's guys this far back in those red jerseys. I would think they'd want to put all hands on deck at the front, but maybe just believing that with just a few guys, they're going to be able to bring it back. Hogan Sills is the rider that we've seen doing a lot of work for that squad on the front, rider out of the Chicago area. So here's what we were talking about earlier. You see that Cannondale Garmin rider with his hand in the air, just requesting a little bit of service from the team car. Probably just going to try and get a fresh bottle before they make their way up onto Lookout Mountain.
Not only that, you also go back to the team car because there's no radios, and you mentioned that earlier. There's no radios allowed in the race. So you might go back to the team car to talk to your director to find out, hey, what's the time gap? They know who they have in there because they're paying attention to the race. They know it's Ben King and Talansky. So they're going to go back saying, hey, how does this look? What other teams have representation up there? Who doesn't have a team up there? What do you think? So they'll talk a little bit tactics, talk a little bit strategy, then, grab some water bottles, head back up into the group, pass on that information to the rest of his teammates and say, hey, we're looking pretty. We got Ben King and Talansky. Let's just sit back and wait and see what happens.
This is Alex Howes back at the Cannondale Garmin team car. It's like the Smart Stop car. They're trying to move up a little bit. Maybe going to try to go find one of their riders requesting some service. Back with the front of the race, these are your 15 riders who have made their way off the front. And a good look at Eric Marcotte there wearing number 1, our defending champion for the Smart Stop Pro Cycling Team. You can see he still has the Stars and Stripes jersey on the Stars and Stripes on the seat tube of his bike there. And just riding next to Griffin Easter, the Airgas Safeway rider.
That's what I was trying to look up. It's Griffin Easter from Airgas is up there. Of course, he's on the Airgas Safeway team, which is the same team as Chris Horner. A lot of people have talked about Chris Horner, waiting for him to really kind of come through and produce something. This is actually a really good kind of race for him. I mean,
Yeah.
tactically, he's very smart. He can climb. He's fast. It's just a matter that he's missed this move. But that's not to say that it's completely game over, because there's a lot of things that are going to change as they go up Lookout Mountain, as certain riders are not going to be able to stay with the leaders as they go over Lookout, and that's going to change the dynamics of what teams then are going to have to chase.
Yeah, Chris Horner has not had a great year here since
that's
his
Horner
return
right
to
there.
racing. And, yep, good look at Chris Horner. You can always tell with the legs. Certainly a skinny guy out there on the road. Having a little chat with one of the United Healthcare riders. Maybe talking a little bit of strategy, seeing if they can get something started together. That's Horner talking with Brad White. Travis Liverman starting to move up for the Smart Stop team. We are confirming that that was McCabe up in the breakaway. I had said Evan Huffman earlier, but it is Travis McCabe wearing number 5 that we're confirming in the breakaway, along with his teammate Eric Marcotte.
So it's McCabe and Marcotte, because the numbers that they had race radio had said was Huffman. So, and actually, that's better for Smart Stop.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like perfect, really. So these two guys are just going to ride, or they'll sit on, and they're both definitely have the strength to be able to go the distance. And McCabe for sure can climb. Probably, I'd say McCabe can be able to climb with anybody from that group, from that specific group, can stay, except for Talansky.
Yeah, no, you don't remember. Travis McCabe was very close to getting the win here last year. It actually looked like he was trying to lead out Eric Marcotte and just let it out a little too early coming in. Or Marcotte, sorry, was trying to lead out McCabe, and McCabe just never came around Marcotte. So maybe trying to pay that back for him today.
Still status quo with the chase, meaning it was Stellis and Lupus kind of riding on the front, and that's kind of the key, is that they look like they're riding on the front. They don't look like they're chasing.
Yep.
These guys look like they're driving it. They look like they're chasing, except they're in the front group, so what they're doing is just extending their time. So everybody rotating through. 3 handicapy guys, so that's a big advantage for them. 3 Optims, and when you have numbers like that, it actually helps being able to control things and determine kind of the tactics of how this race is going to play out. But the first couple times up Lookout Mountain are going to be pretty critical on how many guys. And generally, I would say they're going to go calm up Lookout Mountain the first time. You want to keep as many of these guys together, as much horsepower together, so you can continue to use them on all the flat sections. The more guys rotating, the better. And if you can use them up for 2 laps, 3 laps, then you wait for the last lap. So it's going to be interesting to see what pace they go the first time up Lookout.
Yeah, not really important to have riders on the climb, but it's what comes after the climb. As you come off of the descent, that flat section as they come into downtown Chattanooga is where you're really going to need those extra riders. Stellis back on the front, this time with 3. Lupus Racing is contributing as well. That's going to be the rider sitting 4th wheel in the purple jersey just behind these guys. Lupus actually putting a couple riders up there, and then Airgas Safeway in the mix as well. So we'll see where this Stellis rider slots in. We'll see who the last rider to work is, and it's going to be that Airgas rider. As they've got Griffin Easter up the road in the breakaway, so they are not going to work. Speaking of which, that should be Easter right now at the front of the breakaway. Again, I'm Brad Soner here alongside Frankie Andreu. You can find us on Twitter with our handles right there at the bottom of your screen. Our official hashtag this weekend is US Pro for the Volkswagen USA Cycling Professional Road National Championships. Frankie, we're about 5 minutes away from our women's podium. We're going to be stepping away from the men's coverage here for just a bit as we crown our new national champion on the women's side. They raced earlier today, and we waited as long as we could. The original plan was to get both of the podiums together after the men's race, but some of those podium finishers have to catch flight, so we had to bump it up just a little bit.
A very exciting women's race. Turned out really, really well, obviously really well for Megan Garnier. I think Corin Rivera should be happy with a great second place, but fantastic finishing circuits with the way they are attacking each other. Very exciting. So you see the Cannondale Garmin team coming up, and we talked about when you raise your hand to be able to feed. So this is a breakaway, a 15, then you can feed from the group there. If he wants to take a bottle, he can take a bottle. But right now it's Tom Zerbel driving this, trying to keep this gap, trying to increase this gap as Cannondale Garmin is sitting right behind him. And I can't tell, I can't see who it is, if it's Talansky or Ben King right now.
Yeah, interesting to see Tom Zerbel on the front here. Frankie, we talk about the power-to-weight ratio for those wattage freaks out there that always want to know the numbers. Tom Zerbel, obviously a big guy, so he has to put out more watts to be able to carry that weight up the hill. So it's pretty impressive to see Tom Zerbel climbing in the front group right now, one lap in.
Yeah, and Tom Zerbel, I mean, he's incredibly strong, but this is good. If Zerbel's doing it, it's a pace that most of the other guys should be able to handle and should be able to stay with. So when they get over the top, they'll have the core group to be able to continue to work together, everybody adding into driving up that time gap. And that's kind of right now, I think, what most of these guys are thinking. They don't want to keep it at a minute. They want to try to get it up to 2 or 3 minutes and try to give themselves a little bit more of a cushion, because then if another team comes to the front and starts to chase, they actually have a little bit of a cushion to be able to start to react to that and be able to increase that gap. So Zerbel continuing to push the pace, and the rest of the riders just kind of throwing off bottles, waiting to get new drinks, and this is when you feed, because it's going slower. It's easier to feed here on the uphill.
Yeah, in the women's race, we did see some feeding happening from the side of the road just before they hit the top of the climb. Back with the front of the field, Estella's still doing what they need to do, but not bringing back a whole lot of time. You can see they're just at the foot of the climb right now. Good-looking group of fans there off to the rider's right-hand side. I'm sure they love the encouragement out there.
We haven't got an update for the time gap yet, so I'm not sure what we're sitting at with the time gap. But if at the start-finish was over a minute, I think this is going to be still probably over a minute. So that's Talansky sitting right behind Zerbel with Zazansky. Tyler Farah over there talking to Ben King. They're laughing at each other like, hey, this is pretty sweet. We're in the break.
This is easy. When does it get hard?
Meanwhile, there, 1 minute, 50 seconds.
All right, so starting to get closer to 2 minutes here as this gap is going up, up, and up. A lot of power in that front group. Estellas has their work cut out for them today. Meanwhile, you can see the Optum and United Healthcare riders sitting behind them just watching this one unfold. This is the perfect situation for them. They're basically putting Estellas in the box and forcing them to chase as Hogan Sills is back on the front right now for Estellas. Hogan has been outstanding today for these guys, doing a lot of work to bring it back, but they might want to start taking shorter pulls here, Frankie, because they're not really bringing back enough time, or I think as much as they would like. Max Jenkins is the rider sitting second wheel here. I wouldn't be surprised to see Max come to the front and do a little bit of work.
Max is a climber, so he should come to the front and do the work. And that's the thing on the flatland. Some of the flatlanders, they can ride really, really well, but they're not climbers. They're not going to be able to match the pace, especially how are you going to match the pace when Andrew Talansky's riding on the front. So right now this front group's keeping it steady. Estella's, they need to ride consistently and try to manage this gap so that it doesn't increase too much, and then really get back to hardcore work when they get back onto the flats, and that's where they're going to be able to take out time. They're not going to take out time trying to go up against these guys on the climb, because the reason these guys are here is because they're strong. These are some of the strongest guys, and that's why they're staying away.
All right, Frankie, I'm going to step aside right now as we get ready for our Women's Pro Podium. That's going to be coming up here in just a couple minutes. We'll leave you with these images here, and when we have our Women's Pro Podium ready, we'll go to that, and then we'll be right back with our Pro Men's coverage.
Well, looking at the live pictures here right now, our pro men making their way up Lookout Mountain the first time. Across the way here at our award stage of these Volkswagen USA Cycling National Championships. We are going to get ready to roll here in just a few moments with our podium presentation, our pro women's podium presentation coming up here in just moments. And then for the paracycling, our national championship podium for hand cycling. As we get ready to roll now, and with your podium presentation, please welcome to the stage, Brad Soner.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome once again to the Volkswagen USA Cycling Professional Road National Championships. We are now ready to begin our podium presentation. We begin with our Queen of the Mountain jersey presentation. And here to present our jersey is Christian Koch, the President and Chief Executive Officer of Volkswagen Chattanooga, presenting the Queen of the Mountain jersey, along with Micah Rice, the VP of National Events at USA Cycling. They will present the Bulls Dolman Rider, taking our QOM jersey today here in Chattanooga. Please welcome Evie Stevens. So there you go. Stevens is our QOM winner in the polka dot jersey. We now move to our top 3 riders on the day, starting with 3rd place and earning the bronze medal, riding for the Velocio SRAM team. This is Taylor Riles. Taylor will be joined on the podium by our silver medalist in 2nd place today, riding for the United Healthcare Pro Cycling Team. This is Corinne Rivera. And finally, your new national champion, riding for the Bulls Dolman team, taking the win in an incredible sprint, Megan Grenier. And once again, Megan receiving the jersey from Christian Koch, the President and Chief Executive Officer at Volkswagen Chattanooga. And getting the gold medal from Mike Rice, the VP of National Events at USA Cycling. There they are, ladies and gentlemen, your national champions podium, with Megan Grenier on the top step, earning her Stars and Stripes jersey. And now time for the Sierra Nevada celebration on the podium, with ice-cold Sierra Nevada Pale Ale for our 3 podium finishers. And as Megan remains on stage, we will now welcome back Christian Koch, who is presenting Megan with a one-year lease on a 2015 Volkswagen Golf Sport Wagon. So Megan will have some new wheels in 2015, and Megan, why don't you hop in your new ride? You earned it today. Megan Grenier is your national champion and the new owner of a 2015 Volkswagen Golf Sport Wagon. We will now move to our U.S. Hand Cycling Awards for the U.S. Hand Cycling Criterium National Championships. So we welcome back Micah Rice, the VP of National Events, here to present, as well as Ian Wallace, the Director of High Performance at the U.S. Paracycling Team. Well, we are now ready to start introducing you to our riders. We are going to start with our women's H5 category. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage to take her Stars and Stripes jersey, your women's H5 Paracycling National Champion, Oksana Masters. So Ian Wallace presented a gold medal to our women's H5 national champion, Oksana Masters. We next move to our women's H4 category as we present your national champion. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome Carly Pearson. again, the Stars and Stripes jersey, the gold medal, and of course, the flowers for our women's H4 Paracycling Criterium National Champion, Carly Pearson. We do want to recognize Alicia Dana, unable to be here for the podium, at our H3 Women's National Champion. We'll now move over to the men's side, starting with the H1 category. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome your new national champion. This is Barry Wilcox. We next move to our men's H2 category. Taking the Stars and Stripes jersey, welcome Brian Muscarella. Brian Muscarella in the Stars and Stripes jersey and a gold medal around his neck. Muscarella is your H2 men's national champion. Moving now to our men's H3 category. Here we present the champion. Please welcome Matthew Updike. A well-deserved gold medal around his neck. Matthew Updike is your men's H3 champion. And now, your men's H4 Paracycling Criterium National Champion. Racing for the Paralyzed Veterans Racing Team, this is Ryan Penny. And finally, our men's H5 national champion. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor to introduce to you Mr. Dan Nelson, your men's H5 national champion. So Dan zips up the Stars and Stripes jersey. Once again, Ian Wallace, the Director of High Performance at U.S. Paracycling, presenting the gold medal as Dan Nelson is your H5 Men's National Champion. All right, we'll bring all of our athletes forward for one final photo opportunity all together. Ladies and gentlemen, your national champions in the Stars and Stripes jersey here at our U.S. Paracycling Criterium National Championships. And now the Sierra Nevada Beer Celebration for our champions.
And we are back here with live coverage of the U.S. National Road Race Championship. We're looking at the field right now on its way back out to Lookout Mountain and, on its way back into downtown after finishing Lookout Mountain. This is the lead group of 12 riders. Got Scott Swazanski there, Ben King from Cannondale Garmin, followed by Andrew Talansky just behind him. Jesse Anthony from Optum Kelly Benefits, another Optum rider, too. They do have Tom Zerbel off the back here as well. This group's been working pretty well so far. They've got a pretty solid lead. The exact time gap, I think, is just over 2 minutes. Waiting to get that official word for you. But it was amazing to see the podium presentation for the USA Paracycling Championships. Truly an honor to be a part of what they've been doing. And, like a lot of these other riders who are trying their best to try and win this race, they're just out there putting in their best effort, and hopefully it's enough to come away with a national champions jersey and to be able to show that on as big of a stage as we have here in Chattanooga with our live audience, with all of you watching along at home, listening to this broadcast. It's really great to be able to share that. I think combining paracycling and cycling events like we have done, and never mind the fact that we've combined genders now. The USA, women's and men's national championships are both taking place the same weekend. It's really such a great thing to see.
It just wrapped up a very inspiring podium down there, and what a great podium to have here on this Memorial Day with a lot of injured veterans joining us here. So certainly a great way to celebrate this day and remember. Well, Tim, I stepped away from the men's action for a little bit. Last time we had 15 riders away. Still away?
We have the same group is still away, yes, and it's the pace is kind of fluctuating a little bit. We have lost a couple riders, but it's a pretty solid bet that this group is very motivated to stay away. We've got multiples on the front of Optum Kelly Benefits, the two Garmin Cannondale riders as well. Definitely motivated to try and stay away. It looks like we have the Airgas team now leading the main peloton, trying to get back into terms. Not having a rider in that group that's so large is big motivation to try and pull that thing back, but they've got nearly the full team on the front now, and I assume they're out there working for Chris Horner, obviously the leader of that team.
Yeah, this is going to be Kevin Gottlieb that we're seeing on the front for the Airgas Safeway team right now, doing a little bit of work. You see the guys starting to unzip the jerseys, Tim. I just stepped out of the trailer for the first time. We're sweating out here. It's humid in Chattanooga, Tennessee.
The television does not show how humid it is. And I was just talking to the King family, Ben King's Richmond, Virginia natives family out there at the watching on the side of the road. And we're discussing why this early break is formulated like this, whether or not Ben King wanted to get in this move and what he was going to do once he was in there. And really the first thing that was mentioned was how humid it was. And you can't just do this race and expect to have the same kind of firepower at the end of the race as you do in the beginning. So you choose to be in the break, and you have to have a reason why, because it is 90-something% humidity, and you are just baking out there every single time you go up Lookout Mountain.
Well, back on the front with Airgas Safeway, a lot of riders from that squad coming forward here. Almost the entire team starting to do some work here. That'll be a welcome relief for the Estellas Pro Cycling guys who we saw riding at the front earlier. I guess maybe just not getting the job done that they had hoped for. And so now they come forward, and Airgas is going to try to bring this one back. Interesting dynamic there with one of their riders, Griffin Easter, in the breakaway that we're looking at right now.
The breakaway heading right into downtown Chattanooga now. So this is part of the route that's parallel to downtown. They're going to actually go right by the start-finish area, just be just one block over. So they've gotten a pretty good handle on this part of the course, and I think that it's just all about keeping that pace up. But it is looking like this breakaway is starting to have a hard time actually staying smooth. You see John Murphy from UAC on the front there. Tyler Farah, a late entry into the race. Tyler Farah is saying, really, it was so convenient to have U.S. Nationals 1 week after the Tour of California. He was already home. He's motivated. He hasn't been able to do a race like the U.S. Nationals in a while, and to be able to come back and get out there, be a one-man show. He was telling me that he's got his wife out there as his feed zone person. He's got his spare wheels stashed into the Shimano neutral vehicle, hoping that he doesn't need them. And, he's trying to do this the way that we all started bike racing. He's out there literally out of the back of a car and trying to win a race. It just so happens that this is for Jersey.
Yeah, quite the departure for a lot of these World Tour riders when they come back. Obviously, a lot of these guys racing for European-based teams, so you don't get the infrastructure. The team won't bring that over with mechanics and trucks and soigneurs, things like that. So a lot of these guys on their own, they kind of lean on each other. It's just like you talked about back in the junior days of racing for them, or back when they were amateurs before they made it pro. You kind of have to use each other and use everyone's resources, pool them together for the greater good.
Oh, and that's why a lot of people get into the sport. They like the community aspect of it. They like the way that it is at a race. You go up through the ranks like that, and you find out that I like this. I feel like I want to do this more, and you develop those support systems. So Tyler Farah, a big racer, a big time star in the sport of cycling, has done the Tour de France many times, won countless races, and for him to be able to come back, it's always surprising for a rider who's been based in Europe for so long to realize, hey, these people actually do want to see me do well, and they would love to help. The stories of Timmy Duggan and Ted King getting ready to do the U.S. Pro Championships on their own. They're riding for an Italian team, Liquigas Cannondale at the time, and they're trying to piece together the support. It's like, I think I know someone that might be able to give us a massage a couple times during the week. And
my mom's got a van we can use.
I think I have a cooler, maybe we can put some ice in it, and then the bottles on top of that. Maybe we can stay hydrated in South Carolina, where the other U.S. Pro Championships were. But yeah, piecing together that support system is such a great way to feel like you're reconnected to what the community is all about and the atmosphere of such a great weekend like here in Chattanooga.
It really gets to the core of what bike racing is all about. That's getting together, riding bikes, and having a good time. Smart Stop starting to move up as well. I'm seeing a few of their riders tacking on behind the Airgas Safeway train. Interesting there. I would have thought they would have been happy with the situation up there, but maybe they're just watching in case any moves do go up the road. They want to have guys there to cover it.
Well, they may be busy chasing now, but I think some of them will be looking at their CLUT scores, whether or not, they're pulling some major numbers on social media. I'm not really sure. But, different motivations for different teams. And, maybe they feel like this group is just far too big and they want to keep it tight. I think they're doing a favor for a lot of the other teams that are underrepresented in this move. The overrepresented teams like Cannondale Garmin, like Optum Kelly Benefits. I see two riders from Hincapie, Ty Magner in there. Those kinds of teams don't want Airgas in the front. They really want them to just sit back and let the race happen. But, I think that they're helping out some of the other teams that aren't as well represented.
Up and over the Kent Street climb one more time. What a great crowd it is up there. A big crowd, but enthusiastic as well. We were talking with Megan Guarnier earlier about the difference between the European fans and the American fans. She said, yeah, over in Europe, it's a little more ingrained in their culture. You get maybe a little bigger crowds, but in terms of enthusiasm, no one can rival American fans.
No, people go nuts watching a group of riders tackle a climb like Kent Street. The long drag-up lookout is a little bit tougher to get the feel for it, but when everything is compact like that, it reminds me a lot of Manayunk out in Philly where we had the national championships for so long. Manayunk was just a small town close to Philadelphia, really not in great condition when the race started almost 30 years ago now. And they actually credit the race with bringing a lot of gentrification in a good way out to Manayunk over those years of bringing the race in June and making that such a big part of the race. That the climb at Manayunk was just over a K long. It was steep. The run-in was so tight and twisty that it almost made the climb last 5K because you were battling so hard just for position before you even turned onto the base of it. But, Kent Street doing a great job of emulating such a big older cousin in men's professional and women's professional bike racing.
Be a good research paper for a college kid out there. The origin of the American bike racing fan. We could trace back to the first guy to wear a Speedo and run up a hill alongside some bike racers.
There's been some classic American bike racing fans for sure. But I think talking to some of these riders that they have their parents out here. I was just talking to Evelyn Stevens at the podium presentation, Brad, and besides apologizing ever so briefly for what was a major mistake on our part earlier, she was saying that her parents were watching the race at home, and her parents are her biggest fans. She got into the sport late, but they are ever, as passionate as any other fan out there. So, we've got a long history of fan groups and families that just run deep and are definitely pulling for their riders that are out there racing right now. They're at home watching along with us, or they're actually standing roadside. So everyone's really into seeing what's going on.
Tim, just taking a look at the radar here, about 15, 20 miles west of Chattanooga right now. There is a pretty strong cell. Now, they're kind of pop-up thunderstorms, so they are coming and going off of the radar. There is another cell just outside of Chattanooga, so good chance that we will see some moisture fall here in the next hour or so on this race, and that's going to be a major game changer out here for these riders. The big story is going to be on the descent. You really want to make sure you take it easy. Obviously, we saw that terrible crash with Taylor Phinney last year, and we want to make sure that the riders stay safe out there this year.
And that was even on dry pavement. A city circuit like this that would have a little bit of rain added to it just makes things so treacherous. There's so many manhole covers and potholes and the oil on the road. It's not quite midsummer where you might have a monster downpour that would help clean up the roads. This is a different story when you take something that's been just kind of boiling up and add a little water to it. A breakaway like this, people challenging each other for position, for space on the road. It can get pretty dicey pretty quick when the rain starts to fall.
So our leaders heading back out to Lookout Mountain right now on their way off of these circuits. Again, we are with the breakaway of 15 riders. This is Tom Zerbel coming to the front. There's Tyler Farah, who we've been talking about all day. A lot of star-studded riders in this breakaway of 15. Well, kicking Tim Johnson out of the booth, we've got an important guest joining us here, our new U.S. Professional Road National Champion, Megan Guarnier, joining us here, still wearing the Stars and Stripes jersey and still kitted up. I promise not to keep you too long. Thanks for joining us. Has it set in yet that you've earned another national championship?
Not quite yet. Probably when I'm going to bed tonight and thinking about the day, I'm like, wow, I did it again.
So, Megan, we're watching this course, obviously a tough one here in Chattanooga. We've been talking about Lookout Mountain. We've been talking about Kent Street. Was it as hard as you thought it was going to be today?
It was a very hard race, and you could see that by the small selection that actually came to the line in the finale. Every bit of it's hard. You're constantly on the pedals, and even the descent, you're pedaling off of Lookout Mountain and very focused because it is such a fast descent.
I was just talking with Tim a little bit ago about your comments about the difference between European fans and American fans. We saw some pretty good fans up there on Lookout Mountain, some good outfits up there as well.
Yeah, the fans were incredible today, and talk about really on that finishing stretch, you didn't even have time to think on that finishing stretch. It was just so loud, and the cowbells, and everybody was incredible today out on the course.
Yeah, Tim and I had some trouble thinking as well. How much more time do you spend here in the U.S.? When are you going back to Europe after this?
I actually get to do the Philadelphia World Cup
right
this year, so that's in 2 weeks, and I'll be able to race that, and I'm really stoked because I haven't been able to do too many races on U.S. soil, and then back to Europe after that.
And that'll be the debut of your Stars and Stripes jersey in your racing career.
Yeah, that'll be a good day, bringing that out on the Philadelphia course here on home soil.
Have you talked with the team at all about the jersey design? Did you have any input in that, or they pretty much just mail it to you?
I do not know yet.
All right.
I have not had any contact with anybody since before the race because it's been quite a whirlwind.
Well, I know your team was watching. They were cheering you on for sure. We'll let you get out of here and go get cleaned up. I hope you have a chance to celebrate tonight. Any big plans in Chattanooga tonight? I know your family had a chance to join you here. Real quick, talk a little bit about that because you had a huge fan club at the podium and the finish line as well.
Yeah, my family is here. They've come the past couple years. They love it. They love the racing. They love Chattanooga. And they might have looked like they were more than the actual number that they are because they were everywhere on the course today. And then my family back at home and my 91-year-old grandfather was able to watch this live feed as well, and I got a call immediately after, and that was really, really special.
All right, we'll say hello to Grandpa back
you.
home watching. That's Megan Guarnier, our new U.S. Professional Road National Champion. Megan, thanks for being with us, and congratulations.
Thank you for having me.
Well, Megan going to go get herself a Sierra Nevada, celebrate the day today, as she has certainly earned it after a tough day in the hot weather here in Chattanooga, Tennessee. This is our breakaway coming back to the line now as they'll be heading back through the finish line one more time. The crowd will get a chance to say hello to these guys before they head back out to Lookout Mountain.
You know, Brad, I just had one question for Megan Guarnier's family. Whether or not she got two phone calls, one, hey, good job, and then the other, oh, you actually won.
Oh,
there could
by
be
the way.
Two outcomes to those phone calls.
Well, good look at the breakaway from one of our static cameras here on the line as these guys, I got to say, I'm surprised to see that they've been away this long and that the field hasn't been able to bring them back. They just kind of rolled off the front. Remember, this breakaway started with the move on that Kent Street climb. There was a separation, and before we knew it, these guys had gone up 2 minutes.
Well, a split like that happening up and over the top, and 5 feet turns into quite a bit of time when the person who's let that gap go doesn't try to close it down right away. And I'm impressed with this group being so workmanlike. They've got a really good rhythm. They look like they're not really bickering. There's not any boss who's wildly gesticulating, going nuts in this group. So I feel like they're doing a pretty good job of just keeping moving. To go back to the early break discussion, whether or not it's good to be in the early break. Well, it's only good to be in the early break if you're still in there later on. If you're still in for the kill 3.5, 4 hours later, then yeah, it's a good move to be in the early break. But if you get in the early break and you just work and pull, and you just end up using up all of your gas, then no, there was absolutely no reason for you to be in the breakaway. But I feel like looking at that group of leaders, there are a lot of guys in there who know exactly how to do this, and they're not going to waste any energy, and they're going to stay in there all the way to the finish if they can.
Well, Airgas Safeway doing quite a bit of work on the front. This is Kevin Gottlieb that we're seeing right now. We're number 37 right there. A skinny-looking dude, not a pound of fat on that guy.
It looks like you, Brad. It's just slightly different. I mean, he's out there and you're in here, but that kind of a rider, he's got a lot of power to be able to push on the flats and to be able to handle a climb like Lookout without giving away too much of that extra energy. We saw, the early parts of the breakaway, Zerbal on the front. Zerbal leading a climb like that is probably going to benefit him the most because he's able to just measure out his effort and not get put into the red too much too early in the climb.
Well, these guys are going to get a time check as they go through the line. They'll have a better idea of just how much ground they have to make up. We're saying 2 minutes and 15 seconds up to the breakaway right now. It's just kind of been hovering right around 2 minutes. And this field has not been able to bring anyone back, not for a lack of effort. We've seen a lot of big pulls on the front, but no one able to take any major chunks of time out of this group of 15 up the road.
Well, United Healthcare is pretty happy. They've got Tanner Putt, who is just an incredible young talent. He's a very strong rider. Had an excellent showing earlier this spring in some of the races in the Ardennes and the classic races where he was able to make it into a couple breakaways and show his face at the front of incredibly difficult courses. So he's a good pick for making it to the finish. He's got John Murphy, who's also another strong, fast finisher. So those two are very equally matched. They don't have Akil Reinen or Lucas User in there, which would be more of your type of rider you'd expect to finish it up with all the climbing. And they also don't have someone like Brad White or Danny Summerhill, who you'd expect to be the guy who's just really giving all that energy into pulling. that would be matched up by someone like Jesse Anthony here, who's on the front now, had just finished his pole. But that's another type of a rider who you can always count on to pull through, and that's what makes a breakaway like this actually stick or not.
Yeah, the other good thing about riders like Jesse Anthony, a great teammate, certainly an unselfish guy on the bike. He would be the first guy that I would want riding with me if I was trying to win a national championship. But Jesse's due for a Stars and Stripes jersey. He's been such a selfless rider for the team in his entire career. It would be great to see him in Stars and Stripes.
I think you're absolutely right. There are a lot of riders in here that they have a legitimate chance of winning a jersey nearly any year. It's just whether or not the timing works out right, the makeup of the breakaway. We saw, a lot of different riders animate this race last year, like Jesse Anthony. It was late in the race, and an attack or a counter or at least a cover kind of keeps you in the game. And that breakaway is full of riders who you would expect to see showcased in the last half an hour of the race. So here they are at the beginning of the race with a large gap over a field that is actively trying to chase them, and the gap really isn't going down that much. So, that just tells me that these guys are in it for the long haul, and if they can keep some semblance of a shared motivation, then they're going to stay away.
Yeah, you see the riders still rotating at the front and taking their turn, everyone trying to do their little share of work here. Still short poles. They're not really spending a lot of time on the front, and everyone's working. Anytime you see Tyler Farah taking poles on the front, you know that it's game on for those guys.
Defending champion Eric Marcotte from Smart Stop pulling through just after him. We have our Hincapie rider there as well. Having a rider like Tyler Farah, who has had such a long career racing in many of the best races in the world. A lot of these guys aspire to be Tyler Farah, so I think it's good for them to have him in this field like that. Brad, we do have some questions about the unattached rider in this breakaway, and I don't have the definitive answer, but I was able to get a little bit more background on how an unattached rider found his way into the road race here. And it has to do with the fact that he was leaving a team, the Lupus team.
It was this team right here that we're seeing on the screen.
Yeah, maybe they're actually trying to chase him down right now. But he was leaving the team on good terms. He was able to do the time trial, I believe, with this team, and then was not able to start the road race on that particular team, so they ended up splitting. Some type of a divorce. I don't know if it was amicable or not, but as an unattached rider, he had already registered as a rider with a team, so theoretically he is legal, and it falls into this 4-day or 3-day long gray area before June 1st, which is the official start of the transfer period for UCI registered teams. So I'm not exactly sure how clean this whole arrangement is, but let's just say that if there's a rider out there who has absolutely nothing going against him and is otherwise going to be leaving a team, it's good to see someone get a chance to race. And he's obviously making the most of that chance by being in that breakaway now.
Yeah, and that was a decision way above our pay grade that came down from the higher rank. So we're just reporting on what we're seeing, and right now that's Timothy Rugg racing unattached and riding at the front of the breakaway. That's Rugg right there with the white jersey and dark blue shorts out there today. So Airgas continuing to put riders on the front along with Lupus. Now that Griffin Easter has come out of the breakaway, Easter lost contact with that group of 15. He wasn't originally in there, but we have lost contact with Griffin Easter out of that group, so that's why Airgas is going to be chasing on the front here. And just now coming to the foot of the climb up Lookout Mountain. You see that 5K to the KOM sign. That'll be 5K to the top. The climb starts right around 4K from the summit.
Brad, this is a small change to the course from last year. This is a different lead-in and exit from the climb, and I think it's a little bit cleaner. The other way included this larger 4-lane boulevard, a lot more potholes on it, a little bit more heavily used by the larger trucks and so on. So they had a little bit more to dodge and weave through. But this leads you into this little village here at the base of Lookout. It's a tight little chicane of corners, and they have to then take a hard left-hand turn to get up onto the lead into the climb. So it looks like the riders are actually taking over and passing two motorcycles now definitely not a very clean entrance onto the climb, and really that is so frustrating for someone who's trying to maintain momentum. You know, momentum's free. You want to use that. You don't want to have to create it when you start climbing this thing. If you start from a dead stop, this climb is a lot harder than it is if you have a blazing fast start and you can just kind of launch onto it.
And this is our breakaway on the climb right now. They just hit the foot of the climb. We saw Tyler Farah trying to wave the motor off, saying, get out of the way, man. I got some speed coming in, and I'm going to try and keep every bit of it that I have. So as the climb starts, we'll get a better idea of who has the climbing legs, or who still has the climbing legs, I should say, since these guys were able to survive already.
Got Talansky going back for some bottles here, trying to keep hydrated. You know, we were talking about hydration before the start, and a lot of guys were a little bit undecided because it's not like it's a blazing hot sunshine on all parts of the course. It's been relatively overcast, and you kind of get lulled into the idea that it's not quite as hot, but telling you, it is so humid down here right now. All of this activity, all these thunderstorms that we're awaiting on their way into Chattanooga, it just make this like a jungle, and everybody's sweaty, and to keep on top of that, to stay aware of that, to eat and drink correctly will help you so much more in 4 hours than you'd ever imagine. A lot of these guys that have done these types of races, one-day races where everything counts, you have to make those good decisions. Otherwise, you can feel like $1 million and to say, I don't need a bottle right now. I don't need anything to eat right now. I feel good. You will pay dearly very shortly after that, and you'll regret not taking the time to get that bottle or to take that feed.
Yeah, you want to take any opportunity that you can to get any extra water, as staying hydrated is certainly going to be important. We were talking to some of the women's racers in the press conference earlier today, including Evelyn Stevens, who mentioned that she had cramped on the short climb up Kent Street. And so a lot of times that's because of maybe a little bit of dehydration. So you want to make sure that you keep plenty of water on board with the riders.
Brad, it looks like we've got Zerbo on the front again, keeping a very steady pace. Optum Kelly Benefits teammates Jesse Anthony and Scott Swazanski sitting a little bit farther back in the field, while we do get a good look now of our defending champion Eric Marcotte taking it nice and easy. It's not the kind of a climb where you can drift back and kind of settle into the climb, but he is perched right on the back here. You know, and I remember last year the activity on the lookout on laps 2, 3, and 4. It really did include guys that weren't known as climbers, but yet they were climbing just enough to stay involved, to stay in those groups. And the climbers would take their hits and you know, punch and attack and do whatever they could to try and mix things up. And it was a rider like Eric Marcotte who was able to stay in these groups as they fluctuated back and forth and to stay in contention before finally making those final circuits, and then, you know, being led out by leading out a teammate and not actually being able to be overtaken and ending up with the jersey.
Eric Marcotte just trying to conserve some energy here at the back right now. I think he has his teammate Travis McCabe wearing number 5 in the breakaway. That's going to be the 2 Smart Stop riders that you see in the blue and yellow jersey there. Marcotte with the red bike wearing number 1. McCabe is a little bit further towards the front there. Then we're looking at the 2 Garmin Cannondale riders. That is going to be Ben King and Andrew Talansky. King wearing number 9 and Talansky wearing number 11. Then we go to United Healthcare. That's going to be Tanner Putt and John Murphy. And going back to Hincapie, it'll be Ty Magner and I believe one more Hincapie rider in there, maybe. We'll try and get confirmation on that. That's Magner, the rider at the back. There is another Hincapie rider in there that I haven't yet identified, but we'll find that out here real soon. Then you look at Optum. We've been talking about Big Tom Zerbel doing his work on the front. Jesse Anthony and Scott Swazanski, the 2 teammates joining Zerbel up there.
Talansky setting a pace really only suited for his teammate Ben King, just one wheel behind him. Talansky taking it easy yesterday after winning the time trial on Saturday with just a small 9-second gap to Ben King. You know, I had picked Ben King to win that time trial after watching him at Tour of California and seeing how well he finished up that race. And Talansky coming in very cold after having dropped out of Tour of California on day one. You really had no idea how it was going to go. He said himself that he wasn't really quite sure. He hoped that it would be a good day, but he could only really count on a little bit of those training days that gave him some indication, but he really wanted it. And that's something that he said was a big motivator, was actually wanting to win that national title so he could wear that jersey when he goes back over to Europe. But so Ben King being so close, I think that these two guys, they run the risk of being so strong in a breakaway like this that if they so chose, they could just end up waxing a lot of these riders by setting a pace that's too hard, and then you'd end up having no help when you get back to the flats. So it's good to see Talansky keeping it relatively together. See Marcotte having a little bit of hard time keeping close. He's actually dumped both water bottles there. He's got a bare bike, as we see.
And now look at this. A couple riders in trouble here. That's Tim Rugg, and I think John Murphy going off the back for United Healthcare.
I'm sorry, Brad. I believe that is actually Tanner Putt himself.
Putt,
so that would be the last UHC member here. You know, I think it's probably better to keep Tanner Putt in this group. Talansky and King now in control of this group by setting a pace so difficult. They're losing both a Smart Stop rider and United Healthcare in that move. And if they don't let those guys get back on here, they're going to end up having to deal with those two teams being forced to get on the front and to really start pushing a little bit. McCabe still holding on, but defending champion Marcotte is the guy that they want in there so that they can give him a chance of holding on to that jersey and winning another V-dub.
Yeah, I think Eric Marcotte might be okay here. He's not really falling off too quickly, just barely maintaining kind of sight with these guys, but Marcotte's certainly in trouble right now. The good news is they're almost up and over the climb, so Marcotte's going to be on the descent here pretty soon and might be able to chase his way back on.
Couple steep pitches still to come. That KOM jersey, I think, is going to be one of those jerseys won by default, given the pace being set now by the Cannondale Garmin riders. Excuse me. Those two riders sitting up in the top three, just setting a pace. You can tell it's just painful to be around. It's a tough thing to do. If any of these other riders were on the front themselves and they were going that hard, you kind of have a little bit more control because it's you doing it. But when somebody else is setting the pace and somebody else is doing it just hard enough that you feel like they're just reaching into your throat and kind of squeezing it ever so slightly, it's really like the most uncomfortable position to be in.
So with Marcotte coming unglued from this group, we'll take him out of the breakaway and call him chase number one now, as he's got a pretty good gap to try to make up to catch back onto those guys. That leaves his teammate, Travis McCabe, isolated up the road. Ben King and Andrew Talansky from the Garmin Cannondale team in the green and black jersey still in contact. Optum, I believe, should still have three riders. That's going to be Tom Zerbel, Jesse Anthony, and Scott Swazanski. Then the two Hincapie riders will be Oscar Clark and Ty Magner.
Marcotte doing a great job of staying close here. He's in control of himself. He's given up a little bit of space, but he just needs to stay with what he's doing. He's got to keep this under control, not panic.
Yeah.
Try and hold on. It's when you start to lose that focus and hope that you can do it, you start to panic and breathe a little bit too hard, and it's tough to come back from something like that. But just giving up 50 feet and then trying to take it back in the descent is something that he could do, and that would be his best move.
See Hincapie rider there at the back, banging on the legs, pounding on the quads, maybe having a little cramping issue here, and trying to stretch that out just a little bit.
Yeah, this flat part up here is really tough to be a solo rider. Keeping in contention is going down a little bit arrow. You know, a lot of the local riders here would never consider to actually get in the arrow position on this climb because it is so hard. But these guys are professionals. They're out here trying to win this jersey. In his case, he's trying to win it again. So climbing fast enough to throw it back in the big ring, settle into a big, fast, high-speed turn in here, and getting closer to that group in front. I mean, this is what these guys do. So no surprise that he's able to pick up his speed probably 15 miles an hour on what is considered a
Uh-oh,
climb.
look at this mechanical issue for one of the riders. That's going to be Tyler Farah. Farah has, looks like, dropped a chain here as he is stopped on the side of the road. The MTN Quebecer rider. There goes Timothy Rugg right past him. Tim, this is such a hard place to be, but you can't panic. The most important thing is to stay calm, get the chain back on as soon as possible, then try and chase. But they're going to leave him behind. Tyler Farah struck with some terrible luck just before they make it to the top of the Lookout Mountain climb.
Brad, worst guy to have that happen to. He's there solo. He doesn't have a team with him. He's probably riding his home bike that he's used here when he comes home for holidays. He probably sent his race bike home from Tour California with the team. But, you know, being able to have your bike work correctly is such a crucial part of this whole thing. Dropping a chain like that, if there's anyone that can really put it out of their mind and get back to it, it's probably him. But it looks like he is taking a little bit more time to try and figure out what that problem is and get going again. Hopefully we'll get an image of him as he crests this climb, and hopefully he's still back in front of the field, because otherwise there goes the train and he's not on it.
And it looked like it was a front chain ring issue for Tyler, maybe trying to come out of that or go from the big ring down to the small ring and maybe dropped it just a little bit. Back with Eric Marcotte here, struggling off the back of the breakaway. As we pan up, you can see these guys not getting too far up the road. I got to say, I'm impressed with Eric Marcotte for this ride. Even though he's lost contact, he's done a good job of managing the damage, trying to contain the time that he's losing.
He's still right there. He has him right in his sights. These last pitches are so tough. That final couple 100-meter stretch before the KOM is really the steepest part. But right here, this right-hand turn, you've got these caves on the left-hand side sweeping up to the right. It is so hard. Jesse Anthony's staring at his front hub, trying to stay focused and let that pain be okay and not be the pain that kills him. Looks like we got Ben King still sitting in third position with Oscar Clark in second. We've got Travis McCabe looking back, maybe trying to keep an eye on where his teammate Eric Marcotte is, but Swazanski looking pretty good right behind. Got Tom Zerbel holding steady on his wheel. It is so tough to try and go up this climb this fast every time. It is so hot out there. You can just see him start to bob and weave and kind of look like they really are suffering as much as they feel.
So down to 7 riders in the breakaway right now with the loss of Marcotte, and now, unfortunately, losing Tyler Farah to a mechanical, as Farah has an issue with the chain, loses it off the chain ring, and trying to get it fixed back up. We'll try and get you an update on Tyler Farah, see if he goes back into the field or if he's going to be stuck in no man's land. But boy, don't go to the casino with that guy. Talk about some bad luck. Poor Tyler Farah.
He's had some amazing crashes, high-speed finish sprints. He's had really tough luck, but he's also won some great races. So, you know, it all comes in a career that's been as long as he's had. You know, he has been having a good year. It's tough to see something like that happen. Hopefully he's been able to get back on, and, you know, maybe then Eric Marcotte would be a great teammate for him to make it back. But, you know, this front group now of 8 riders is very, very well established, and they are going at a speed that'll make it really tough for anyone to chase it. You know, we don't know what's happening at the front of the field right now, and I think that's really going to settle a lot of these questions about the possibility of this group going basically wire to wire.
Yeah, we'll get a better look at them as we come off of the climb here. Right now, our camera's focusing on the breakaway. We want to make sure that we knew it was happening. If there were any major attacks, that we were able to see that happen. So there you see the sign 200 meters, sorry, from the KOM. Luckily, not 200 kilometers. That would be a rough day for the guys out there.
Well, luckily for these guys, there's another KOM to do right after this. I think they're going to do 2 in a row. And only we know about that. But Oscar Clark looks like he is trying to go for the KOM. Ben King coming around him. Ben King wanting to bring this home again. I believe that he was last year's King of the Mountains in this race. So Ben King feeling at home on this final stretch, just standing up in a little bit bigger gear than everyone else and just picking up a little bit of pace, going to the front. The crowd up here at the top of Lookout is great. A lot of these people have been out here all day having cheered on the women's races that went on this morning. Just a great scene at the top of the mountain and a place to be if you're out here in Chattanooga and you want to watch this race.
Yeah, a few good parties going on up there. That's where I'd be if I wasn't in the booth here doing the commentary today. So just losing, having a little bit of picture break up there on the top of the mountain. Again, we are seeing some storm clouds moving in just to the west of Chattanooga. and hoping that that's going to miss us today, but there is a possibility that we'll see some rain coming down later in the race.
Well, that would just add to the excitement of the day. But you know, I've been really happy with how this feed has been going. The footage has been incredible. You know, we are using a system that utilizes all kinds of different technologies, and the top of Lookout Mountain is literally the other side of the moon for us. So I'm glad that they're able to pick up the images as quickly as they can.
Well, on the way down right now, the big descent. You see the guys going into the tuck, trying to get as aero as possible, and the goal here is to really minimize the amount of pedaling that you have to do. Ideally, you just want to be able to bomb down the mountain without having to put in any effort here. And look at the speeds on this descent. Props to our moto drivers out there on the course, keeping up with the breakaway here. Speeds will easily go over 50 miles an hour today, but this descent has a way of keeping those speeds kind of in check because of all the turns. And we are seeing two riders getting away off the front here, as one of those riders is going to be McCabe. I know McCabe is missing, and then I think the other one might be Oscar Clark, the other Hincapie rider. There's a good look at our speedometer. Just under 50 miles an hour right now on the motorcycle.
Oh, that goes right to over 50. That was 55 miles an hour there. I believe that's Ben King coming over the top for that KOM and staying away just a little bit. You know, we were going down this descent yesterday with some of the riders previewing the course. And when you don't have an open road, this is an extremely tight descent because you have to stay on the right side of the road. When it's closed like this, you can sweep from left to right, crossing that yellow line over and over again. You just add 15 miles an hour to every single corner you do. So even if you preview the course, it's not a preview at all. You're getting an idea of what it's like. But when things really hit the fan and riders are trying to get away from someone else on this descent, it is possible. It is such a fast, tight descent, as we saw last year with Taylor Finney's terrible crash, and you know, getting back to what it means to put yourself into danger in these races. A descent like this can really make or break your race, and it's also a great way to see how intense that climb is. I think sometimes we think of a climb as being the test, and then a descent you don't really hear that much about. You go to commercial, you go to whatever, you don't see how sketchy it is, but this is a very sketchy descent, extremely high speed.
Yeah, and so much of this is mental, just being able to put that fear aside and kind of push your the bike, the body, and the mind through those turns at a fast speed. So just going by Ruby Falls right now, as they'll have just a few more turns before they make their way back out onto the flat ground at the bottom of Lookout Mountain. So that was Ben King who got away. McCabe is away off the front as well with just a little bit of a gap. And the guys just disappearing around these corners. And again, our moto doing a great job keeping up with these riders. But we do see some riders away off the front. We believe that's going to be Ben King and Travis McCabe. And that's going to be King coming back right now in the green and black jersey on the front. So they've caught King now. The only rider I'm seeing missing is going to be Travis McCabe.
This is great pavement on this descent too. And actually, I think it is kind of important to mention. Sometimes we do descents where the pavement is broken up and chunky and really tough to find a good line. You know, in California, they've got these reflectors in the center of the road. You watch Tour California coverage, and you don't really notice how bad those descents are. Here, it is like a highway going down the mountain, and they can just absolutely rip. You know, we had a chance to drive on this course in a 500 horsepower Volkswagen Beetle with Tanner Faust, and that was quite a show of what you can do in a car. I think I'm still shaking actually from having the chance to do that. But you know, on a course like this, in a car that fast and all the aftermarket stuff on it just made this thing stick to the road like glue. But these guys are leaning it over in the corners, outrunning all the motorcycles and the cars up high on those twisty corners. And finally now the cars can actually get up a little bit of speed and catch up to these riders.
Looks like a little bit, that might be an ice pack there for Andrew Talansky, putting it down the back of the jersey, Tim. These ice packs use evaporative cooling to keep the core temperature of the riders low. He's going to get a little food there as well. It's basically just a cut-up pantyhose with some crushed ice in them. You stuff it down the back, and then as that ice melts, it kind of cools the back of your body.
Yeah, that technology when it came in was kind of funny because some riders would just put ice in a plastic bag and then shove the plastic bag in their jersey, but it really didn't let the evaporative effect work. It was just a bag of ice on your back, and so you'd end up with a frozen spot on your spine, so you wouldn't even be able to really feel what's happening in the bottom half of your body. You'd be like, I thought I felt pretty good, but now I actually can't tell. I'm completely numb from my shoulders down. But with the melting effect of the pantyhose and letting that water circulate over your jersey, that's what actually cools you off. So when you're doing 25 miles an hour, all of a sudden you're back in a refrigerator, you start to feel a little bit better about it.
So, Tim, when they hit the line coming off of this descent, they will be seeing 5 laps to go. That's going to be 2 more big laps and then 3 of the smaller circuits inside downtown Chattanooga. So 2 more times up Lookout Mountain for these guys. That'll complete their 4 ascents of the climb outside of town. Speak the Hincapie Racing car coming up, trying to get a word with their riders. Again, Oscar Clark and Ty Magner, the 2 Hincapie Racing guys in this breakaway right now. There's a good look at their team director, Thomas Craven, with a bottle ready and waiting.
That's such a tough little chicane right there through the town, and they go out the other way on the way to the climb, but trying to get up alongside of this group is really tough, and all the cars are lined up just behind the riders. They're all trying to service the riders, and they're all trying to do it first. And when the cars get called up, they get into a queue just like everything else, and they have to wait. So the Cannondale Garmin team actually was able to feed first on the way down the descent, but they were only able to give water and food just to Andrew Talansky. So hopefully they're able to come back. You see Ben King looking behind himself, just trying to get an eye on that car, but Optum Kelly benefits with 3 riders. They really need to make sure they start putting these bottles into these riders now to make this last lap feel a lot better.
And that's Tom Zerbel getting one at the back and having a few words with the team car, talking a little bit of strategy, seeing if anybody else in the breakaway needs any bottles. I believe that's Pat McCarty driving the car for the Optum team. Pat's been directing on the women's side and helping out with the men's team as well.
Well, there's somebody that would know what this course is like because he just drove the entire women's race too. So he might actually get the mileage prize for the day, having done both of those races in a row.
Well, things starting to calm down just a little bit after their second time up Lookout Mountain. The guys coming back to the car, taking this opportunity to get some bottles, try and feed a little bit, talk about some strategy. And there's kind of an unwritten truce among this group, although I wouldn't be surprised if someone broke it out of here. A lot of strong guys in here, and I think a lot of guys here probably not liking their chances against some of the stronger riders in this field.
Well, Brad, you're right. It is somewhat of a settle down, but it is not a slow down. These pulls are still just as fast as they are on any other part of the course, but you're trying to get food and water at the same time, so you're trying to do this at 32 miles an hour. This is faster than you would go in almost any group ride around the country. You would be hanging on for dear life in a group like this, but imagine popping off to the right like Travis McCabe is, trying to get a bottle out of the team car and then jump back into the group. And you have to still pedal alongside the car. That's why you always see the the turbo bottle with the director holding a water bottle out and the rider pushes off that bottle so hard. You have to do that or else you're going to have a hard time even getting back on the back of this brake.
Yeah, for the folks wondering at home, we call it the turbo bottle or the sticky bottle. You'll see riders go back to take a bottle out of the car, and then it takes an unusually long time to make that handoff. The riders are just trying to get a little bit of a boost there and hold on to the car for just a little while. The commissars will typically let that go for just a little bit, but if you start taking anything that's too long, if you start holding it for 5, 6, 7 seconds, that's where you start getting penalties.
All the rules that are in this sport, they're not as easily accessible as you might imagine. We've seen in the Giro d'Italia just recently how the rules are known, maybe kind of understood, but not really understanding what the enforcement might be like and what the implications are. Richie Porte, one of the top racers in the Giro, holding a high position overall, gets a flat tire late in a race. His team isn't there. His team car isn't nearby. He gets a wheel change from a competitor on Orica Green Edge, Simon Clark, and they both get penalized 2 minutes. I mean, it's something that happened so quickly that they both really didn't understand what they were doing. They also didn't understand what the ruling really was and what the rule meant. Something like a sticky bottle, that is actually illegal. So
yeah.
you find that one commissar who feels like enforcing that. How are they going to enforce it, and what kind of penalty are they going to apply to that? This sport is full of those rules and regulations that they kind of float, and maybe sometimes they're pulled in and enforced, and maybe sometimes they're not. And it makes it very confusing, and that's what makes just pedaling fast really the go-to. You can always just pedal fast, and you'll probably do pretty well. If you try and skirt the rules, hopefully you get in trouble. If you break the rules, you will definitely get in trouble at some point. It's just a matter of time.
That's kind of like trying to push the speed limit on the freeway. You go a couple miles an hour over, but you go by the wrong cop, and you might have some lights in your rearview mirror. Well, Tom Zerbel going back to the front after spending some time with the Optum car. His teammate Scott Swazanski back there. These guys are continuing to gain time. We're saying 2 minutes and 45 seconds back to the field. That is the latest check coming over race radio. The chase rider behind is going to be Eric Marcotte at 15 seconds back. Still no word on Tyler Farah, but I would imagine once Tyler loses contact with this breakaway, you got to think he's going to have trouble getting back up here. I wouldn't be surprised if the next time we see Tyler Farah, it's back in the main field.
It's such a tough thing to see that happen, but you're right. I mean, where he had his mechanical was still so far to go in that climb, so it would be really tough for him to be able to get back on and continue, close that gap, find Marcotte, work with Marcotte, and then make it to this front group. It's very unlikely, and judging by the information that we have here of a solo chaser, that we're assuming that is Marcotte himself, then looks like Tyler Farah's day is done. But a lot goes into a race like this for an individual rider like Farah like that, so it's tough to see it end so early.
Now, when our riders hit the line, they will have 2 long laps to go, and then, of course, the 3 finishing circuits. When you see them cross the line, it's going to be 85.2K to go. That'll be 53 miles of racing remaining. Doing our best to keep track of the distance that the riders have remaining out there as they are making their way back to the line. So 53 miles, 85.2K of racing remaining when they hit the line. Well, Tim, you mentioned the Volkswagen rally car that you had a chance to ride in earlier this week with Tanner Faust that we've been bringing to all of our national championships with the partnership with Volkswagen. I also want to point out that Volkswagen is providing free bike share here in Chattanooga today on this Memorial Day so that folks can enjoy the race and enjoy the great bike share program that Chattanooga has here. I've been super impressed staying downtown here for the last week or so. We've been using it to get around and go to dinner and kind of explore the city. It's really a great program, really well laid out and well thought out as well.
Well, we've been very lucky to have Volkswagen host this event in Chattanooga. They have a factory here that we used at the venue for the time trial where they make the Passat, and it's a beautiful facility. It's one of the best auto manufacturing plants in the world. Uses all kinds of recycling and reuse efficiencies to really make it one of the greenest facilities also in the world. And we got a chance to take a tour of it with Tanner the other week, and such a great thing to be able to see it all happen. But it's a big part of the city. Chattanooga is one of the few cities in the country that has gigabit technology. They've got this extremely high-speed internet. Just a few cities in the country have it. It's really kind of an up-and-coming city of a small, medium size. I mean, this is exactly the kind of place where a cycling race like this can really flourish. But the Volkswagen guys and girls are a big supporter of cycling, and it's because they believe that the brand of cycling is extremely tied to cycling. And a lot of people who have Volkswagens or choose to take a look at a Volkswagen, maybe to buy one, are also cyclists. And cyclists can be anything. I think it's great that they've taken the opportunity to sponsor both a cycling race atmosphere like this, with a sponsorship of USA Cycling. They're involved with the 15 national championships around the country that they hold across a few different disciplines. But they also support People for Bikes, which is a national advocacy organization that really just tries to help make biking easier and safer in any city, town, state around the country. People for Bikes works with local organizations to give grants to help make sure that that bike lane or bike path gets built, and it gets built in the right spot and at the right time. You know, a lot of work goes into making it easy for people to ride bikes, and I think a city like Chattanooga really benefits from having biking be a part of the culture, and you can see that with the bike share and all the people that are riding bikes nowadays.
Yeah, you know, the bike share is only part of it, but the accessibility of the city is the other key factor in that. You can have all the bike share stations you want, but if people don't feel comfortable riding on their own streets, then, of course, they're not going to ride. It has been incredibly easy to get around Chattanooga with bike lanes both protected, and sometimes just the sharrows is all you need.
Well, I think I saw a Strava segment on this pedestrian bridge that also goes across this river. You know, there's a highway, there's this road, there's a pedestrian bridge, and then another major bridge that we do later on in the lap. And it's easy to ride a bike here in Chattanooga. The roads around the town are awesome. You can get out in the country very, very quickly in beautiful, tight roads with all kinds of climbing and descending. And it's a really fun place to ride a bike. So, you know, I think Volkswagen is very appreciative of the support of these national championships, and they're very proud to help bring these to town and host them.
Well, there's going to be at least 2 more Volkswagen owners after this race, as we're giving away a brand new Volkswagen Golf Sport Wagon, a 1-year lease to both our men's and women's winners. So they'll drive away with a brand new set of wheels to use for the year.
You know, actually in this breakaway right now, Jesse Anthony was just telling me the other day that he's really intrigued by that car being on offer. So I know he's a part of the Optimum Gallery Benefits team, and if there is a car won by one of those teammates, they will have quite the battle trying to fight for possession of that car. You know, cycling is a team sport, and usually if you win a prize purse, you split it with your teammates equally. You know, I think when a car comes into play, they're going to have to do a little bit of math and figure out, well, you know, maybe I can drive it for a couple weeks.
Every other week, alternate
you can drive
Sundays.
it. I mean, what can we do here?
Well, the guys just making their way up that Kent Street climb and coming down right now. A little bit of a gap forming there, but this one will come back together, as that is Travis McCabe. Still no sign of Eric Marcotte, who lost contact on Lookout Mountain on the way up. And our last report over Race Radio was 15 seconds for Eric Marcotte back up to this group. I'm going to guess that it's probably a little bigger than that at this point. Guys still working well together. Some riders spending some time at the back. You'll see where this rider who just did the work on the front slots in. He's actually going to go all the way to the back for the Optum rider. So that leads me to believe that everyone is doing work and everyone is taking their turn on the front. That's Jesse Anthony, who we were just talking about, wearing number 19 there. If there was a passenger in this breakaway, Tim, Jesse wouldn't bother going behind a rider who's skipping poles. They eventually just start slotting in front of that rider. So the fact that Jesse is going all the way to the back here leads me to believe that we have everybody doing work in the breakaway.
And I keep seeing Oscar Clark take these pulls that are tough. I mean, he looks really good. Now he's taking these pulls that are long and at a pretty high speed. You see the wind coming from the left-hand side on this bridge. They're all kind of semi-echeloning out to the right. Definitely a little bit windier than it looks here. You know, on TV, it's always tough to find out exactly what it's like on the ground, but let me tell you, Brad and I can say without a doubt that it is hot and it is sticky here, and a little bit of wind, it just makes it that much harder. You already feel like you're pedaling into some kind of a Velcro mud out there where you're just stuck to the ground, and then you add a little bit of wind and it's tough.
Well, just in, coming over Race Radio, you're seeing the graphic on the screen right now. 30 seconds back to Eric Marcotte and Timothy Rugg. I would imagine they've probably linked up off the back at this point. When you have two riders in trouble, sometimes they'll try to work together to regain contact here. And just trying to minimize the gap, trying to keep it as low as they can. 30 seconds up to our lead group of 8 right now, and just under 2.5 minutes back to the field.
Got a great shot of Ty Magner right there, the black Hincapie jersey. He was just punching out his hamstring. You know, when you have a cramp and you give it a touch or a slap or something to try and activate it a little bit. Cramping is really just an effect of dehydration and a lack of connection between what the muscle is being told to do and what it does. It's like a short circuit almost. So, if you could shake your legs a little bit, maybe reactivate that. And really the only thing that would really help that is just sucking down a bunch of sodium in some kind of a sports drink that will have a high sodium content. But if that's happening now with just under 50 miles to go, it's going to be tough for Ty Magner to really be able to count on those legs later. You can see him really laboring on how he's on the bike. And, a climb like Lookout, if you don't stand up the whole time and you're seated the entire way up, it really puts a lot of strain on those hamstrings and glutes. So he's really trying to get active and try and be dynamic on his bike to try to wake those muscle groups up.
Yeah, just did it again, trying to shake out or maybe avoid a cramp there. But Ty Magner having a little bit of trouble. Now, this won't spell the end of the day for Ty Magner just because you see the riders trying to shake out the legs or pounding the legs as we saw earlier. It doesn't really mean that they're having major cramping issues. Sometimes you just kind of feel it start to come on. You feel a little bit of tightness in the leg, and you just want to try and shake that out. Days like this, riders will be glad to have some Osmo Nutrition out there, one of our sponsors here on the live stream. Keeping us fueled up during the day, and Sierra Nevada keeping us fueled up after the race.
Yeah, speaking of the Sierra Nevada guys, on Saturday, Talansky and King, both podium placers in the time trial, I think that they actually drank those bottles of beer instead of spraying them. The women sprayed, and we saw Kristen Armstrong just let loose on the podium, and Carmen and Amber followed suit. But these guys actually ended up drinking almost all the bottles, and I think that they probably appreciated that. I mean, it was kind of hot.
Yeah, I did the post-race press conference. They both brought their bottles to the conference. Talansky had it in the bottle cage of his bike that he brought up, and Ben King brought it up on the podium with him for a few questions just after their race. So the riders just going through the feed zone there. We saw, I believe that was Jesse Anthony taking on what's called a musette bag, those little cloth bags that you see. The riders grab those and put them over their shoulder, and usually a bottle in there. Tim, what else do you like to see in a musette bag at this point in the race? Are there sandwiches in there, or is it mostly just gels and bottles at this point?
The real food that you might be able to carry would be in that musette. If you can get handed up some kind of a rice cake that is high calorie, a little bit of sodium, a little bit of sweet, but nothing too crazy and almost no fiber in it. If you can eat one of those at this point in the race, you're going to feel a lot better later on. But, you might have an energy bar of some type, hopefully having the wrapper being just started just a little bit. Maybe a couple gels if you're a gel person. A lot of these riders have certain favorites that they use while they're training at home. And a lot of times the team doesn't have the same thing for race day, so you really have to be adaptable to what's being given to you. And if you get stuck on, I just wish I had that, whatever it is, and you don't get it, that could be something that bothers you later on in the race and kind of takes away from what you're trying to do. But a lot of these guys are really just looking for whatever they can get at this point. It's still over 40 miles to go, so they still have a lot of fueling left to do. Jesse Anthony's still working with his musette.
Yeah, and it can be so hard to eat when you're turning yourself inside out. A lot of times you get this kind of pit in your stomach, and it makes it tough for riders to take on and keep food. So they have to be very careful about what they put in. And we've been talking about the importance of eating and drinking. But they want to make sure that you at least get some in there. Even if it's not what you think your body wants, you have to understand that it needs that hydration and needs that food. So again, when they hit the line, they'll be looking at 53 miles of racing remaining, 85K, as they'll see 2 laps to go. This is going to be the final downhill into a left-hander.
Yeah, Brad, this corner is so fast. We saw in the women's race being led by Megan Garnier. She was already in the lead by this corner, and she led out the sprint the entire way. I had a chance to talk to Megan and to Corinne Rivera of United Healthcare about that sprint, and Megan Garnier took the front and just held it literally to just hold off Corinne Rivera. There's no one quicker than Corinne. If she had waited to start the sprint until after that corner, it would have been all Corinne Rivera in that national championships jersey. But instead, she went before and she just kept the gas on and just tried to outlast Corinne Rivera. And that was really the only way she could beat her. And to be able to pull that off and pull on the jersey just shows that tactical awareness of what it means to take some kind of a course feature like a corner and use it to your advantage.
Yeah, Megan also mentioned in the press conference coming into that turn, it's not only a long finishing stretch comparatively speaking, but they have a headwind, or they had a headwind for the women's race at least. I would imagine it's going to be pretty much the same story for the men out there. So you really want to make sure that you don't go too early. You want to be in just the right spot coming into that turn. So there you see in the upper left-hand corner of your screen, 85 kilometers of racing. That seems like a long way to go for these guys, Tim. Already seeing riders cramping, seeing riders falling out of the group, and we still have quite a bit of racing remaining, including 2 more times up Lookout Mountain.
It's going to come quick, 85K to go. Really just a little bit over 2 hours of racing. You know, it's tough to do this. A one-day race is always so special because you have no room for error. You have to do it now. You can't try and gain time later on. As we get a chance to look at Eric Marcotte here in that chase with Timothy Rugg, and they are still just in front of the peloton being led by United Healthcare. You know, we were talking about what was going to happen in that peloton, who was going to be chasing. United Healthcare losing Tanner Putt on the climb up Lookout Mountain, now forced to do the chase by themselves. With all this time left, this could detonate the entire team or bring it back and set up one of their riders for the win. But right now, there's absolutely no way to tell how effective this chase is going to be, except for the fact that it's going to be really very difficult.
Yeah, look at the blue and white jerseys on the front. That is United Healthcare putting 4 guys up there. Looks like Jelly Belly contributing to the chase as well. They don't have any riders up in the move anymore. Hincapie is there, but they're going to be there to block. They're not going to contribute to the chase here because I think they have the 2 guys, the 2 best guys that they could have up the road in the breakaway, that being Oscar Clark and Ty Magner.
A very small field right now, Brad. I'm impressed at the size of it now. It is not quite as large as it was. We've lost a lot of riders those 2 times up Lookout, but the United Healthcare team being led by Brad White. Talk about a great team player, someone who you can count on to do nearly anything. Last year he was in the breakaway so long, he pushed himself so deep that after we were done with our commentary of the race, I take a look out in the medical tent, and there's Brad White. He had absolutely buried himself and left every little bit of himself on course. He was totally delirious, and all he really wanted to know is what happened in the race after he couldn't remember. He couldn't tell because he was so blown out that he had nothing left to even think.
Brad White is the best bike racer that you've never heard of. A selfless guy, always willing to work for the team. He spends a lot of time on the United Healthcare team's Criterium squad, traveling around the country racing in the American Criterium Series around the U.S., and always on the front but never on the podium.
No, you talk about a utility player in baseball. There's
Sure.
somebody who can make a career going from team to team. Brad White's actually made a career as a utility player with this one team. You know, we were teammates years ago, and it was always great to know that Brad was a part of the game plan. As we see this group start to split up a little bit, again, a very hard pull by Oscar Clark, splitting up the group just a little bit. Ben King having to stand up and chase back on ever so slightly to close that gap. But, you know, this is going to be a tough race no matter what, but having United Healthcare chasing like that with someone like Brad White is going to be their best chance of bringing this race back into their wheelhouse. You know, right now they're completely out of it. This breakaway is doing a great job of staying away.
Tim, we saw a little poll you pointed out there by one of the Hincapie racing guys. I'm wondering if they're maybe sensing a little bit of weakness in this breakaway. Talk about how you read the other riders in a break. You're looking for signs of weakness. You're looking for them getting tired, signs of fatigue. And if you see that, you really want to seize that opportunity. And then you hit it hard right when a rider's on the rivet. They say the best time to attack isn't when you're feeling good. It's when everyone else is feeling bad. And I would imagine for a few of these riders, that's going to be right around now.
A race like this in Chattanooga has so much attrition involved that you're absolutely right. You have to be able to outlast your competitors, and you really don't want to be outward about trying to hurt them. You want to let the course hurt them, and you don't want it to hurt it. You don't want it to hurt you at the same time. So you want to take it easy. You want to be like Ben King. He's taking these pulls at a consistent speed, but he's not sprinting. He's not pulling so hard that it's noticeable to the other riders. He's trying his best to hide. I mean, he's a marked person. He was just second place in the time trial the other day, so the riders know how strong he is, but he doesn't want to have to show this. Someone like Oscar Clark might be taking a pull or two extra to help his teammate Ty Magner, but that might just expose him just a little bit more. He's obviously feeling good, which is great, but you want to keep that quiet. You don't want to let these other riders know just how good you're feeling. Something that happens in a breakaway like this is that you get to a point where you have these alliances that are by team. We're looking at Jesse Anthony there with some kind of food in his mouth, taking a chance to eat. He has his two other teammates in the group with him, and Tom Zerbel and Scott Swazanski. They're obviously lined up. They obviously have the same motivation, but having a solo rider like Travis McCabe now, his teammate Mark Cott is no longer with him from Smart Stop, so he's going to look for something that maybe works to his favor. Is he going to start to combine a little bit with the Hincapie riders? He just sees Magner banging out his leg once again, trying to make sure he's not going to go into cramps, but is he planning on Magner not being there and maybe just Oscar Clark? So maybe Marcotte or McCabe is going to try and align with him a little bit, or maybe is he going to work with the Garmin Cannondale riders who are trying to win this race also? He has options right now because he's not a part of a duo or a trio. So I think Travis McCabe right now, as long as he can stay in contention, he's got a great chance of having a great race today.
Yeah, Travis McCabe knows this course well. He's had great results here in Chattanooga in the past, obviously on the podium last year. So he'll be looking to improve on that this year and hopefully take the top step. He does look like Smart Stop's best option right now, as Eric Marcotte had some trouble on the climb. He went out of the group, and he is just about back into the field by now if he hasn't already been caught. So they are all in for Travis McCabe today. Tim, it's amazing how long these guys are going to stay in the breakaway. They've already made it this far. If these guys make it to the line, it'll be almost the entire day that they spent in the breakaway. It was on the opening circuits on the Kent Street climb that they first went away and haven't looked back. The field hasn't seen them now for a couple hours.
And that's a course change that happened this year. Having Kent Street a part of those early laps really made them more dynamic, and they were much more effective in changing the outcome of the race. If this breakaway was formed by that Kent Street climb, then that's really just all about that course change being made and integrating the other side of the river into this course. Very punishing course as it is, but adding that just really made it so much worse.
Andrew Talansky looking for a little bit of help from the team car. Now, again, we talked about this already. Talansky puts his hand in the air. That allows the commissar to then call the team car forward, and you can't go forward until the commissar says go. So there you see the Cannondale Garmin car coming up, and it'll service Andrew Talansky.
Having these onboard cameras in the races nowadays, you can really get a chance to see what kind of craziness happens, but I think that there's nothing quite as exciting as being in a team car on a very tough descent where action's happening, riders are coming back for feeds, it's turning left and right, and the cars are jockeying for position so much. It is such a sketchy thing to be a part of. The noise, the horns, the screeching tires, and you definitely find out who the good drivers are pretty quick.
Well, that is Tim Rugg that you see right there in the white jersey, the man that was in the breakaway, lost contact, and has now gone into the field. He'll go to the back and try and recover here. Tough day for Tim Rugg, but impressive to make that move. So it looks like Talansky got whatever service he needed. I notice he only has one bottle on the down tube of the bike. Tim, these guys back in the field right now, really nothing you can do. You just kind of sit in for the ride right now. They're not going to be going too hard. They're not working as hard as the guys in the breakaway right now. So you just kind of have to hope that those guys chasing at the front can do what they need to do, because otherwise we're looking at the first 8 places riding away.
Well, you know that I'm answering you with a straight face right now because it is single file in the chase group, Peloton, and that is not easy. That is not a simple position to be in, except for the fact that we've got action on the breakaway now. It looks like we've got Andrew Chalansky from Cannondale Garmin attacking out of this lead group. Maybe a little bit early for Chalansky to start pressing the pace here.
Yeah, big move here from Andrew Chalansky going solo up the road. That put Tom Zerbel in a little bit of trouble. We just saw Zerbel going off the back of the group. I'm actually surprised that Zerbel has made it this long in the breakaway for such a big guy with such a big climb. But now we go up to the solo leader as Chalansky has attacked the breakaway for the Cannondale Garmin team on the way up Lookout Mountain. Chalansky is now solo off the front.
Comfortable with these solo efforts, no problem. He's the current U.S. national time trial champion, winning that title on Saturday with a blistering fast time trial. His closest competitor was his own teammate, Ben King, who's also in the breakaway, just sitting there licking his chops, watching his teammate take off like this, while he still has every now intention of sitting on this breakaway and not chasing him. But Chalansky going very, very early in this race. There's quite a bit of time left to go. The Peloton was being led by United Healthcare, as we see here, at a very fast pace.
There's Brad White.
Gobbling up that time. You see Lucas User in second position there, Keeler Reinen in third. This is a very quick group here. Looks like they are saving Danny Summerhill as well, I believe, in fourth position. This is a very difficult climb to hit. I mean, the third of 4 times, this is where it really matters. The final climb, you can imagine, would be the fastest, but the third one is really the decision point. Do I feel good enough to stay in the group? Can I press the pace, or am I just going to suffer and maybe try and make it for that 4th time? Chalansky not wanting to wait for anything. He's setting off on his own. This climb is something that is right up his alley as being one of the fastest climbers in the U.S. He's a top 10, top 5 rider at the Tour de France who has the ability to do this for 3 weeks. Today, he's trying to do this over the final 75 kilometers of this race. Truly a tall order.
Andrew Chalansky last week was a withdrawal from the Amgen Tour of California. He pulled out early in that tour, citing some allergy and upper respiratory problems. He went back home to Napa, California. He mentioned on Saturday he spent 5 days off the bike in between the Amgen Tour of California and coming here to Chattanooga for the USA Cycling Professional Road National Championships. Wasn't sure how he was going to feel that first time he got back on the bike back home in Napa, but he said once he was able to get a few training rides under his belt, he said, I felt good enough to come to Chattanooga, and obviously won the time trial on Saturday, and now looking to win the road race here on Monday. I want to correct myself from earlier. Brad White, the rider on the front, was the winner of the Delaware Criterium last week. Lapped the field solo. So obviously a strong, multi-talented all-rounder rider. Now he's climbing at the front of the field at the Volkswagen USA Cycling Professional Road National Championships.
Brad, these time gaps are definitely in flux. Chalansky going off the front. The former breakaway, now group stuck in the middle. We're not sure how motivated they will be to stay off the front with Chalansky leaving them so quickly. I think that'll really change how the Peloton reacts, because if they do catch that larger former breakaway early, then that'll make it pretty simple. They just have that one rider left off the front. However, if that former breakaway keeps the pace up, it's going to make it really tough to decide, are we chasing full gas still? Are we United Healthcare on the front just going absolutely as fast as we can possibly go? The consummate teammate there, Brad White, taking the cold water, pouring it over himself, and then taking the time to hand it back to Lucas User. Riding one-handed at 400 watts on a climb like this, being a teammate like that, I mean, that's definitely Brad White.
I have no desire to be a professional cyclist, but if I did, I'd certainly want Brad White on my team. We need a domestique in the booth here. Wonder if they have musette bags for announcers.
Well, I mean, we could definitely use domestique to help us with the lap count, but hopefully in today's race, with the men here, we have a better idea what's going on. Oscar Clark for Hincapie on the front of this breakaway. Remember, he was riding so well on the flats. He was taking pulls that were stronger than anyone else. He was showing that he's very comfortable at speed. Ben King sitting on his wheel looking very, very comfortable with the pace up this climb.
So we're now down to just 5 riders in the chase. Race Radio reporting 7, but 2 riders have been dropped. I know Tom Zerbel is out of this group, and it looks like Swazanski is gone as well. That's going to be Swazanski just off the back because Jesse Anthony is the only remaining Optum rider. So Lookout Mountain claims a couple more riders out of this breakaway as Swazanski and Zerbel go backwards out of the group. Jesse Anthony finds himself isolated with just a few riders remaining.
Back to the peloton here. Brad White still on the front. You can see Phil Guyman, Optum Kelly Benefits off to the right. Locked and loaded, ready to go. I see Gavin Manion from Jelly Belly also right there in the front. I see Chris Horner. Looks like we do have two Smart Stop riders right there as well, ready to go. This group is so small. We've been losing riders left and right. Looks like some of the Estella riders that were part of that early chase after having missed that large group going away. They still have a couple riders in this move. I see a couple Cannondale Garmin riders. Looks like that would be Joe Dombrowski and Alex Howe still in there. Ted King as well.
Yeah, Smart Stop moving up here just a little bit, trying to come up the outside of the group. Positioning is really important on a climb like this, Tim. Not really to cover an attack, but just because you get that kind of general stringing out of the field. You don't want to get caught behind a gap that may open up. It might not be you, but the guy in front of you might let a gap open. And if you're following his wheel, you're going to suffer from that as well.
Looks like we are taking the moto in between the breakaway up to the solo leader, Andrew Tulansky. That's that downhill section that we just saw Tyler Farah have his mechanical and drop out of the breakaway. It would have been very interesting to see what happens with Farah in the move because he's such a strong rider and has so much experience. We're looking for him in this group to see whether or not he's been able to stick in there, and we'll show his face later on. We're hopeful that he's able to do that because that would show that he's here really to race even if he's had those problems. But Tulansky taking the right-hand turn up onto the steeper pitches. Remember, this is the very, very tough short and steep pitches that just keep coming one after the other. They kind of let up just a little bit before making that final turn and do the 200 meters up to the KOM line. But this is very, very difficult, the hardest part of this climb.
So 1K to the KOM as United Healthcare in the blue and white has gone to the front of the field to try to bring this one back, try and close down the gap a little bit. We're estimating about 75 kilometers of racing remaining. We don't have GPS on the riders today, so we're just going off of course markers to try to figure out where they are out there on the road. It was 85K to go when they hit the finish line, and it's about 10-15K up to the top of Lookout Mountain.
Like that's Jonathan Freder from Jelly Belly next to Gavin Manion there, doing a great job for that team.
Yeah, Jonathan Freder riding with a little chip out of his wrist. He went down at the Amgen Tour of California. You remember we saw him about 20 feet down in a ditch on the side of the road. Luckily, some rocks stopped his fall, and unfortunately, he did lose a little bit of bone off of his wrist, but he was able to ride and is continuing to race here in Chattanooga.
Well, showing that you don't need your wrist to ride a bike very, very fast. He's holding in there with that group, really at a pace being set by United Healthcare that's uncomfortable for everybody. Good shot of Tulansky here at the top. Cannondale Garmin. You know, talking about Tour California, the riders that were able to do California, finish it, come out of it strong, recover, and be ready to race a one-day race like this, it's really tough to try and manage that. All these riders talk about how difficult it is. You know, do you go home and then sleep, or do you come straight here to acclimatize to the weather? You know, how do you approach being ready for just a one-day race with so many things on the line? You know, whether or not you finish the final stage of Tour California, like someone like Jesse Anthony did, who was riding so well for Optum Kelly Benefits, does that translate into I'm going to feel good next Monday? You know, whether or not that's going to happen is really tough to call that, and it has a lot to do with what your mental state is. And if you're able to say, it doesn't matter how I'm going to go, I'm going to try my best, even if I feel bad. I mean, I was talking to Jesse before the start today, and it's kind of a question of, if I start the race and I feel great, do I keep the brakes on and don't do anything with it. Or if I start the race today and I feel terrible, do I just wait and be patient and maybe I'll feel better? I mean, you have both options here, and it's really funny to see how riders react so differently.
Well, Talansky should be getting a time check here from the moto. He'll have a better idea of just how much time he was able to open up as he approaches the top of this climb. Just about 200 meters to go there. You see the sign before he'll make the descent down. And Talansky's going to have a good descent as well. If he wants to maintain this gap, he really has to make sure that he keeps on the gaps on the way down and then back into Chattanooga.
Yeah, and if you remember the last time they came down, Talansky was actually coming back a little bit through the group. Ben King had gone over the top with Travis McCabe and did a great job with that descent. But Talansky now on his own, he's going to have to try and mark off the motorcycles that are up in front of him.
So this is Chase 2 that you're seeing on your screen right now. Tom Zerbel and Scott Swazanski from the Optum Pro Cycling team coming out of that breakaway and now just trying to fend off the field. I would imagine maybe trying to stay away, but I don't think these guys anticipate staying away much longer. They're probably on their way back into the field. Working our way through the cars up to chase number 1. This is going to be McCabe, King, Anthony, Clark, and Magner, the 5 riders remaining from that original breakaway. Tim, it seems like not long ago we had 15 guys all riding together and working well together, but it just goes to show you how tough this course is here in Chattanooga, claiming multiple victims on the way up the climb here today. Well, bad sign for the guys at the front when they're looking back. I think, I believe this is Clark on the front right now, maybe thinking that they might be about to get caught here. He was looking back, maybe looking for the peloton, but might have just been looking for the team car.
Yeah, they still have that chase group of Swazanski and Zerbel in between. You know, the gap is very much in flux. We don't know how much time Talansky's gaining because now he's flying downhill while the chase group is still climbing. You know, he has to have at least a minute by now because they weren't even into that final 200 meters for the KOM. So Talansky getting a head start on this descent, able to super tuck it all the way down. You know, he has never done this race. He wasn't here last year or the year before. So having a chance to look at this course the first couple times is going to help him now. But some of these left-hand corners are very tight and they come up pretty quick. So I'd like to see Talansky aware of what's coming and making sure that he's doing these corners right. We see all of these hay bales on the side of the course. The city of Chattanooga and the organizers of this race doing a great job of making this course as safe as possible. It's always tough to plan for any kind of incident or outcome, but you know, I think they've done a much better job of making this course as safe as they possibly can. Talansky taking that descent solo, the motorcycle being able to follow him, still reaching speeds upwards of 50 miles an hour before any of these corners come into play.
Well, trying to hang with Andrew Talansky on the way down as Talansky tries to maintain the gap that he has built up on that climb. Tim, this is what we call the super tuck, where we see riders resting on the top tube of the bike, getting as low as possible, just trying to make themselves faster on the descent. Do not try this at home. Whatever you do, leave this to the professionals. We do not recommend you try this on the group ride come Tuesday night. We saw him just trying to get low and crouching down there. You pretty much have no control over the bike. This is something better left to the pros.
No, this is pretty impressive. I can see that he is really using all of the road here. Like Brad said, you cannot do this on a Tuesday night ride. And if you do, please kick that person out of your group ride because they are not a good influence on the rest of the crew. You got to stay on the right side of the road and out of traffic. But in a race like this with a close course, held by professionals, where all of the cars involved are aware of what's going on and they have to make it safe for these riders. So Talansky taking advantage of that and just hooking these corners left and right. You can see him leaning it right over. Hopefully he is going to keep the speed all the way down, but he's doing a great job with this descent. And again, he is just putting the time into that chase group behind.
Yeah, Talansky is descending very, very well here. I really like the way that he's making his way down Lookout Mountain. He looks good, he looks smooth, and he looks strong. Can anybody catch Andrew Talansky in the final 70 kilometers of racing? The big question remains as the kid that they call the Pit Bull attacked on the way up and now trying to make his way back down.
Yeah,
so
definitely.
That's chase 1 that we're seeing right there.
Yeah, you can definitely see the difference in speed there as those riders were setting up for that tough left-hand corner. I think Talansky used nearly every inch of the road on his turn around that particular corner. But, Talansky leaning into the corner, that last right-hand sweeper that he took, he went all the way out to the exit of the corner. And that's really something that not every rider can do. And, a criterium where there are fences and tape and you can kind of know exactly where to go. It's a little bit different in a road race course because you really do have to remember that you can use the whole entire thing and go wide on the exit trying to keep that speed up. But, I feel like he has definitely increased his gap by having such a fast ascent.
Tim, we were talking about the weather earlier. The rain has been threatening us all day here in Chattanooga. Just taking another look at the radar. The cell that was about to hit went just south of Chattanooga. It looks like it's going to miss us. There's another one off in the distance, but believe it or not, it looks like the weatherman might have got it wrong. Surprise, surprise.
Hey, when they say 60% chance of rain, it really means at least 40% chance of sun all day. So
that's right.
No, this has been a tough day out on the road for all these riders, being so hot and humid. But Talansky getting a word in with his director. He's got Johnny Welts in the team car from Cannondale Garmin. Having a real team presence here is new for the Cannondale team. They were a part of Liquigas for the last few years and really fielding just Ted King or just Teddy and Timmy Duggan, the two American riders on that team. But, now they've got plenty of riders here. They've got numbers, talking to those guys about how many we're hoping to win. And really all of them hope to win. But you have a much better chance when you've got 5 people who are legitimately able to win this race and showing up ready to do so.
You see Welts there speaking with Talansky off the front. Looks like maybe just trying to keep him calm, give him a little bit of encouragement. This is certainly more than just a time gap that Johnny's giving him right now.
Talansky known as someone with a huge engine, but he also has a tendency to burn that engine out. I mean, he's such a fiery rider. He's got a lot of motivation. He kind of takes what's happening and just turns it up. He amplifies it out of this world. He has a great ability to ride a bike very, very fast, and trying to get that effort measured out in doses long enough where you can actually win a race where the finish is not right now. I mean, the finish is more than an hour, 15 minutes, hour and 20 minutes away at least. So for him, he really needs to keep an eye on what that means and how he's going to feel that many kilometers from now. So, a good director will be aware of that and what his personality type is like and what is really going to be good for him to try and win. Not necessarily what's good for him to hear at this moment. You probably want to tell someone like Talansky right now to say, hey, take it easy. You still have a long way to go, but you're doing awesome. You're doing great. You've got great form. You're putting out a lot of power. So managing what someone has and what they bring to the start line is always a tough call.
So here are the latest time checks coming in over Race Radio. That group of 5 is now 1:40 behind Andrew Talansky. He opened up a massive gap on Lookout Mountain. Then back to Tom Zerbel and Scott Swazanski in chase number 2. They're going to be just a little over 2 minutes down on Talansky. And then just under 3 minutes back to the field from Andrew Talansky right now. So those time gaps that you're seeing on your screen right now are all from Talansky back to those groups.
Talansky on his way back into town. This is that long stretch coming back into downtown, linking the climb of Lookout Mountain with the downtown circuit. They go in and out on the same road. Talansky holding a very strong pace, but it does look like he has calmed down. He took that climb so fast, crested the top of the KOM, really just going full gas, and now it looks like he's just trying to settle in and go as fast as he can without going too fast. We saw that he was able to do that on Saturday with such a great time trial and really kind of figured things out. Ben King told me that when he did the time trial on Saturday, his first lap was 30 seconds faster than his second lap. That means that his pacing was off and he burned out his engine a little bit too early. Talansky paced it a little bit better and was able to come away with the jersey. Right now, his best option is going to be to try and do that same thing again, and really being crowned a national champion a couple days ago definitely gives you the confidence to try and make those decisions right today.
Well, new gaps coming in from Race Radio now saying the field is just under 3.5 minutes down, 1:40 for chase number 1, and still a little over 2 minutes for the second chase, those two Optum riders. I'm going to guess that chase number 2 is going to get caught here pretty soon. Again, that was Zerbel and Zwazinski going back out of that original group. What is now 5 riders in chase number 1. So when these guys hit the line, they will have 1 more long lap to go and then 3 of the short finishing circuits. Next time we see them crossing the start-finish line, it's going to be 55.7 kilometers of racing remaining. That's just under 35 miles total.
That 55.7 kilometers is 34.7 miles for those of you looking for miles. We're trying to give you the best set of stats we can find. We are trying to work with our excellent broadcast crew that are out on the road. We've got cameramen in different locations on motorcycles, in fixed cameras here in downtown Chattanooga, really trying to bring you as much information as we possibly can, so please bear with us, but we are trying our best to give you the best example of what this race is really like. You can't be out there on the road with these guys right now, Brad, but judging by how we are here in the broadcast booth, it's hot. It's pretty sticky. I mean, these guys are probably feeling the same, and they have to ride their bikes at 30 miles an hour.
They don't even have an air conditioner or a cooler like us. We got it made in here in the trailer. Still suffering.
Zwazinski coming up and over the top there. Tom Zerbel back in that group, contributing to the pace. 3 Optum Kelly Benefits riders now in this group. I mean, they've been able to hold this group together. It's a testament to the combined forces for having lasted as long as they have so far. They did, however, lose Andrew Talansky the last time up the climb. He's put in almost 2 minutes into this group solo after attacking on that climb. That's an incredible distance for one rider to do. He does still have this large lap, including Lookout and Kent, to do before the 3 final laps with Kent Street for Talansky. So there's still quite a bit of racing to go as we saw Oscar Clark take over the front.
So Zwazinski and Zerbel have caught back on to that chase number 1. That'll make it 7 riders trying to bring back this man, Andrew Talansky, from the Cannondale Garmin team. Check that. And he's looking better and better. Every time we see a time check, it is going up for Andrew Talansky. And the big question is, though, can he stay away for the rest of this race? Still a lot of racing remaining. We're talking about a little over 56 kilometers of racing to go right now.
Looking at this group here, the former breakaway, now chase group, they're a little disorganized. I think they're trying to figure out exactly what's going on. They know that Talansky's up. They're going to get these time gaps. They don't have radio, so they don't know exactly what it's like until they talk to a director. You know, maybe another director would show up and talk to their rider, and you might overhear something, but you're never quite sure exactly what they say. So you need to hear it from your own director. You're going to call your car up, get a bottle, find out exactly what you can find. They're all going to want to know what is happening back in the peloton with United Healthcare, because if there is a distinct chase in that peloton, then they have every motivation to keep going forward. If it's not, then maybe they start to kind of take it easy, maybe not keep that pace up as high as they could. And Talansky gets 2.5 minutes and maybe even 3 minutes with 30 miles to go. So this is really decision time for this breakaway, and they need to make sure that they keep moving forward and not really worry about as much about all these other factors that are in play.
Well, Tom Zerbel back on the front here as he has regained contact for the Optum Pro Cycling team back into the breakaway. Now the guy's taking this opportunity to go back to the team cars, looking at the 2 Hincapie riders that we have in chase number 1, that being Oscar Clark and Ty Magner. Clark is the rider at the back there wearing number 57.
Ty Magner is 57, actually.
Okay, Magner 57. Clark is going to be 54. My apologies. All right, so back with Talansky at the front. Now, that is a bug on the camera lens. It is not a raindrop. We haven't had any rain coming down just yet. But again, it's kind of been ominous just outside of Chattanooga. We haven't seen any moisture come down just yet.
a tough spring for Andrew Talansky. In some of the early races that he's had this year, he's been able to spend a little bit more time at home, surprisingly, not having the schedule that had been laid out over the winter. So this is all kind of new to him, and being able to race here at the U.S. National Championships in Chattanooga was really not in the cards. This is something that has been something that he's gotten involved in because of the changes to his schedule. So not being able to finish California, it was not even a sure thing that he would actually come here because he was unsure of his form and still being sick and so on. So now that he is here, he's doing an incredible job of showing exactly how strong he actually is.
A little separation on the front of chase number 1 right now. One of the Hincapie Racing riders taking an Optum rider off the front. That's going to be Tom Zerbel.
And that is Oscar Clark. Looks like his pull again was so strong that he split this group up just a little bit. You know, at this point in the race, riders are feeling so tired that they actually don't have much range, and it's like 1 mile an hour faster is too fast. And now that gap has been created by Zerbel and Clark, it's going to be really tough to close that thing, plus the fact that the teammates Swazanski and Anthony are right behind there.
Well, these two guys getting away now as Clark and Zerbel launching their own attack out of the group of what was 5. And now we're going to see what their gap is up to Andrew Talansky. We'll have definitive numbers for you as they hit the line. We'll be able to get a better idea of just what that gap is.
Well, we're showing Talansky 3 minutes and 10 seconds on the field, and that means that breakaway group now is actually, I'm guessing, about at least 2 minutes. He was 1:40 as he descended off of Lookout, so you'd imagine that he's increased ever so slightly because of kind of the looking at each other that the riders did in that breakaway. So about a 2 minute gap now. We will get you that definitive information as soon as we can, but Talansky still looking very smooth, in control as he approaches Kent Street. Again, this is that short, steep climb, a little chicane here in town before he starts that climb and heading up the short, steep pitch. But these riders here haven't even left Chattanooga yet. This is Tom Zerbel and Oscar Clark, Brad.
Yeah, not sure what the reasoning is behind these two riders trying to go away. I would have thought they wanted to stay with the breakaway maybe a little bit longer, but that's why these guys are out on the bike, and I'm sitting here behind the microphone.
There's, I feel like someone is holding a grenade in the field right now because they still have one big lap to go, including Lookout. So this is Kent Street. They still have 5 more Kent Streets to do, so this is going to be a very tough finish for these guys. Talansky solo, 60K to go. Such a long way to go. Kent Street not any easier than it has been the last couple times. Talansky having to stand the entire way up Kent Street, trying to keep this gear going up and over, but he is about a river's width apart from that breakaway. Those other 2 riders not even cresting that bridge yet, and he's already at the top of Kent Street.
Yeah, this will be great for Andrew Talansky once he hits the line, as he'll probably be able to get some information there from the folks watching the live stream back at the finish. I would assume someone from his team or supporter will try and give him a better idea of just where they are behind him.
You know, talking about going so long in the Nationals, trying to take a stab at the win, there's a little bit of urban legend associated with the former champion Ben King, who's on the Cannondale Garmin team, teammates of Talansky. Maybe they were talking about this in the hotel. I'm not really sure, but word is that it was actually a 300-kilometer solo breakaway for Ben King that got him that Stars and Stripes jersey back in Greenville, South Carolina. And, of course, I have to believe it because it actually came from the mouth of a former national champion, Timmy Duggan. So Timmy would not lie about that. 300K sounds totally plausible.
Well, again, this is what is now becoming chase number 1 as Tom Zerbel has gone to the back of this group of 2. Oscar Clark is the Hincapie Racing rider in the black jersey on the front, trying to bring back Andrew Talansky. Now, remember, Talansky has already made it up and over that Kent Street climb. These guys just coming on to the other side of the bridge. And they'll be hitting the bottom of Kent Street here pretty soon, and that gives you a much better idea. So there's Talansky going back over the bridge right now.
Yeah, they are an entire neighborhood and half of a river away from each other right now. Talansky showing just how big of a gap he's created. Now remember, when he attacked, it was pretty early in the climb up Lookout, so he had that entire ascent to create distance and that very quick descent. So really, he's playing with some big horsepower today and able to make a big difference as to how this race goes for his Cannondale Garmin team. We are seeing Oscar Clark of Hincapie, Tom Zerbel of Optum Kelly Benefits cresting Kent Street right now, so they've just gone over the top. Those two riders have a sizable gap over the remaining members of that breakaway, and the field following suit. We do not have enough cameras to get that field in view as well, but we will try and get that to you as quick as possible. But right now it looks like that chase group has detonated, and those two riders are trying to get across Solo and get up towards Andrew Talansky here as he heads back into downtown Chattanooga.
Yeah, and I believe Talansky just got a time check there from the moto that you saw roll up on his right-hand side.
Okay, cool.
And they'll have a better idea of just what that gap is back to Talansky. Again, we do have a few time checks out there on course, and once we have a definitive gap, we'll give that to you. Now, that is a raindrop on the camera screen right there. You can see the dark clouds off in the distance. So at least a little bit of moisture now falling on Chattanooga, Tennessee. We'll see if it picks up as this race continues.
It's going to be pretty welcome for all these riders. It's been so hot out there the entire day so far. Luckily, the wind is going, but still that breeze is not very helpful as they start to crest this bridge heading back towards downtown Chattanooga. They keep looking over their shoulder to try and get an idea of how far that group is behind them. They just left them, really not even an attack, but just something that kind of happened. And, you know, it's better to be 6 than 2, so theoretically they will be waiting for them, or at least hopeful that they connect with them shortly. But Talansky's still solo in the drops. He doesn't look like he's trying to be overly aero. He's not just jammed down on the handlebars trying to suffer through it. So it looks like he is pretty comfortable at this pace and what he's doing. You know, if there's anyone that can really decide what I need to do for 60-kilometer solo effort trying to win a race, it's probably going to be Talansky. Now, you have to know your body really well. You have to know exactly how hard you can go, how hard is too hard. You know, do I take a break? Do I coast down any of these descents to try and save a little energy? It's going to be up to him to decide that.
Well, these guys pulling the plug right now saying not going to work. We're not going to catch Talansky by ourselves. Or maybe they were just going back to the car, but it looked like some friendly conversation there between Oscar Clark and Tom Zerbel. These two riders, again, broke away from the rest of the group. You see Tom Zerbel even talking there to the Hincapie racing car. The gap is at least 2 minutes. We started a stopwatch when Andrew Talansky hit the end of this bridge, just where you see that there's going to be a right-hand turn off to the right-hand side of these riders, and that's going to be right here. So 2:13 is the gap right now from Andrew Talansky back to those two riders that you saw, again, 2 minutes and 13 seconds back to Tom Zerbel and Oscar Clark.
You know, Brad, I'd love to say that 2 minutes is going to be enough for Andrew Talansky to stay away solo, but 2 minutes can be undone very quickly by something like a cramp. It can be undone by, you know, having an upset stomach, something where you feel like you're gonna start to lose your lunch a little bit and maybe not be able to push as hard as you can on the pedals. Being able to deal with that discomfort, I mean, it is really not a lot of fun. I heard from someone today about how bike riding and bike racing is really hard, and it came. You know, it came from someone who did very well this morning. It was Corinne Rivera talking about how hard it was to climb as fast as she was able to climb. You know, she's not known as a climber. She's known as a sprinter who came from racing crits and BMX and all this other stuff. So climbing is never easy. Climbing is always hard, and I think that's often forgotten. You have to deal with the pain. You know, your feet hurt, your knees hurt, your hips hurt. You're completely out of breath. When you're alone like this, Talansky has no one to sit behind and take a rest. You see Tom Zerbel here pulling with Oscar Clark. At least he can sit behind someone and take a break even for a second, but Talansky's on his own. He's going to have a lot of discomfort and a lot of pain. Truly, the essence of suffering is what Talansky's going to be going through over this next lap and then back onto these finish circuits here.
Still just sprinkling out there on the roads, getting reports from our moto drivers out there that they are Starting to see some rain on their windshields and, of course, on the visors as well. Trying to keep the cameras as dry as possible so that we can bring you these live images from Chattanooga, Tennessee. Right now, looking at your race leader, Andrew Talansky. He has 2 minutes and 13 seconds at last check on the nearest chasers. Although I got to say, it looked like Oscar Clark and Tom Zerbel maybe pulling the plug on that attempt to try to go up to Andrew Talansky. So again, when Talansky hits the line, he'll have 1 more long lap and 3 more short laps to go. It's going to be 55.7 kilometers of racing remaining. So right now he's probably at, we'll say 57K before they hit the line. Before they hit the line for the final time.
Zerbel looking back again, trying to figure out where this breakaway is. Same with Oscar Clark. He has his teammate Ty Magner there. He could be willing to wait for him to try and tackle this, at least with a teammate to help this chase of Andrew Talansky. And it's not even about the chase at this point. I think it's about staying away from the peloton who is chasing behind them with United Healthcare at the front. Looks like Talansky coming back into this finish straight here, Brad. This is that left-hand turn onto this front straight.
Tim, in a race like today, we just saw Andrew Talansky taking another gel. The guys today doing 111.4 miles. That's 179 kilometers. How many calories do you think you're going to eat on a day like today? How many gel packs or bars or rice cakes, as you prefer, would an average rider go through on a day like today?
They're right about at the 3-hour mark. So 3 hours of racing for a guy Andrew Talansky's size. I'm guessing he's probably about 145 pounds, maybe 140. He's actually going to burn a lot less than someone like Tom Zerbel is behind. Zerbel's a much larger rider. He's got a lot more muscle mass. You can see in this image right here. Zerbel is burning more calories just by virtue of his size. I think for someone like Talansky, he could probably expect to need to take in about 400 calories an hour, but he's going to be spending between 500 and 750. I mean, it's not going to be 100% effort, but it's going to be something where he just needs to keep that fuel coming in so that he's not losing too much versus what he's taking in. And you can do that a couple of different ways. I mean, a gel is typically about 100 calories. I know he's got a pocket full of a few different fuel sources in there. So if he's taking 1 or 2 or 3 gels per hour with at least a couple bites of something plus whatever he's drinking, so he's going to be hitting about that anyways. And really the stomach can only take in so much calories under effort. You have to remember that he is flying. He's got high heart rate. His muscle tension is very, very tight. He's pushing really hard on the pedals to keep that bike going forward. So it's literally not very easy to eat.
Yeah, you think, I need to get 500 calories in. That's like, what, 2 brownies? I can knock that out easy, but not that easy. You have to get clean fuel into the body. And now looks like Oscar Clark going to go by himself. Tom Zerbel going to stay back here as they make their way to the line. Maybe Zerbel just taking it a little easier on this corner as the rain is falling. Tim, when the rain first starts falling, this is where it's most dangerous. You have that oil that's on the road start to come to the top. You'll see the riders start to avoid the paint on the road. Those stripes get very slippery very, very early on in the first parts of a rainstorm.
This is really interesting to see solo riders coming into the frame. We've got a solo Talansky. We have a solo Clark. We have a solo Zerbel. We have a solo Ty Magner here for Hincapie. I see the wipers on the cars still in intermittent. So it is not a driving rain at all. It is just spitting out of the sky. Probably feels great if you're walking along the sidewalk, but on a bike, it's a little bit disconcerting, like you said. I mean, that paint that's out there, the crosswalks, all those different things just feel so different when they have a little bit of water on them.
Well, again, 55.7 kilometers to go for the riders as they hit the line. One more time up Lookout Mountain. And now you're seeing the United Healthcare chase on the front of the field right now, down to just 3 remaining riders, as we saw Brad White doing quite a bit of work early on. And he's still in there, sitting second wheel right now. Jelly Belly putting riders up there. A few Air Gas jerseys being seen at the front as well. That looks like Danny Summerhill leading the way on the front. Jesse Anthony has now gone back into the field. Tim, we started this day with 69 riders on the starting line, and you can see that number significantly decreased here.
I took a second to look at that lap counter. It says 4 to go. That is 4 more times through the start-finish. So that would mean that there are 4 more times up Kent Street, so which is great. But, this chase is full gas. They are absolutely hauling, trying to get back to that. The question is whether or not Talansky can keep this pace going for the whole time and just hope that the field can't go any faster to chew up too much of his gap and he's able to stay away. I don't think that Talansky's going to be able to increase his speed very much. I mean, as time goes on, he's going to be able to go only as fast as he can go, and it's going to slide down ever so slightly over time. The field, however, if you have a fresh group of riders, all of a sudden they put out a lot of energy in the chase, they can increase their speed. So that's really kind of the math problem you have to decide. It has to be graphed out in your head mentally, and Talansky has nothing to think about except that. He needs to figure out how fast he can go without giving up too much time to that field behind.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if Andrew Talansky may have gone just a little early. This is a huge, huge move to make for Talansky. With so much racing to go, it's a big gamble for him, certainly an all-or-nothing move. But we saw this with Evelyn Stevens, maybe trying to set up a 1-2 for the teammate. You know, we haven't talked all day about Alex Howes. He's been sitting back in the field. He's been riding very, very well. He's been close to getting a Stars and Stripes jersey, but hasn't been able to get the win yet, and I know that he's hungry for one. So we may even see this one come back together, and then Alex Howes will have his chance for the Garmin Cannondale team.
Brad, you're absolutely right. This time up Lookout Mountain is going to be very telling. It's going to be the fastest climbers climbing all out. They have to be able to go up this thing fast. So someone like Ben King, who's in the breakaway, he needs to reshuffle, be a part of the team, help Talansky stay away, but also try and help someone like Alex Howes, who's still in the field and relatively fresh. So, you know, how do they make that work, and what do they do to really make that happen? It's not just about you at that point. You have to have the team goal in mind. And like you said, Evelyn Stevens did such a wonderful job being a teammate that ended up helping out her teammates. You know, she ended up being a huge part of the reason why Megan Garnier was able to pull on the jersey earlier today.
Tim, just getting some time checks coming in from the finish line. These were taken as these riders crossed. Andrew Talansky, first rider across. Oscar Clark was a minute 45 behind him. 10 seconds behind that is going to be Tom Zerbel at a minute 55. Then we saw Ty Magner solo at 2 minutes and 20 seconds behind Talansky, and 3 minutes and 10 seconds back to the field. So a minute 45 to Clark, 3:10 back to the field.
Brad, taking a look at that chase group being led by United Healthcare. Danny Summerhill had been held back a little bit on the approach to Lookout the last time. Now he's on the front, giving his all to pull. We see the rain really starting to fall on Oscar Clark, who is really out in the middle of nowhere with a teammate almost a minute behind him as well. You know, watching that team on the front, they're going to start losing guys. They're going to start losing guys maybe even before they get to Lookout, but certainly on Lookout. So, you know, for United Healthcare, that leaves someone like Keel Reinen. Is he going to be the only one that's left? Is it going to be he and Lucas User, another United Healthcare rider? Is it going to be a group of 5 or a group of 25? I think that they've lost so many riders already that the race of attrition truly has already started, and we're going to start to see these guys lose connection very, very fast.
Yeah, this is about to get very interesting with the addition of the rain coming down right now, and then, of course, you have the chase effort that's starting to fall apart behind our race leader, Andrew Talansky, right now. Boy, Oscar Clark not looking so great right now.
Hey, you know, he's a young rider. He's got a lot of great finishes. You know, the Hincapie team did a great job at Tour California. Being a part of the race lead, you know, they had Thomas Schoens in the lead early in the week. I just saw him at breakfast this morning, but there's you know, there's something to be said for playing with the big boys and having a yellow jersey as a part of your team. Everyone feels the benefit. Everyone feels like they've contributed directly to it. And sure enough, a couple hours into a race when their entire team is still on the front defending that jersey, you are contributing to that. That brings all kinds of benefits, and you do feel better about what you can do. You know, he's riding solo in second position here at the National Championships as a young rider, trying to catch one of the best riders that we have in the country who's getting ready to go to the Tour de France and trying to land on the podium. So, you know, hats off to all the riders on that team for continuing to show just how strong and motivated they really are.
Well, getting word that Tom Zerbel has now been absorbed by the field. He is back in the group. Tim, good look at the flags right here on the right-hand side of your screen. The wind is going to start to pick up now as some of these storm cells start to move in over Chattanooga. It looked for a while there like they might miss us, but we're just catching the outskirts of one of those cells right now, just to the south of us. So we'll keep an eye on that and see if the rain is going to pick up at all throughout the day today.
I think that chicane in the little town right at the base of Lookout. So Talansky here had just started the ascent for the final time, and it is a little bit of a quick left-right, tight corner. So as that chase group goes through at full speed, they're going to have to watch out, because if that is at all slick, they're all going to end up on the ground.
Well, Talansky getting out of the saddle here. What do you think about this, Tim? Is that a sign of weakness, or you think Talansky's just trying to open up a little bit more time?
Well, he's standing up. He's in a pretty solid gear. He's going pretty fast, so I think he's pretty comfortable. You see one of the right-hand corners here, very slick. All the riders taking it all the way to the outside. No one going down, but you know, that little bit of water playing tricks on how the bike feels. I think Talansky climbs. He climbs in a kind of a unique way anyways. It looks like he is just powering up the climb, even though it's surprisingly smooth. You know, some riders lumber, and you can just tell that they're suffering up a climb. Talansky doesn't really change how he looks very much. You know, he's always going at about the same kind of intensity. It just so happens that his speed is so much faster than everyone else around him.
Well, this is what we were talking about. Talansky trading off turns in and out of the saddle here, trying to make his way up to the top of Lookout Mountain. This is the final time the riders will make it up this long climb here on the U.S. Professional Road Race National Championship course, but then they still have a few more times up the short climb. That'll be that the kicker, the Kent Street climb that we've been talking about all day.
The field's still looking pretty sizable. It looks like the other Cannondale Garmin teammates are sitting in the back, but this group has got to be at least 50 riders strong, still being led by United Healthcare in the front, but these tough little corners coming with rain-slicked roads. You see a lot of Optum Kelly Benefits riders in the middle with the orange helmets. This last time up Lookout is so crucial. Whoever starts to hit the gas now is going to be doing it either for themselves as a solo rider, maybe you know, some of the riders without any teammates left in the group, or it's going to be part of a concerted team effort. You know, you might see someone like Gavin Manion from Jelly Belly with Freder alongside. You might be seeing a combination of Lucas User or Keel Reinen. United Healthcare doing a great job in the chase there with Summerhill.
That's Summerhill going. We saw Brad White going out the back as well. So United Healthcare very quickly running out of options here in the main group. As Brad White did his part, now we see Summerhill gone. That's going to leave, I believe, probably just User and Reinen, the remaining two riders for UHC up here in the group.
Brad, I'm not sure if these times are absolutely 100% correct, but it looks like this would have mean that 30 seconds has been taken out of Talansky's solo lead. So he had been showing about 3 minutes, 10 seconds for a lead, but now it's down to 2:25. If that's really true, then that means he is losing a little bit of time to that concerted chase effort. But the chase is now basically dead with all the UHC riders having emptied their tanks.
Well, they didn't do much damage on this man, Andrew Talansky. The gap is still at 2 minutes and 25 seconds. Back to the field. That's the report coming in from Race Radio out on the road. Just got word we only have 41 riders remaining in this race. Everybody else is an official DNF with 69 starters today. So there goes Freddie Rodriguez off the back with a little look over to the camera moto saying, yeah, don't have it today.
Not many riders left, but it is tough. This is a very tough climb. Looking at, looks like Ben King right there coming off the back. He is not able to keep this pace up. We've got a lot of the riders. Scott Swazanski, who's in the breakaway. Jesse Anthony, who was in the breakaway earlier. They are hurting after spending so much effort being a part of that early move that has been taking almost the entire stage. It looked like Lucas User from United Healthcare and Keel Reinen there. This climb now being led by Optum Kelly Benefits, cruising up. Joe Dombrowski from Cannondale Garmin just behind him. Looks like that Optum Kelly Benefits rider was Phil Guyman on the front, just keeping that power down, really setting the pace. You know, if they are gaining still on Talansky, it's just a matter of whether or not they can take all the time back or a portion of it, because if there's any confusion on the descent, then they're really not going to be able to chew back much of that time, especially if Talansky has a descent like he did earlier.
Well, look at this already. Gaps forming in the field here. You can see maybe 6 or 7 guys, and then a little gap back to the first United Healthcare rider that we see there, trying to close that one down.
Matt Boucher, Trek Factory Racing on the right-hand side of Joe Dombrowski. 2 World Tour riders being led by Phil Guyman here from Optum Kelly Benefits. I see Gavin Manion back there. I do see Chris Horner. I see Keel Reinen trying to come back. He really needs to get back up there after his team just did so much work to try and close this gap down.
Well, it looks like Phil Guyman, the only remaining Optum rider in this field right now. You got to give Optum credit for their aggression today, putting riders into the breakaway, riding on the front, doing a lot of work, but it was just too much too early for them, and they lost a lot of their key guys, burning out early, using up that energy early on in the race, and now they don't have it when it really matters here, the final time up Lookout Mountain.
This climb is long enough to do a lot of damage. Phil Guyman taking the time to set his own pace, not necessarily to drop anyone. He's not as concerned about that as he is closing as much of this gap as he can. I was not able to pick out whether or not that was Emerson Arante for the Smart Stop team or if it was Chris Butler. You know, those 2 riders being led early on by Marcotte and McCabe in the breakaway, but now it's up to those guys left who are not in that earlier move to try and get to the front and make some action happen.
Well, I want to know what our viewers at home think about Andrew Talansky. Will he stay away? This is the final time up Lookout Mountain, and then they just have 3 of those short finishing circuits. They're going to have 26K to go next time they hit the finish line for the final 3 short laps of racing. And you can send us a tweet. We are on Twitter. I am at Brad Soner alongside Tim Johnson, at Tim Johnson CX, our official hashtag this weekend, hashtag US Pro.
Maybe 60-kilometer solo is too much for Talansky. Looks like his gap is coming down even quicker than we thought. It's 1 minute and 40 seconds for the solo rider off the front. It was 2:25 at the last time check. We were trying to get as precise a count as we can for you watching at home, listening to us broadcast here from the start-finish line in Chattanooga, but this is such a crucial part of the race for Talansky. This is really the part of the course where he has the biggest opportunity to make an impact. Otherwise, he's just along for the ride. He is a climber who can climb. It's just whether or not he has any energy left. You see the pressure being put on the front by Guyman here. He is just gritting his teeth, trying to get back as much of this gap as possible, knowing Talansky, being his teammate last year, he's going to really want to bring him back, not only for the win itself, but also for bragging rights. He needs to be able to pull back someone like Talansky on the front. This is a big deal for a rider who's come back to the U.S. domestic circuit and a member of Optum Kelly Benefits. Joe Dombrowski standing up, just looking cool as a cucumber right on his wheel. I don't see Alex House directly behind. He's about 7 or 8 riders back for Cannondale Garmin. The other rider we would expect to be near the front. And also, Keel Reinen, I wasn't able to pick him out either, Brad.
Well, I'm surprised it's been this long before we said Phil Guyman's name, but this is exactly where he needs to be right now. Riding at the front, if anyone can bring this gap to Talansky back, it's going to be Phil Guyman, an incredibly strong rider. He's climbing very well, and he's got some good help with him. Obviously, Joe Dombrowski there in the green and black jersey of Garmin Cannondale, not going to be giving him any help. Dombrowski is just kind of backup right now for Andrew Talansky should he be caught. That's Matthew Boucher to the left-hand side of the picture right now in the white jersey for the Trek Factory Racing team.
I'm seeing a lot of support for Talansky on Twitter. There's a lot of fans out there watching this race unfold, hoping that he's able to do it. The time check comes back at 1 minute 50 seconds. That's fluctuating around 2 minutes. I mean, that kind of fudge factor is a little bit on the high side, but we're unable to know exactly how it's going to go. I think that as he starts the descent, if he's able to continue to descend the way he did earlier, it's going to be game on for Talansky. He's going to be able to rest but also gain time. If the field kind of sits up a little bit and it's not being led by someone who's an incredible descender, then it's going to be a great chance for him to gain more time back. But right now he is suffering. You can see it on his face. This is not an easy climb.
That's a sad-looking pit bull right there as Andrew Talansky feeling the pain of Lookout Mountain right now. The good news is he only has a little bit more climbing to go before he'll be able to make his way down. Talansky will have a little bit of an advantage being able to descend solo. He won't have to worry about other riders maybe washing out in front of him like these guys will back behind. Tim, look how small this group is right now. Just a few riders remaining as they have been popping riders out the back one after another.
It is shrinking quickly. I did see Howes dangling off the back for Cannondale Garmin. You know, I think Talansky's the kind of rider right now, if anyone wants to take a screenshot and send it to their local pit bull rescue league, because he is exactly the kind of guy that needs a little bit of help right now to get up and over the top on his own. If he's able to do that, he has a great shot. That group being led by Guyman on the front of that chase group, it's just going to keep going down. I wonder who's going to be able to just hang on to the back and maybe come back on the descent and have speed. I mean, we don't know exactly who's in that group who's got a good kick on it, but as we've seen the last couple of years, as the field kind of comes into town and reassembles and there are those attacks and the changes in the group, that's going to be great for someone with speed. Right now, all those guys at the front are all fast climbers, so we're not able to really get a good handle on who's in there with speed too.
Well, you can see the roads just about soaked right now. A few dry spots remaining underneath some of the trees, but it has been raining pretty steadily now for about 30 minutes up on Lookout Mountain. No one donning a rain cape yet. The temperatures are still pretty high out there, just under 80 degrees Fahrenheit. So now Matthew Boucher takes over on the front. Looks like Phil Guyman drifting back a little bit. He did his part. You got to give him credit. Did his fair share of the work. Now hoping that someone else is going to come forward. Not sure why Dombrowski would be there. That's not the guy you want on the front with Talansky. But Dombrowski is going to be in reserve just in case Andrew Talansky is caught. We might see Dombrowski launch his own attack. But I would think Joe Dombrowski would shine more on the Lookout Mountain climb than on the circuits down into town. He's probably a better climber than anything else.
The field being led by Gavin Maynard right now, but you're absolutely right. Joe Dombrowski has got a lot of power on a climb, but he's not the short, intense, quick kind of guy you'd expect to do well on something like Kent Street. That's Keel Reinen in the blue and the white, sitting about 6th or 7th position. He is a rider with a lot of power and a lot of quick accelerating opportunity. He's someone that you'd look for to win a sprint out of a group like this, but Dombrowski, his best kind of a climb is like this on his own, but right now he can't do that. His teammate Talansky's out the front, so he's really kind of he's now neutralized. Joe Dombrowski cannot blow this group apart like he normally would be able to because of Talansky being off the front.
Yeah, seeing another separation happening right here as Gavin Mannion takes his turn on the front. It's only about 7 riders remaining now, and then you see that little gap back to the rest of those guys. So the number of riders that can contribute to this chase effort is dwindling, going down, down, down. Tim, I'm going to be looking forward to see Andrew Talansky descending off of Lookout Mountain for one final time. We saw him put in an incredible descent last time through. Not going to be that fast this time as it was dry. The last time he went down, some rain fell, and now we've got a little bit of moisture on the course.
Oh, it's crazy. I think we've got some microclimates up there because the road doesn't really look that wet right now, but you know, I'm wondering who that Hincapie rider is who's dangling right on the back of that front group. You know, talking about the speed of the ascent, if they go too fast and they get to the top and everyone is completely gassed, it's going to be really hard to continue that pace on the descent. You know, having someone who's a great climber like Gavin Mannion take a pull that's just going to shred this field like he just did. He just lost 7 or 8 riders off the back of that. Can they keep up that speed over the top on the way to the descent? And then when you spill out onto the flats before heading back into Chattanooga, that's really where this gap is going to be made or taken back. If Talansky can just stay steady, have a good safe descent, he'll be in a much better position than he would be if he were to risk too much and crash on the descent.
God bless America. Some of the best cycling fans in the world right there cheering the riders on the side of the road as they make their way up Lookout Mountain. Just a few K to go before they hit the summit.
You don't always catch these shots of the Tour, but we have the UAC rider, Lucas User, there with the James Higgins Bourbon rider as well. Looks like Ben King, Alex Howes for Cannondale Garmin trying to make it up there. But, you know, it is a party on the hill. We are absolutely sure of that now. We've got footage of it actually happening, but you know, this descent is going to be so tough for all these riders. That side of the mountain really faces downtown where it was raining a little bit more, so you know that hopefully that descent sees a little bit more moisture, and I say that just because I want to see an exciting race, not that I want anything to happen to these riders. Talansky now trying to get a clear image, but this is all we've got for you right now. Talansky heading down this descent again. You saw this road sign just go by, twisting and turning left and right. This is a tough one, and it is super, super fast.
Yeah, I have goosebumps just watching Talansky here with the wet pavement. Meanwhile, picking up some back markers, working their way through the field. This is going to be one of the Estellas cycling riders, wearing number 46. That is Max Jenkins, who we saw doing some work on the front earlier for the boys in red of the Estellas Pro Cycling Team as they were trying to bring back that break. Remember, this was at 1.15 seconds. And look at this, Tim. Andrew Talansky in the Super Tuck on wet roads. This guy is fearless today. He is clearly going all in on this move, putting it all on the line to make it down. Race radio saying he's down to just 1 minute and 15 seconds, so he lost significant time on that descent, and now Andrew Talansky may be in trouble as they make their way down Lookout Mountain for the final descent.
1 minute at the top of Lookout is a sizable gap, but is it going to be enough to hold back the field for what are 3 full laps and nearly full 4 laps of the downtown circuit? That means 4 times up Kent Street. That short little climb is just going to be brutal on legs that are tired from trying to make it up this climb over and over again, trying to chase, trying to take pulls basically by yourself. I mean, he's been solo for a long time now, starting at 60K out. It's been a tough day for Talansky now, but he's got to be able to hold it together and just keep moving forward and let that chase group have its own problems. Let them get confused and try and figure out who's going to chase and how hard. He just needs to keep going and do whatever he can to keep moving forward.
Well, remember, Andrew Talansky already has a Stars and Stripes jersey to take home from his efforts this weekend, winning our time trial national championships on Saturday here in Chattanooga at the Volkswagen plant just outside of town. So he won't walk away empty-handed. You know, one of the things I noticed with Talansky and Ben King, Ben was second in the time trial. We had a chance to catch up with them both on the podium and then press conference afterwards. Andrew Talansky really wants to get a jersey for his teammates. As we're getting a look right now at the finish line, folks. It is pouring where we are here in the broadcast booth. You can see the folks walking with the umbrella there. So there is a lot of rain waiting for the riders as they make their way back into downtown Chattanooga. This is going to be an awesome finish, Tim.
I feel like, Brad, you've had a chance to translate the weather map a little bit. Maybe you called it maybe an hour off or something. I'm not quite sure. But the rain has come into town, and it is brutal. It just took a look outside their broadcast location, and it is dumping. That is a downpour. That's probably best case scenario, but it's not here on the mountain yet. This is still the descent as they come into town, and this is just partially wet. You remember this corner the last time through was so fast. This was like a 40-mile-an-hour descent. Now they are definitely creeping down this thing, trying to stay upright. Nothing worse than a wet yellow line in the middle of the road to just take your tires out from underneath you, really not even having a chance to save it. I mean, that's what happens when this kind of rain hits a course like this.
All right, so again, I'm Brad Soner. This is Tim Johnson. You can find us on Twitter there. Our handle's below at the bottom of your screen. Hashtag USPro, our official hashtag of this weekend, as we watch Andrew Talansky desperately trying to stay away with just over 28 kilometers of racing remaining right now on the way off of the descent coming down Lookout Mountain. Andrew Talansky going to call the team car up right now. We'll see what he wants from the car. Might be a bottle, might even be a jacket.
Brad, I'm thinking back to that chase group that was just behind Talansky here, cresting the top of the climb. We're hoping to get some KOM results to figure out exactly who crested first and to see who is leading that descent, because it looks like that group had split up just a little bit. Again, this is all about getting down this descent safely so you are able to participate later. I mean, you can really waste all of the effort from your team, yourself, everything earlier on today by dumping it in one of these corners at 35 miles an hour. Not only is it scary and you'll probably get pretty hurt, it's not a good move. You know, you have to make good decisions under pressure, and a lot of these riders are able to do that. Some really aren't. I mean, some people kind of lose their ability to think straight, but, you know, you have to be calculating. Talansky getting a word from Johnny Welch there, probably some idea about where he is on course, what kind of gap he's got, and who is chasing behind. This is a very, very tough part of the course, Brad.
All right, so that is the bottom of the descent. They've officially made their way off of Lookout Mountain, now on to the flat section, working their way through downtown Chattanooga now, as we did have a pretty strong rainstorm move through just a little bit ago. You can see still some dry areas underneath the trees here, so it's really spotty out here in Chattanooga as to where this rain is falling.
Yeah, this is definitely heading into that stronger part of the rain. So this is the very base of the climb. They've gone back and forth on this section now every single lap, and now this is the last time. Looks like we have a super tuck here from one of the Estella riders here trying to bridge up to the group. That was Max Jenkins again, although I don't think he's actually gaining too much time on that group in front of him, but he's trying to get extremely aero while still pedaling.
Yeah, this is, we don't even have a word for this yet. We kind of just invented the Super Tuck a few years ago when we started seeing that become more common in the peloton. I don't want to say those riders were the first to do it. Obviously, God's been doing that for a long time, but it seems like we're seeing more riders than ever pedaling while in the tuck. Not sure how I feel about that.
Yeah, this is probably not as an effective way to do it as otherwise just hammering while being relatively aero. We saw Andrew Talansky going down the hill extremely fast while getting a feed from his team car. Looks like he is suffering quite a bit. You know, he's gasping for air. He's trying to make sure he's not going to cramp. You can see his pedaling motion get a little bit tighter. The legs aren't as fluid. They're not as flexible in their movement up and down. You start to lose your adductors at this time. You know, the insides of your quads are really a pretty delicate muscle when you get this far into a race, this deep into an effort. He's been going now for almost an hour solo, so it's going to be really tough for him to feel good about what he's doing, but at least he's still moving forward and he's not completely paralyzed by cramping on the side of the road.
Yeah, this is the point in the race where those little aches and pains start becoming big aches and pains. Those tiny little things that were bothering you maybe on the climb, or you just felt a little tinge here and there. Now they really start to show themselves in the final few kilometers of racing.
Setting up for a left-hand turn here for Talansky. Moving over across the road. Sketchy, sketchy stuff like this. I just hope that we don't pan over and find a rider on the ground, but that is absolutely possible for any of these guys on any of these corners. This is a city. This is where cars go up and down these streets all the time. It hasn't rained in a few days, and there's all kinds of stuff on the road. Talansky getting a time gap from this moto driver. Hopefully we can get that information ourselves and add it to the screen here. We've got a great team of people working to bring you as good of an image with as much information as we possibly can. Believe us, this is something that we all want to see. We want to tell you exactly what this race is like.
Yeah, and we'll have more definitive information when they do hit the line. We'll have exact time checks there that we'll get from our timing and scoring crew down there on the line. Right now, looking at Stephen Leese, the Jamis Huggins-Berman rider in the black and red jersey that was on the front. The Airgas Safeway rider that you're seeing there is going to be Connor McCutcheon.
This is one of the chase groups with Ted King, and they're a teammate of Talansky in the back. They're going to keep finding these groups spread out all over the road. This field has completely exploded this last time up Lookout Mountain. So, you know, as that moto continues to drive up through the field, we'll be able to see exactly the makeup of these chase groups that are out there. Looks like it is just under a minute for about 10 riders chasing Talansky. So that is not this group right here. This is a totally different group that we're looking at. But the group of 10 that are chasing, that is going to be your Chris Horner. It's going to be your Phil Guyman. It's going to be your Joe Dombrowski sitting on the back waiting to see what happens. It's going to be your Keel Reinen, possibly Alex Howes if he's able to catch back up there. It's also going to be some of the other riders we haven't really spoken about. You know, I did see another Hincapie Racing rider. I'm not sure if that was John Hornbeck or not, but one of the stronger climbers, maybe Joseph Schmaltz there. But, you know, some of these other riders that were able to climb well that last time up, it's up to them now. You know, they're in a group of 10 chasing this guy. If they don't get together, do something, that 50 seconds is going to turn into a minute 15 pretty quickly.
Yeah, riders are going to be spread out all over behind Talansky right now. It's not really one group that we can talk about or one chase group. There really are several small groups forming out on the road. We might see them come back together to try to bring Talansky back today, but they're going to have to work. Race Radio reporting 10 riders at 50 seconds back right now. Again, we are getting these over the official race radio from our USA Cycling Professional Road National Championships here in Chattanooga. But we'll call that provisional information. Right now, we'll have more concrete info for you when they do hit the line here with 3 short laps to go.
Something we are absolutely positive of is Andrew Talansky is soaked to the bone. This has been a downpour here in Chattanooga. The rain has let up just a little bit, but the roads are extremely wet, and he has a lot of corners coming. The rain has let up, and it's not quite as strong as it was earlier down here at the start-finish line, but Talansky on his way into town. The group of 10 is on the same road. This is a long, straight stretch of road where it's really easy to get up to speed for a group. So if they are going to make up any time, it has to happen in a place like this, because after that, you really don't have a huge difference. There are some straightaways, but really this, I think it's almost like a 5-kilometer straight stretch of road is really going to be a great place for that group to make up time if they can.
So there are the names that our commissar out on course is reporting as chase number 1. Butler, Dombrowski, Mannion, Guyman, Boucher, Reinen, Horner, Hornbeck, Miller, and Murphy, with Alex Howes in chase number 2. So Howes is there, but he's got to catch on to this group just in front of him.
Mannion showing that he's up for chasing on the climb. Now he's actually one of those guys that I would consider having kind of a secret speed. You know, he's a quick guy. He's very small in stature, but he is a gamer, and he's ready to use that sprint that he still has from when he was a younger rider. So, you know, he's someone that I would favor going forward. Kiel Reinen obviously has that kick, but he did not look as good on the climb. You know, maybe that'll translate to something different down on Kent Street, but he's someone that I would definitely fear in the finish. The Hincapie rider Hornbeck is more of a climber. I'm not sure exactly of his finish sprint, but he is out of SoCal. He's done a lot of crit racing down there, so maybe he's got a little bit to go with. We've got the Jameis rider Kyle Murphy there on the front going well, and Chris Butler had a great stage at Tour California where he was riding very, very strong, so I think he's put himself into a great position to have a good ride today. Phil Guyman, having led the majority of that climb, has shown his cards as a great climber, but Phil Guyman is not a great finisher with a lot of speed like someone like Reinen.
And that was Kiel Reinen that you saw in the blue and white jersey for United Healthcare coming through to take a poll as we identify more of those riders in chase number 1. That's Chris Horner at the front of this chase effort right now, the 43-year-old Airgas Safeway rider.
Cannondale trying to keep the speed up. The suffer face is solid. Please, if you are watching along and you feel like you've got some intervals coming up and you want some motivation, look at him.
Yeah.
Try and keep this going. Nothing feels good right now, anything at all.
And kids, if you want to be a pro cyclist when you grow up, take a look at this man right now and get back to me, because this is what you have to deal with being a pro. Some of the worst pain of your life comes at the end of these races when you've been digging all day, you got nothing left in the tank, your body is starting to shut down on you, and you just have to keep riding. Talansky right now just trying to stay in a good mental state, but you can see physically he is feeling the effort of today's race.
Here we get a good shot of the chase group. Matt Boucher on the front. We see Murphy there, Jameis Higgins, Berman, Gavin Mannion looking great for Jelly Belly in second position with Kiel Reinen on his wheel. Matt Boucher was in the mix last year. He was working alongside a fellow World Tour rider, trying to keep that jersey in their group. They were unable to do so, being outsmarted and outridden by the Smart Stop riders going to the line with McCabe and Marcotte taking the win. But now it's a little bit of a different story. We don't see either of those riders in this lead group. Phil Guyman leading in behind Kiel Reinen. Murphy going for another pull. Talansky reaching for those gels. I don't know if he's been able to fill up as much as he needs to, but he is going back towards the city, and he's got to keep that fuel coming in.
Well, our apologies for that brief interruption there. Andrew Talansky had so much power, he's dimming the power grid here in Chattanooga.
Well, we try to do our best here. I was just talking about how amazing Chattanooga was with having gigabit internet access as one of the few cities in the country to do so, and it turns out we weren't able to use it right there. But thank you guys for hanging with us. We were just as frustrated as you guys, even though we did call the continuation of the action in hopes that you will rewind and watch that again later.
Well, you didn't miss much. Didn't lose a lot of time. Didn't see any attacks. Andrew Talansky, we pretty much just spent 6 minutes talking about how bad Andrew Talansky looks, to be honest with you. So welcome back. You're looking at Andrew Talansky, still our leader off the front right now, but we have been getting consistent time checks that he is losing more and more time. But never count out the pit bull.
Absolutely not. He's going through the feed zone. We just saw him taking down another gel. We got a good shot of the chase group before, being led by a combination of Keel Reinen. We had Murphy up there on the front. We had Phil Guyman. Gavin Manning, I think, looks the best out of that group so far, even though they do have 3 full laps to go. So when they go through the start-finish line, we will see 3 to go, and that is the absolute truth. We're 100% sure of that. Yes.
We've checked, double-checked. We checked the math. We made sure we carried the 6 this time.
Measure once, cut 4 times. That is what we're doing here in the booth. We want to thank you for being alongside us here as we bring you the action from the U.S. Professional Road Race Championships here in Chattanooga, Tennessee. Andrew Talansky of Garmin Cannondale still riding solo off the front, but that chase group is doing their best to chew back this group even just 1 second at a time, and I think they are making some ground up, although Talansky is still surprisingly active and looking a lot better than we think that he would after being solo for so long.
Yeah, I mean, he's definitely not giving up on this effort, that's for sure. He's not pulling the plug, and when you put this much work into the breakaway, you really don't have a choice, any other choice but to go all in here. No, I believe that is going to be the field just behind them. You're seeing those motos coming out and around that turn that Andrew Talansky just took. And again, we'll have a more concrete time gap for you when they do hit the line. Oh, rodder down. That's going to be one of the Optum rodders just sliding out. That's Guyman on the back. Guyman just dumping it there, slipping just a little bit on the wet roads. I got to wonder if the paint was a part of that. Shimano neutral support there. They're going to check the wheel, make sure that the bike is okay, and then try and get Phil back up and rolling. But a tough break for Phil Guyman as he washes out at the back of chase number 1.
And Brad, I'm sorry, I'm not sure if that was both Joe Dombrowski and Alex Howes for Garmin Cannondale, Cannondale Garmin chasing also. Maybe there was another crash in the group that actually took those riders down. If we get another shot of that chase group, we will be able to tell you definitively, but very much an echo of what happened at Redlands in the criterium there for Phil Guyman, washing out in that corner. A solo crash for Guyman in for the kill at Nationals. He has to get up there, get back on his bike quick, and chase back as soon as he possibly can.
And tough break for Phil Guyman, just hitting a little wet patch there on the road, and unfortunately he did go down, although looks to be physically okay. He was trying to get the bike, and there he is, back up and rolling. But, Tim, this is going to be so tough for Phil to chase back onto the group.
Phil Guyman is strong enough to do this. The Optum Galley Benefits team has been a big part of this race from the very beginning. His teammates have slayed themselves trying to make an opportunity for someone like Phil Guyman at the finish. So he is absolutely driven to pay those riders back by getting back to the front.
Phil's going to need a cookie at the end of the day today. Phil Guyman, famous for his love of chocolate chip cookies, spends his time in traveling around the world and trying to find the best chocolate chip cookie out there. All right, this is Andrew Talansky coming to the finish line for 3 more short circuits. It is 26.2 kilometers of racing remaining for Talansky on the front right now. We are going to have a national champion here in just over 16 miles of racing.
We had Horner leader on the corner, Gavin Manning in second, Keel Reinen. We had Matt Boucher, John Hornbeck. Looks like Kyle Murphy as well for Jamison. Turns out he's a first-year professional, having a great time trial the other day, getting an 11th place with 2 Cannondale Garmin riders off the back trying to chase on. This race is not over at all, and there are all kinds of action still to come.
Well, not much for the gap to Talansky. You saw him rolling through the line just a little bit ago. It's going to be under a minute here as he tries to navigate the wet roads of Chattanooga, Tennessee. Well, Tim, now our attention turns back to chase number 1, back to that group that we saw just behind him. The big question is, who's going to be the best rider out of that group, trying to what's probably going to come down to a sprint here?
Oh, a sprint that is going to be messy. These guys haven't even gotten together enough to actually draft off each other. Everyone has a 10-foot gap in front of them going around these corners, so there's not a lot of benefit to being with a group. There's, Phil Guyman crashed by himself. No one else went down. It could happen to any one of these riders, any of these other corners on course. So really, they just have to stay upright almost to stay in the race. The rain is coming down just a little bit more. It keeps going off and on, and it's really just the variable conditions are adding to the drama of what's happening on the bike. Not only is Talansky suffering unbelievably hard at the front of this race, but the chase group is trying to decide how they can actually make up any ground at all.
Well, another tight turn here for Andrew Talansky, taking it nice and easy. Nice job avoiding that sewer grate just on the inside of the turn. You really want to avoid any road hazards out there right now. Those bricks are going to be very slippery as well on that left-hander, Tim. I know you've had some experience racing on some of those brick streets, and when those get wet, it's tough going.
Oh, there's nothing more fun than feeling your bike just absolutely go sideways underneath you, and you really have nothing to do about it. There are some crashes when you can actually put your hand down. You have time to actually do that. These kinds of conditions, it's the kind of thing where you end up on the ground, your hand is still on the handlebars, and you've just broken a couple of knuckles because you have no time at all to move your hand. You are on the ground in a split second.
So Talansky is still away off the front and holding on to just a very small lead, but I think it is starting to come down as we see these time gaps again continuing to come in smaller and smaller and smaller for Andrew Talansky.
Well, these riders are all in the same straightaway. We will be able to see them. The group is just behind Andrew Talansky now. If we can get a look back on this moto to see exactly what's going to happen. They're going to go up and over this bridge again. We're going to see if Talansky goes to the sidewalk. Looks like he is going to stay to the right-hand side. It is actually something you guys might have missed. I'm not sure if that was during our brief intermission, but Andrew Talansky hopped the curb and went across the bridge on the sidewalk instead of going over a carpeted section of the metal grate bridge. Any of you riders at home listening, a metal grate bridge is one of the nastiest things you can ride across on a bike in the rain. It's sketchy, crashes happen all the time, and you can really do some damage. The organization got together with the ANA PRC and were able to actually put together an option. If it did rain, we have a carpet to put on the bridge. It was great. Working through something like Tour of California where we saw an entire stage move cities, having the chance to put down something like a safety net as a carpet over a metal grate bridge. Very, very simple, done very well between the organization of the U.S. National Road Race Championships and the riders in their best interest. So it's great to see that happen.
Yeah, and that's really the way that we want to see it happen. The riders express concern. The race is able to address that, and everyone stays safe because really that's the key out there. We call these guys gladiators on the road, but they're people at the end of the day, and we want to make sure that they stay safe. They've got families to go home to at the end of the day.
We just saw Hornbeck pull through for Hincapie. Very strong climber, a younger rider coming into the sport late from a background in motocross. So this is a kind of condition that's not really going to scare him too much. But getting up into the base of Kent Street. So we just saw Talansky take this turn himself. The two Cannondale Garmin riders latching onto this chase group, but is a very, very tight fit here.
Let me run through the chasers one more time. Chris Horner, Gavin Mannion, Keel Reinen, Matthew Boucher, Jonathan Hornbeck, Carson Miller, Chris Butler, and Kyle Murphy with Phil Guyman we saw off the back there. This is Andrew Talansky, the man who has led for the last 100-plus kilometers, now struggling to make it up and over the Kent Street climb.
He made that look easy, actually. This is surprising to see how well he's been able to do that climb versus the last one. If you remember, he was really struggling to make it up and over. Turning the legs is so hard when you're on the verge of cramping like all of these riders are. Talansky having a good climb in this descent, getting around the corner nice and safe. We can see that group in the chase getting up and over as well. That is going to be very telling to see who's on the front trying to push the pace. You know, I hear a lot of younger riders in that move. You know, Carson Miller, the Jameis rider, Kyle Murphy from Lupus. A lot of these guys are finding themselves in for the kill at the national championships in the rain. I mean, anything can happen at this point. This is a variable that changes a lot of the established norms, and it can really change how a finish occurs. And we might see a surprise national champion coming out of this group.
I think I just picked up Alex Howes on the back of that group as well. I saw number 7, so Howes has now gone up there as well. We'll add one more into the group. Howes, a very dangerous rider if this one does come back together. So don't count out Cannondale Garmin just yet. Just because this Talansky move may not work doesn't mean that they don't have more cards to play today.
This looks to me like a 25-second gap, 22-second gap, something like that. We're going to get a direct measurement on that for you guys. But coming back over the bridge, heading back towards downtown Chattanooga, Talansky again solo. He actually looks like he's coming back to life just a little bit. I feel like the last time was so tough to watch because he was obviously struggling with the pace, and now he actually looks like he's gathering up a little bit of steam. I see Howes there on Chris Horner's wheel in this group. Keel Reinen getting a word from Tamayo in the United Healthcare car. Joe Dombrowski ahead of him. Kyle Murphy from Lupus, Matt Boucher, Gavin Manning from Jelly Belly, the Hincapie rider Hornbeck, and Carson Miller from James Higgins Berman on the front. This group is very motivated to get up there, and who has speed, Brad? That's really the question.
Well, they've got Talansky in sight on the bridge right now. They're going to be able to see that green and black jersey just up the road from where they are. That's John Hornbeck on the front. Talansky now taking on a Coke. When you start seeing him take Cokes from the car, you know that he's in trouble. And again, Talansky is just at the end of the bridge that our chasers are on right now, that last shot that you saw.
It's a big bridge. They can't really see him because of the incline and decline to the middle of the bridge, but Talansky smartly drinking and eating. Every time we cut to him for imaging, we see him drinking or eating, so that's good. It's only now going to be 2 laps to go when he gets back through the start-finish line, but that's still a long ways to go, and a lot can happen. You can really start to cramp up. Matt Boucher, one of the strongest riders in America, and again, it's like what you said earlier, Brad, about not always knowing who your players are. Matt Boucher had a breakthrough ride at Tour California in 2011, I believe, where he was incredibly powerful in pacing some of his teammates up to the top of Mount Baldy. But Matt Boucher has had a great career since then. He's had a lot of good rides. Last year playing such a big part in the finale of this race that it was almost his race to win. I mean, he almost got that national champions jersey. Now he's in for the kill again, and we're going to start to see exactly who is motivated to continue this chasing and bring back Andrew Talansky, who looks like he is struggling to keep this pace up and keep that gap sizable. Looks like Hornbeck leading on this left-hand turn onto the straightaway here. You know, we took this corner earlier today, Brad, in the car, probably about 35 miles an hour, and you definitely cannot do that here. This is a much different set of conditions with a little bit of rain there.
So Dombrowski and Howes have each other to work with here. We do understand that Ben King is out of the race now. He's back at the finish line watching the race from the VIP tent, as his day is done for the Cannondale Garmin team. Sad to see Ben go, but he'll be cheering on his teammates at the finish. Tim, at this point, we start to look at who's the best sprinter out of this chase group. You got to look at guys like Keel Reinen, but this is a really tough one to call. There's no pure sprinters in here. These guys all have a little bit of a sprint on them.
I think my 2 favorites in that group are still going to be Keel Reinen and Gavin Manion. They're both of the 2 quickest guys in there. You know, Gavin Manion a little less well-known as Keel Reinen. Keel wearing, winning a stage at the USA Pro Challenge last year, wearing the leader's jersey, continuing on to win the points jersey the rest of the week. He is well known to be a finisher. He can win sprints out of a group of that size any day of the week. Talansky now going through the feed zone. So I think that, the finish kick for someone like Manion is kind of hidden. You know, someone like Kyle Murphy, we're not sure exactly his abilities to take a win like this. But like I said, I think the rain and the changing conditions will give us a bit of a surprise.
Well, Chris Horner back on the front here for the Airgas Safeway team. We just saw Andrew Talansky going out of the picture here, so it seems that the catch is now imminent here with Chris Horner driving the pace. Again, the two Cannondale Garmin riders behind him going to be Alex Howes and Joe Dombrowski.
The pace being set on the front by the Airgas Safeway rider. Alex Howes tucked in directly behind. He is a finisher also, and I regret to have not mentioned his name earlier, but Alex Howes being distracted by the incredible ride by Andrew Talansky off the front. Howes is exactly the kind of guy who can win a stage like this, or sorry, a race like this. I apologize, a one-day race. He's exactly the kind of guy that can win this race. And Howes, we saw he and Dombrowski get back up to this lead group earlier. We don't know what happened. You know, maybe that was a mechanical. Maybe they slid out in a corner or something like that. And maybe it had nothing to do with legs at all, and he feels like $1 million. So that actually would tell me that he's going to be a great pick for that win. But we have to wait until Talansky comes back and we start to see what counterattacks happen and who they're from.
Well, we saw these guys struggling to make it into the group, and now we see them riding on the front. You see starting to calm down just a little bit. Tim, we are about to hit the reset button here in Chattanooga for the Volkswagen USA Cycling Professional Road National Championships. As Talansky just a few meters off the front. He'll be at the line in 1 kilometer. And we'll get another time check. I'm actually surprised that Talansky is holding on to this one. But you can see these guys not chasing super hard anymore. They got close to catching Talansky, but then it looks like they backed off just a little bit.
Just like in the women's race, we saw the lead rider, Evelyn Stevens, within a couple seconds of being caught multiple times, and no one really did it. Matt Boucher going to the front and trying to finish this job off. The Cannondale Garmin riders, they kind of want him to be caught, you know, maybe at a good spot on the course, you know, maybe onto a climb or somewhere they might be able to counter effectively. You kind of don't want your teammate to get caught on a dead flat road where really nothing is happening. You kind of want to happen where it's a possibility for an attack. But, you know, these guys just need to finish this job off on Talansky, because otherwise a guy like him, if you don't actually catch him, he's not going to come back. I mean, 5 seconds can be 5 seconds all day long because he is really one of the strongest riders in the race.
All right, so this will be 2 laps to go as they hit the line. Keel Rynan leading a very cautious chase effort through that final left-hand turn. Last thing you want to do here, Tim, is dump it with 2 laps to go.
Talansky holding again, I have to say that his speed looks really good. He is not slowing down. These guys are either catching him or they're not. It's not him actually slowing down. So that means great things for him later on. Gavin Manion taking his pull at the front, Horner coming in after him, and Matt Boucher. You know, I was corrected on Twitter. Matt Boucher, former U.S. National Professional Champion, having worn that jersey among a group of riders who really have not. I think there are no other professional champions in this group at all, actually. So, you know, it could be either a return to the jersey for Matt Boucher or a first-time winner for anyone else in the rest of the race, really.
Yeah, with the loss of Ben King out of the race, we also saw Freddie Rodriguez going backwards earlier. He was done earlier in the day. Eric Marcotte not in the group. So you're absolutely right. Boucher is the only defending champion remaining in contention to win this one, unless there's a surprise rider coming up behind this group.
We're getting word over race radio that we've just hit 100 miles for these riders. Talansky spending a majority of that at the front of the race, and if not at the front, off the front. I mean, he's really been a part of this thing from the beginning, making it into that early move and now being one of the few left out here on the front with any chance of doing that, actually. Wet downtown roads here in Chattanooga. We've got the Lupus rider, Kyle Murphy, on the back here. Getting a little bit of background on Kyle Murphy, having cut his teeth on track bikes and being a part of the Red Hook Crit down in Brooklyn, the tough racing. Fixed gear racing is so tough on any kind of conditions, but a city street And any kind of rain, I've seen images of that race where it's just been dumping rain, and you have to time everything right. You have to pedal just the right amount. You can't crash. You can't let a moment go by where you're not paying 100% attention, and that really plays into a great strength for a finish like this.
Tim, I'm going to run through the riders in the chase effort one more time. Chris Horner was on the front there earlier for the Air Gas Safeway team. He's being joined by Gavin Mannion, Keel Reinen, Matthew Boucher, John Hornbeck, Carson Miller, Chris Butler, Kyle Murphy, and then the 2 Cannondale Garmin riders, Joe Dombrowski and Alex Howes.
We've got a couple moments where people aren't taking their pull. Chris Butler choosing not to roll through there for Smart Stop. Joe Dombrowski having to close the gap just a little bit. This kind of disorganization is going to be great for Talansky off the front, because remember, he has not slowed down at all. He's still going a very fast pace, and that's all he really needs to do. He just needs to keep moving forward. Matt Boucher now just behind, getting off the front of the chase group just a little bit. Talansky now cresting this bridge. You guys might think that it's a little odd that he's standing up over a bridge, but this is really one of the biggest climbs on the remainder of the course, and he's obviously feeling the effects of being away for so long, and it's hard. He is suffering. His face a couple laps ago made it look like he only had a few minutes left. Now that's 25, 30 minutes ago. So this guy is showing incredible toughness and tenacity, riding off the front by himself, with not 1 second of someone else helping him, except for the time gap. Moto, correct me if I'm wrong, but that was his first shot of a teammate in a long time.
Tim, we're getting reports from back on the finish line that we're down to just these 15 riders remaining in the race. They're saying everyone else is at DNF. We're down to just 15 guys, and now here goes Chris Horner. Horner looks having a little bit of a go here. And there goes Horner solo off the front, one rider trying to chase.
Horner not the strongest rider in the race right now. He's definitely the smartest, and he's got a great amount of fitness to draw from. So that little attack was just taking advantage of confusion. People were trying to shirk their work, and they weren't going to take a pull, and they really needed to just roll through. A lot of these riders are starting to find places to skip their turn, and that's only going to make things harder to be in the breakaway and better for Talansky. So really they're hurting everybody in that case. Horner taking that second just to do a little bit of a counterattack to keep things fired up as he hits the bottom of Kent within an arm's length of Talansky heading up this climb.
Yeah. And I think this is going to be it for Andrew Talansky on the Kent Street Hill here. He's been away for most of the day today, and now the man that they call the pit bull is about to get caught here on the climb by the veteran Chris Horner as they make their way up and over the climb. But Talansky just will not give up. I got to give this kid credit. I'm loving the ride of Andrew Talansky today.
Not caught yet. I think that's the name for Talansky right now. Keeping just a short gap in front of Horner. Dombrowski leading the charge from the group behind, showing that he is climbing well up Kent Street. Looking at Butler now getting gapped off the back of that lead group. Horner catching up to the back at Talansky, but now it is game time. It has to be reshuffled. Anybody with a teammate. We're looking at Alex Howes and Joe Dombrowski to try and make sure that they are in every move. You see Howes now covering the counterattack by Horner as Talansky comes back.
So Chris Horner starting to get aggressive and putting the hurt on the 15 remaining riders in this race. Tim, look at the separation that we have. Horner has now dropped some riders out of the group. Let's try and take inventory here. Both of the Cannondale Garmin riders are there. So that's going to mean Dombrowski and Howes still in contact. The blue and white is going to be United Healthcare. That'll be Keel Reinen still in contact. And then I believe that's Matthew Boucher tacked on there at the back with the red bike. So that is Boucher. I'll confirm that. And then there's one more rider in there. Meanwhile, these guys struggling to hold on here. It's going to be Gavin Mannion and riders going down. That is Dombrowski is down. John Hornbeck is down. And then that'll be the Lupus Racing rider down as well. Another crash here late in the race, Tim.
These three riders just dumping it on the corner. You saw when the front part of the group came by, they went through so slowly. These riders trying to close gaps. You take a risk and it'll bite you. These guys crashing. Talansky pulling through after being caught. Gavin Mannion on his wheel. Keel Reinen there. Matt Boucher and Chris Horner. Alex Howes is got to be licking his chops because he has been resting. You know, he has been hiding out in this group the entire time, and he's got a hell of a kick, just like Keel Reinen. Those two now matching up again like they did in Colorado, but those two riders have the most speed. The least amount of speed probably is Chris Horner on the front now. He can go the speed all day long, but is that going to be enough to beat someone with a sprint as quick as Keel or as quick as Alex Howes?
Well, this really becoming a race of survival right now as we see John Hornbeck of the Hincapie Racing team back up and moving. But, Tim, after that crash and this late in the race, it's going to be really hard for him to come back to the group. And then there were six make that, as that is going to be Matthew Boucher pulling off to the side. Again, Andrew Talansky has now joined this group. He's been absorbed. Joe Dombrowski was in here to join his teammates Talansky and Howes, but Dombrowski crashing out of the back. We understand he was able to get back up and moving, but I don't see him catching back on.
Horner's playing the one card he has, which is just to keep riding and keep himself in contention. It's up to the other guys to make the even smarter decision. You want to see Alex Howes sit on. You know, you want him to use the very last bit of Andrew Talansky as he possibly can to try and be fresh. You know, these attacks aren't going to do anything. It's a downhill attack by Talansky here. I'm sorry, that looks like Alex Howes.
Yeah, that's going to be Howes.
You know, a downhill attack like this going into a corner with a Horner on your wheel is not the kind of move you're going to make to actually split the group. This is just going to annoy the riders in the group. You need to make these decisive moves that absolutely slit the throat of your competitor instead of just adding a little bit of speed when you can. You know, this kind of tactical awareness in the final couple laps is something that you develop over time, and I want to see these guys do a little bit more with what they have, which you don't have to feel like $1 million to win a race like this. You just have to be the smartest and in the right position at the right time.
Well, seeing some more riders trying to catch back on here. Those are going to be the guys who went down in the crash. One of those Cannondale Garmin riders has regained contact, so I think that's Dombrowski back with the group. And that's Talansky on the front. Now comes Chris Horner. Keel Reinen pulling through as well. That'll be Matthew Boucher behind him. Then it's going to be Alex Howes, followed by Gavin Mannion. And then that is Joe Dombrowski, who has made his way back up into the group. And that is going to be the Smart Stop rider, Chris Butler, joining back on as well. Tim, look at the rain coming down. Driving rain here for the final few kilometers of racing. When they hit the line, they'll see one lap to go, and it'll be 8.7K of racing to go. Right now, we're somewhere between 10 and 12K.
We have a real separation now. Matt Boucher, Alex Howes, two World Tour riders. Matt Boucher, former national champion, winning in a very, very tight sprint against George Hincapie years ago in Greenville, South Carolina. Alex Howes absolutely in a perfect position to take advantage of this. He needs to stay with Matt Boucher, who is one of the strongest riders in this breakaway right now, and it just is going to force everyone else to chase because, remember, he has two Cannondale Garmin teammates stuck back in that field right there, ready to do whatever they can to help him win.
All right, 10.5 kilometers of racing remaining as Matthew Boucher of the Trek Factory Racing Team goes on the attack, trying to get another Stars and Stripes jersey to add to his collection. Matthew Boucher was the 2011 U.S. Pro Road National Champion, and now he's trying to make another one in 2015. So Boucher taking a look back to see who's joining him. And I believe this is Howes, Tim.
That is definitely Howes. It looks like Chris Horner actually trying to make the bridge attempt to get across to those two. If he does that, it really neutralizes things for those two. It makes it a completely different game. If it's just those two riders together, then they have a real chance of staying away. But you add someone like Chris Horner, he'll be great horsepower for the flats, but he's not someone you want to tangle with because remember, that last corner is so sketchy. Someone like Horner will take that corner correctly, and he will take advantage of you if he does that. This group coming back together probably does good things for some of these riders who missed out on that last little bit, but man, This is going back and forth too much. Lots of effort being spent out there.
Yeah, this is Kyle Murphy, the Lupus Racing rider that we're looking at right now. We saw one of his staff members behind him with a set of spare wheels. I think they maybe thought that he was having a mechanical, but I'm starting to think that it might have just been a biomechanical for Murphy out there today after a long day in the saddle.
We've got 7 riders, 3 of them Cannondale Garmin. All of them are up here now. We've got Talansky still amazingly at the front. Joe Dombrowski as well. Alex Howes, the quickest of the group with that speed.
This is going to be that downhill into a tight left-hand turn. You can see the bricks and the rain falling. They got to be really careful here. Boucher, Howes, Horner, Reinen, Mannion. And then we're going to see the other 2 Cannondale riders. That'll be Joe Dombrowski
and Chris Butler. We have a flat tire for Kiel Reinen.
That's going to be Reinen with a flat tire. He can't believe it. More bad luck for Kiel Reinen as Reinen goes flat. Coming on to the finishing stretch. They are getting the bell for 1 lap to go here on the line. We are at 8.7 kilometers of racing remaining, just under 5.5 miles between these guys and a Stars and Stripes jersey. Horrible luck for Kiel Reinen.
Going through the start-finish line, Kiel Reinen getting a soft flat on the final corner, getting a wheel change within sight of the start-finish line and the podium for the national championships. This is just a heartbreaker to see this happen. It can happen to anyone. This kind of a course in the rain, all kinds of debris gets picked up, and you can get a flat tire very, very easily. Tough luck for Kiel Reinen. Big push there by Chris Kreidel, getting him back on his bike and up to speed as quick as possible. But for him to make that connection back to the breakaway is going to be so tough.
So now we got to get Phil Guyman a cookie and a Sierra Nevada, I think, for Kiel Reinen. Tough luck for Reinen today as he has an untimely flat tire coming onto the finishing stretch. Don't count him out yet. Reinen may be able to catch back on. It was a pretty fast wheel change.
No, that front straight action by Horner was full speed. You could just see Alex Howes just ducking down, trying to stay in the draft. The speed being laid down by Horner through the start-finish line is very, very fast. That group is under pressure the entire time. It's going to be almost impossible for Reinen to get back up to speed and back up to this group at the front of the race. Matt Boucher pulling through now, keeping that pace up. I think Boucher and Horner have a lot in common. They've both got incredible power. They've got high speed, but they don't have quickness. I think now that Reinen is out of the picture, really all they have to do is make sure they mark out Alex Howes, and they have a very good chance of coming away with this national championships jersey.
No, I believe we just saw Chris Butler, the Smart Stop rider, as the moto was passing him. He may be in a little bit of trouble here. Meanwhile, at the front, it is Matthew Boucher continuing to drive here. As we're down to just 6 riders remaining. Tim, look at the rain here in Chattanooga. This is about as epic as you can get. I hate to throw the word epic around. It's one of the most overused words in this sport, but safe to say, today will go down as an epic day of bike racing.
Big attack now. Joe Dombrowski heading off to the right-hand side with Gavin Mannion from Jelly Belly on his wheel. Great move by Mannion to cover someone like Dombrowski, someone who is very, very strong and able to push the pace like that. Covered now by Boucher, heading across, trying to get up to these 2. Big move by Dombrowski.
Yeah, now the attacks start flying, and this really is anyone's game. Joe Dombrowski was the first to launch a big one here in the final lap. Mannion covers the move, and that is Matthew Boucher now up onto the wheel. We'll see if they were able to drop any other riders out of this group. A lot of these guys are going to be on the rivet now. Look at the gap that they have. They've opened up a gap, so it is now down to Mannion, Boucher, and Joe Dombrowski, your 3 leaders on the course right now.
Impressive ride by Mannion, the Jelly Belly rider. Did a stagiaire job with, got a stagiaire position with Garmin last year. Unable to come away with a contract, although he is such a talented rider, having very good success with the Bontrager development team before that. He is a very quick little guy with a ton of speed in the sprint. Matt Boucher pulling through, though, at such a force that this is really tough for these guys to close that gap. Looks like it's going to be a very tough call for these 3 riders to make it back up to the front, being led by Andrew Talansky right
Yeah,
now.
that's going to be Talansky, followed by Horner, and then Alex Howes tacked on to the back of that one. Those three guys up the road have to keep driving this one as now Matthew Boucher looks like he's gone again. Boucher launches another attack for the Trek Factory Racing team, and now Matthew Boucher has a little bit of a gap back to his two breakaway companions. So again, right now we're looking at Boucher off the front. He has attacked Gavin Mannion and Joe Dombrowski. Dombrowski currently sitting second. That's going to be Gavin Mannion in third, and then a huge gap back to fourth place, which is going to be led by Andrew Talansky.
Dombrowski coming around Mannion, getting up to the wheel of Boucher. Dombrowski not known as a fast finisher. This is going to be a really tough call to make between these two if they're able to get up and over Kent together without Mannion. Mannion is really the wild card that I think can really play a spoiler role for both of those guys. Dombrowski coming off a couple years of Sky where he got a chance to race in the World Tour for the first time. Boucher now having ridden in the World Tour since bursting out of the scene with the Kelly Benefits team way back, winning the national title in really the first year of his racing career. You know, he is a very well-established veteran right now. These two riders have a lot of pedigree between them, and if they can hold this, it's going to be quite the finish.
So that's the final time that they'll see this Kent Street climb as Chris Horner leads the chase effort. Looks like Talansky is done. He's been popped.
Keel Ryden coming up to the back wheel of Alex Howes means he's just off the back of this lead group. Keel Ryden recovering from that flat tire. If he's able to make it up, that could be the one thing that makes this finish go all kinds of different ways. But right now, it looks like it is the two riders, Dombrowski and Boucher, coming down the descent together as a duo heading towards the finish line.
Well, now it's really a question of how much are you willing to risk on this course, as now it looks like Mannion going off, as that is going to be Matthew Boucher and Joe Dombrowski. Your two leaders on the front right now. Mannion is gone, so it looks like our national champion is going to come out of that group. It'll be one of those two riders, Matthew Boucher and Joe Dombrowski, going head-to-head in the final few kilometers of racing. You're watching live from Chattanooga, Tennessee for the Volkswagen USA Cycling Professional Road National Championships. Well, you can see the spray coming off the back of the moto as there is Gavin Mannion from the Jelly Belly presented by Maxxis team trying to catch back on. Mannion is digging deep on the bridge right now. You see him dropping the head down, staring at the stem. They call it chewing the stem right now for Gavin Mannion. He is trying to pull everything that he has out of his legs and try and channel it into the bike for his shot at the Stars and Stripes jersey.
Impressive ride by Gavin Mannion trying to get up to this. It is all he has to do is just close that gap just a little bit more. If we can see behind him, we're going to see Keel Ryden along with Alex Howes trying to bridge up to Gavin. But these two riders, they're both so strong. Dombrowski coming off a very good finish at Tour of California last week. Obviously incredibly fit, able to climb all of those thousands and thousands of feet of elevation at Tour of California. Now he's faced with a one-day race and a chance to try and beat Matt Boucher for the national title. This is not something that I think that they all thought would happen. They were banking on an Alex Howes. They were banking on something like Ben King. You know, they were banking on Talansky winning solo from 60K out. So now that they've got Dombrowski with Boucher inside of this final last lap, man, this is a finish that no one on that team ever thought would happen.
Well, you got to take the cards that are dealt, and right now it's the Joe Dombrowski card being handed to the Cannondale Garmin team. A little bit of conversation right there between Dombrowski and Boucher. Tim, right now they're still working together. They're still making sure that they stay away from the chasers behind them, and there goes Boucher putting in a little dig. Boucher gets out of the saddle and puts Dombrowski on notice as they make their way into the finish.
Watching Dombrowski on these corners, I gotta say, I'm not sure about the cornering ability on that final left-hand turn onto the finish line.
Yeah.
There's something like a couple feet would turn into 50 feet by the time the finish line comes around. There's just no place to hide on these corners. Gavin Mannion obviously taking these corners a little bit more delicate than the other riders, maybe not feeling as confident in those tires sticking to the ground. Looking at Matt Boucher just absolutely hammering on. He feels good with his legs. He feels good with his power. But does he feel good in trying to beat someone like Joe Dombrowski? how do we know what's going to happen?
Yeah, I mean, now the big question is, do you make the jump early or do you try and take him to the line in a head-to-head sprint? You got to really gauge yourself and the other rider in this breakaway looking at the sprinting ability. If you think you can take either Matthew Boucher or Joe Dombrowski to the line, you want to keep it together. But if you're not super confident in your sprinting ability, Tim, I think you attack here somewhere with a 1.5 to 2 kilometers to go. You put in that last dig and you just hope that it sticks for a solo win across the line.
Brad, right as we saw the feed zone come into view the last few laps, that is a very tough little false flat that turns into a much sharper false flat right-hand turn. So Gavin now going in view of the feed zone. It's up here on the right-hand side. This is a tough part of the course. If Joe Dombrowski puts in an attack now against Matt Boucher, he might get a gap. But Boucher is such a strong rider that has like a diesel engine on him, and he just comes back. We saw it time and time again. He attacked on the bridge, and really it wasn't even as much of an attack. He just kept going fast. So Dombrowski really has his hands full with Matt Boucher right now.
You know, I remember seeing Matthew Boucher racing up in his home state of Wisconsin when he was just an amateur. He came to the sport from running just as a way to kind of try and stay fit. He won a race called the Blue Mounds Road Race up just outside of Milwaukee, and he was an incredible climber back then. Now he's proving himself. He is on his way to another Stars and Stripes jersey. So again, this is Mannion currently sitting third place on course as Gavin Mannion tries to hold on to the bronze medal in the rain. But back to Dombrowski.
Attacking on that final false flat section. That was his final chance, 2 kilometers to go, to really make an uphill attack on Boucher. That was the one spot he had to try and make that move. It looks like Boucher is able to mark that, cover that move. Boucher getting back to the back wheel of Joe Dombrowski, but there's just a little bit of a gap. This is also a tough little straightaway here where Dombrowski might be able to keep up a little bit of speed, but Matt Boucher proving to be a match for the speed of Joe Dombrowski here in the final lap inside the final 2 kilometers of this race.
Yeah, we're at about 1.5K to go, and now it looks like Matthew Boucher on the attack. Here goes Boucher putting one into Dombrowski, and Dombrowski's in trouble. Matthew Boucher going now with 1.5K to go. Can he hold on all the way to the line? Boucher doesn't want to sprint against Joe Dombrowski on the line, and this is it. This is the move of the race right now for Matthew Boucher of the Trek Factory Racing Team, the 2011 U.S. Professional Road National Champion, trying to make it 2 for him.
Joe Dombrowski here showing the effects of an earlier crash. He's got the blood seeping through the shorts that he's wearing. He's just been attacked by Matt Boucher. He sat down. He could not keep standing up and fighting this effort from Matt Boucher. Matt Boucher now downhill into the final straightaway in downtown Chattanooga, battling the elements, battling the other competitors, battling Joe Dombrowski, finally here, counterattacking him, getting that little bit of a gap. Matt Boucher now coming into the finish. Such an incredibly exciting way to win the U.S. National Championships.
So in the driving rain, after 178 kilometers of racing, just about 110 miles under the belt for these guys, Matthew Boucher somehow summons one final attack to make the move on Joe Dombrowski. This will be the final turn for Boucher onto the finishing stretch. Dombrowski just behind him. If Boucher can stay upright, I think he's got it. He corners around the left-hand turn, keeps it upright, and now Matthew Boucher is 200 meters away from adding another Stars and Stripes jersey to his collection. Dombrowski out of the saddle, but I don't know if he's going to be able to do it. Ladies and gentlemen, your new U.S. Professional Road National Champion will be Matthew Boucher. He's got 2 Stars and Stripes jerseys in the closet after 4 hours and 35 minutes of incredibly intense racing with the rain falling in Chattanooga. Boucher does it as Joe Dombrowski will have to settle for second, and now the sprint for the bronze medal. One more podium spot remaining. This is going to be Reinen coming back from a late flat tire, and Keel Reinen takes the bronze. Alex Howes will have to settle for 4th. Chris Horner crossed the line in 5th, and that's Gavin Mannion, 6th place today. Wow. Wow, wow, epic day, Tim. Safe to say, not overusing that word today. The climbs, the competitors, and the rain at the end of the race made this one of the most memorable U.S. Professional Road National Championships in the history of American bike racing.
No question. That finish line scene was just so intense. The rain coming down so much. Matt Boucher coming away with the win, but the rain just made for just treacherous conditions on the road. All of those manhole covers and painted lines everywhere. Everyone looked like they were just dancing around these corners, trying not to fall on the ground. There was just the last thing you wanted to do is hit the deck. We saw Keel Reinen get a flat tire inside the final corner, make it all the way back up to find his way on the podium in third place. Such an incredible ride from him.
Well, congratulations once again to Matthew Boucher and the Trek Factory Racing Team. Boucher gets another national championship. It has been a while. It was 2011, the last time Matthew Boucher wore the Stars and Stripes, but he finally gets the win today.
So cool to see the finish line action here. I mean, there's so much involved with getting to here, getting to the start line. You're racing basically solo while part of a massive global team, trying to find all the help you can get, making sure you've got your feeds, making sure you've got your mechanical help, making sure you've got any kind of body work you're getting done. Matt Boucher doing the solo win again. I mean, looking back at Timmy Duggan did the same thing, coming here as a one of two riders being a part of the race. Going up against the bigger teams with 5, 6, or 7 riders that you're fighting against, coming away with a win like that, very impressive. Watching all of that go back and forth, and I mean, I gotta say, Keel Reinen has the final lap of the race. He went from way off the back into the group, and then sprinting for third place.
Tim, we would be remiss if we didn't give some credit to Andrew Talansky today. Wasn't able to pull out the win, but really had an incredible ride. After winning the time trial national championships on Saturday, he had a great solo breakaway today, moving away off of the field. So Matthew Boucher making his way to the podium. We're going to be moving down there for our podium presentation. We'll be back with that. For Tim Johnson, I'm Brad Soner. You're watching the Volkswagen USA Cycling Professional Road National Championship, our men's podium coming up next.
Rappers love the diesel engine because they could listen to their music.
Oh, Terry, who gives a crap about the rappers?
Diesel cars are noisy. This one's not noisy at all. Mine was very noisy, but it was an 82.
Turn it on.
It's on, Mary.
It's off.
It's on.
It's off.
It's off. No, it's on.
Don't play games. Turn the damn thing
It's
on.
It's on, Mary.
So you just turned it off?
No, it's on.
It's still on?
It's nice and quiet. It's a Passat or a Facade?
It's a Passat.
You better start looking for a diesel station, Terry, because they're very hard to find.
You gotta be kidding, Josie. What are we gonna do, be stranded with no food? That's my biggest nightmare, dying on an empty stomach.
Josie, press the GPS. There's diesel all over the place. Look at all those stations, Mary.
Look at all those D's that remind me of Ditalini, manicotti, bruschetta, meatballs, spaghetti. Put you in a mood, don't even ask.
Like you, we start every day with what keeps us going. Hard work and good service. Innovation and perspiration. First names and game days. Spotlights, nightlights, stormy weather, and making life a little better. Together, we're all part of a community of neighbors caring for one another. And that's a powerful thing. EPB, the power of community.
Just a reminder as we get ready to roll in our award ceremony here in just a few moments. Still some riders to finish. As we welcome in our
like I'm 1-2 clear panels shy, and I think we would have been okay. This was great. Wasn't the end of the world. Considering before it used to drip on us all the time. So.
All right, more riders wrapping up in this Volkswagen USA Cycling National Championship.
Yeah, honey back on the ground. Yeah, radio tour. Yeah.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, our riders in the green room right now getting cleaned up and ready to make their way out to the podium. Before we get started, I want to welcome a special guest who's going to be helping us to present the awards today. Mary Andy Burke, bringing the USA Cycling Professional Road National Championships back to Chattanooga for a third year. Mayor Burke, I know you don't control the rain, but I got to say, it made for some pretty incredible racing out there today. We had a great show today in Chattanooga.
Well, we hadn't had any rain the previous couple of years. We wanted to give you all a special treat this year. So it was an amazing ending, and it was so nice to see. You know, Chattanooga is about to be, once again, the best town ever from Outdoor Magazine, right? And so it's great to see world-class athletes in the best town ever.
You know, there's no question that this is an outdoor town and a town that's really centered around outdoor recreation. We saw so many cyclists out there today up on Lookout Mountain. The fans were out in force, parties all around the course. Chattanooga really does love bike racing.
We do.
Just to get all of our community excited about racing. That's critical for us because we want to live in a great town where everybody is cycling and enjoying our streets. Y'all make sure that we understand just how great a sport this is.
Yeah, and it was a great day. We want to give you a big thank you and your entire team. You know, it sounds easy putting on a bike race. You just roll into town, throw up some fencing, maybe bring in a stage, but you guys have been working on this for a long time. A lot of city services going in to making this happen.
You know, we thank our public works people, our police force. Everybody did a great job, and most of all, we thank the fans who are out here in the rain really enjoying this great day.
Yeah, these are the die-hard bike racing fans right here. Give yourselves a round of applause. We are going to get started with our awards presentation. Mayor Burke, thank you once again as he's going to be helping us to present some of our riders today.
Figure beauty? Oh, yes, it was. Yes, it was.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are now ready to begin our podium presentation. Here to present third place, we welcome Christian Koch, the President and Chief Executive Officer of Volkswagen Chattanooga, presenting the bouquets to the riders today, along with Micah Rice, the Vice President of National Events, presenting the bronze medal. So at this time, we present our bronze medal, taking third place today for the United Healthcare Pro Cycling Team, overcoming bad luck in the final lap to salvage a podium today. Ladies and gentlemen, a warm Chattanooga round of applause for third place, Keel Reinen. In second place, taking the silver medal today for the Cannondale Garmin team, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the podium, Joe Dombrowski. So Joe Dombrowski earns a silver medal for his efforts in the rain in Chattanooga today. And as he climbs to the second step of the podium, we now move to your new national champion, riding for the Track Factory Racing Team with an incredible attack coming to the line. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor to introduce to you two-time U.S. Professional Road National Champion, Matthew Boucher. And Matthew being joined by Noah on the podium. What a special moment for Matthew to be able to share this with Noah. So Matthew Boucher gets the gold medal and the Stars and Stripes jersey, winning the U.S. Professional Road National Championships here in Chattanooga, Tennessee. The kiss from Rachel and Ashley, he earned it today as Matthew Boucher rides to another Stars and Stripes jersey. There they are, ladies and gentlemen. One more time for your top 3 riders, Matthew Boucher, Joe Dombrowski, and Q. And now to celebrate their efforts today, of course, the Sierra Nevada celebration on the podium with Sierra Nevada Pale Ale for our top 3 finishers today. Congratulations, gentlemen. Cheers all around.